ти няма да може да се намери работа, ако аз реша.
Big applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Gundi and Mr. Arnoldo. I'm really too emotional because I couldn't stop thinking and crying after watching this movie.
And you do it again now.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's proud for me to be here. 800,000 audience for a movie watched by a nation of 6.5 million. It sounds really fantastic, but I'm afraid my English is dramatically not good enough to tell you the story of the fight for making this dream comes true. It was a fight of 8 years from the idea to the conception, scenario, collecting the team. 700 people were working for this movie. Collecting the budget of 2.3 million euro, which is the biggest budget of Bulgarian movie for the last 35 years. It was big, huge fight without any, and I will say it again, without any state funding. Rejected 4 times from the Bulgarian National Film Center, 2 times for the scenario and 2 times for the film. And it was really tough, but at the final everything is good because our plans were to have between 250 and 500,000 audience, but maybe we are lucky. Now we have over 800,000. So when the final is okay, everything is okay. We are working on 3 projects for the. We have work in progress for 3 other movies now, and we believe that it's possible if we did it once. We or somebody else can do it again. So we made it for the first time. The road was not easy, but we see that our market can do it. We can do it. So we believe that the future is better. We have to make some reforms about our state funding for the movies and for the series, but we believe that it's possible. We believe that it's possible. We believe that the private sector can join us more after this success, because all the companies that were involved in this movie are, I think, satisfied from the results. So there is a better future for us. And I hope that CreaTech Summit will help projects like this to come true in the future. And thank you very much again for your attention. And I hope that we will meet in the future many times. Thank you.
This is one of the best movie projects during the last decades in Bulgaria, no doubt. And despite rejecting, all of us approved this movie, I'm sure. By the way, how many of you have watched Gundi? Yeah. For the others, please watch it. Please. And maybe it's time to start with our first discussion, creative industries and economic growth, added value for the economy and society. So our first panel will be focused on the contribution of the creative industries to economic growth and the added value they create for society. Experts such as Diana Andreeva, Michal Hladky, will participate and discuss opportunities for sustainable economy driven by innovations based on culture and creativity. So the moderator is Stefan Prohorov. I am giving him the floor so he can represent our guests for the first discussion. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
About Stefan, he is an active artist, cultural manager, and administrator, passionate about art, wine, and cultural management. I saw it from your LinkedIn profile.
Oh, this LinkedIn profile.
And
LinkedIn profile
you have to
that
update it, by the way.
Yes, thank you for updating it. It also gives enough time for people to make their decision about this very exciting program. And I would like to thank the organizers of today's event for making it so challenging to manage our own time. I will have the very difficult task of being the moderator today, but I'm not a person of moderation when it comes to the topic of the creative industries. And we have a very exciting panel ahead of us. I just want to express how happy I am that we are doing this event here in Toplocentrala, because for many of you, especially for the guests of our city, this is a venue that you're joining for a conference and a summit. But for us, this is the embodiment that grassroots organizations and civil initiative in partnership with institutions can materialize into a European level cultural center. An initiative that needs to be admired and reminded as a good example that things can be achieved in dialogue. And today we're going to speak about the different aspects of dialogue that the creative industries pose to us. We're going to have 2 keynote presentations and a challenging debate after that, so stay tuned. I would like to first give the floor to Ms. Diana Andreeva Popiordanova from the Observatory for Economy of Culture, who will present a variety of extremely exciting data and also a lot of questions that arise from the numbers that we are going to see. Her keynote will be followed by Mr. Michal Hladky, head of the EIT for Creativity in Eastern Europe. And then we will also be joined by Ms. Katerina Jumaleva from the from the Ministry of Culture, Department of Cultural Heritage, to discuss how does all of that come together. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Diana Andreeva, and she deserves a round of applause.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to present the new economic impact of the culture and creative sector. Thank you very much, Genoveva and CreaTech team for organizing this, the biggest event, I could say, in the field of culture and creative industries. So my presentation will start with one of the most important data that brings the attention of the politicians, basically my colleagues from the field of finance and economists, because the first data is about the value-added factor costs that present Bulgaria in the, I could say, in the field of European Union as a sector, in one of 15 countries with the biggest value-added factor costs, capital and employment, the factor costs. And we reached almost 7% in 2023. So you can see in the past 15 years how the sector was developed on the national level and the level of Sofia. Almost doubled is the result of Sofia. 20.7% of non-financial enterprises, the value-added factor cost in the economy on the national level and on the level of Sofia. In Sofia, because we have a hyper concentration, we are the 4th sector in the economy of Sofia and the 8th sector in the on the national level. After the COVID, we recovered completely, I could say, especially in 2022 and 2023. In thousands Bulgarian leva or in euro, we can divide it easily in 2. So on the national level, we started from a 1.5 billion level in 2008, and you can see the rapid growth that we have until 2023, up 7 billions. And 83%, I could say, we have it in Sofia. We have hyper concentration, and especially after COVID crisis, we have even bigger concentration of the value added by factorial costs. And it's not nice to say that we have an article in the Bulgarian constitution about the balanced regional development that we could not see in the past years, I could say. The next data is about the enterprises, and this is the important indicator if this part of economy is growing faster and faster. And you can see from the beginning of the period in 2008, we have more than 10,000 enterprises. So it's high enough growth to say, and as Dr. Boyko Takov said, it's small and middle enterprises. And I could say in certain culture and creative industries, this is also micro enterprises, with huge ecosystem. I will show you two examples within one project, for example. Every 10th enterprise in Sofia is from the field of creative economy. And also we doubled the enterprises in Sofia from the beginning of the period. And the employment, this is the also a very important indicator that we are observing, because we have a huge research and analysis about the creative labor. So in 2023, we have more than 115,000 employees. This is the permanent employment, and almost 100,000 temporary employment. This is also some characteristic of the culture and creative industries, and 2/3 of the employment is in Sofia. I could say that we are observing also a new model in the past 5 years when we are talking about the economical impact and financial instruments within the project under the European Union Horizon 2020 program called Cicerone. We divided and developed a new methodology about the creation, production, distribution, exchange, and archive. We are using the global production network in the culture and creative industries, because it's not enough to say we have culture and creative industry, we have certain instruments, but to observe in certain phases and where and how the local culture and creative sector is going on European level and globally. So this is, as I said, I will present two ecosystems. This is a festival ecosystem that is connected on these 5 phases with many actors and activities building a certain ecosystem, and also connected to other economic activities and sectors. So it's not just a project and an organization, but it's a complete ecosystem that is developing. This is the Varna Summer International Theatre Festival, with so many small and middle enterprises, public and private organizations as well. And this is the second one. Andrei presented the Gundi film, and this is a class film, a small enterprise production company in the film industry. From one point, we are observing the 5 phases of a global production network, the labor, as I said, and the activities. And it's an ecosystem that from time to time in the film industry, a micro enterprise could go to a mid-sized or a small enterprise. And this is the typology that we are using, because for the European Commission, through our project, was important to see how the culture and creative industries are going from local level to through regional, national, EU to the global level, and on which stage. This is also important to see how and when the European money going from public sources are going out of European Union, for instance, or who is capturing the value through this global production network. This is also important for the policymakers, as we heard. And also one model how we from the Eastern Europe is going from the local level to the global level is the Sofia Creative City of Film, participating in the global cluster of UNESCO, the Culture and Creative Cities of UNESCO. So we are SO, Sofia, we are part of the global cluster together with Mumbai or Bollywood, together with Busan, Qingdao, together with Cannes, Ouarzazate in Morocco, or Wellington in New Zealand. So this is an example of class film, and through their ecosystem, how we're going from the local level through to the global level and participating in this global cluster. And what we can add for the debate today is that the cultural and creative industries has 5 dimensions: economic embeddedness, societal embeddedness, territorial embeddedness, network embeddedness that I showed from local to global through UNESCO cluster, and of course symbolic embeddedness. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a pleasant conversation today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Andreeva, for this presentation, which proves once again that numbers can be challenging, exciting, and raise particular questions, which we're going to do in just a few minutes. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Michał Hladký, who is head of EIT Creativity for Eastern Europe, for his keynote. You're welcome on stage.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much. My name is Michał Hladký. I'm coming from Košice, Slovakia, where there is one of 6 collocation centers of EIT Culture Creativity, and I will tell you a bit about that later, but here I would like to contribute to the topic of how innovations and CCIs are perceived and, let's say, managed, or what's the notion about innovation and CCIs on a European level. So, we already heard the importance of culture and creative industries, the previous speakers and the deputy minister, and all numbers we've seen that just prove that culture and creative industries are one of the most important sectors because we are powerful in economic force, we're catalyzing social cohesion, and we also have impact on cities and urban areas. And most of all, we could be a driver of climate neutrality and green transition as well. Somewhere in 2020, culture and creative industries were added to 14 industrials ecosystems of European Union, which is great achievement, and we are part of a family, and Europe recognized culture and creative industries as super important sector. Ursula von der Leyen wrote in the mission letter to Commissioner Maklev that culture is something super important for Europe. It's our identity, and also it represents the values of Europe and needs to be strategically embedded in all the policies European Union is delivering and should be accessible for all. That's very challenging, and one of the innovation attempts or ideas of Ursula von der Leyen herself, but European Union, is this beautiful initiative called European Bauhaus. It's how to translate Green Deal and innovation needed for green transition in the environment to make it beautiful, sustainable, and together. And the role of CCIs, in my perspective, is to, let's say, devise a language for this transformation, because the CCIs are doing narratives. The CCIs, or culture and creative industries, are doing design, beautiful public spaces, or graffiti, or whatever, making our cities and communities more sustainable. So we are EIT Culture Creativity, and we are 9th in the row of EIT Knowledge and Innovation Communities. I'm not sure if you are aware of this concept, but it's been here for a while. It's been over 15 years already. And there's sectors supported or sector-led innovation supported in sectors like climate, food, digital, energy, urban mobility, etc. And the 9th in the row is culture and creative industries. So from number 14, we are shortlisted in number 9, which is pretty promising for culture and creative industries. And what we do in EIT Culture Creativity and what all the KICs are doing, it's we're bridging education, research, and business in order to bring transformation and support, in our case, these 5 sectors. So we in EIT Culture Creativity, we make decision and we decided to focus on 5 key areas: fashion, architecture, culture, heritage, audiovisual, and gaming, which you here in Bulgaria are doing as well in another hall, I think. And my colleague, Kati, will talk in different panel as well. So we are located in, let's say, 7 countries. 1 is a headquarter in Germany, and then 6 co-location centers. Eastern Europe is covered by Košice, so whatever you need from EIT Culture Creativity, I'm your place to go. But Europe doesn't have, for supporting innovation and culture creative industries, Europe doesn't have only EIT Culture Creativity. It has EIC to support deep tech and other, let's say, innovation on a super scale, like deep computing and things like that, but other programs, Creative Europe. And this is one of my favorite. It's, you wouldn't call it a typical program for supporting culture and creativity. It's called European Urban Initiative. And it's innovation for cities and supporting projects based geographically. So we've heard that the embeddedness is also territorial, and also the innovation should happen in the communities like Sofia. So this kind of project supporting innovation led by communities or partnerships locally in the cities, I really advise to go there. And in the last programming period, there was a specific strand in the last call for cultural heritage, and in this programming period, there already been support for New European Bauhaus projects and also projects to support talent retention and technology in cities where culture and creativity plays really strategic role. Another interesting thing is, like in Erasmus Plus, there is this blueprint project supporting this or bridging the gaps of skills between the education and the practice. So also, EU is looking ahead and thinking how to innovate education system, make it a small credentials or CPD courses, or putting the education closer to the practice. So that's what Project Cyanotypes is doing. So if you're interested, just follow that. Another interesting funded by Horizon is Project EQIP, which is investigating 15 policy areas, how to bring innovation in policy for culture and creative industries. So as you can see very practically, Europe has many tools, many programs, and in every single you can find support for CCIs, and you can see the CCIs are embedded. This is one of the really interesting under the AISMEA agency tool called Interregional Innovation Investment Instruments, so many I's. And this is just example of one of the projects the partners in our KIC or some of the partners from our KIC are doing, called Labor for Future, bridging creatives, artists, researchers, and plastic industry to make it more circular and sustainable. So again, the role of CCIs and the innovation is not only within the CCIs, it's what CCIs, creativity, culture can bring to other sectors, to society. And talking about the society, this is really interesting idea. It's called X Utopia. It's one of our flag initiative this year, In terms of architecture, you can find it at Architectural Biennale since May. So EIT Culture Creativity is supporting, and I'm pretty proud because it's stamped in Košice last year, and it's evolving as a specific network of projects, ideas, peoples, and territories knitted together by the idea of how periphery relates to the center. And we are in Sofia. I didn't know about this. We went there yesterday. It's DOT. Who knows the DOT? Yes, I'm an architect by education, and I was really amazed by the building. I've learned that it won all the architectural prizes possible in Bulgaria. And what's super important is something what this building embodies is that it brings together art, it brings together hospitality, tourism, accommodation, but also restaurant, events, and the most of all, it really is a, let's say, acupuncture point in the neighborhood, which we were explained that it's challenging. I can't judge, but maybe if you're local, you can say. And it's trying to animate and trying to bring a transformation to the neighborhood. So I'm sure that within the few years, you can see the development around that. So that's a prime example, maybe for NEP, maybe for other activities, supporting transformation and social innovation power of culture and creative industries, quality architecture, quality design, quality concept, and bridging different sectors together in something which can really bring change. So you should be proud. It's absolutely amazing. It's like this venue. It's just being something else, and now it turns to something really interesting. So my last 3 points will be what we should do and what we should strive for is we should strive for breaking the silos, not only within culture creative industries, but it's, I don't know, depending on the let's say definition, either 11 or 14 different sectors living in the silos. I would say collaboration over isolation. That's most important. And also Europe to be understood as a platform, not only as a founder. So then look on all the networks, look on all the possibilities which can bridge you to closer to the Europe. So if you're interested to join our digital community, just click on the QR code and you can become a part of EIT Culture Creativity. Thank you very much and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ochladki, for this wonderful keynote, and seamlessly we will transition to our panel. So I would like to re-invite Ms. Popyrodanova and Ms. Jumaleva here on stage, and we're going to demonstrate an essential aspect of the creative industries, which is, of course, flexibility and innovation being demonstrated in this design move that we just did. Please take your seats. There is an abundance of microphones, so everyone would be able to take the floor very, very easily. Here is microphone number 4. Oh, you're so many. So I guess that it's easy to assume that more people would be welcome on stage, but we're going to try and deal with an issue that can never be completely overcome, which is, of course, time. So I'm going to cut to the chase. We saw 2 wonderful, I would say, inspirations, concepts. One of them is the actual benefit that culture and the creative industries bring into the economy. And the other is that this is not something local. Actually, the European Union and the European Economic Community recognizes the importance of the creative industries and supports it in a variety of ways. So I would like to directly address Ms. Jumaleva from the Ministry of Culture. How does the Ministry of Culture take into account the economic data of the input and importance of the creative industries, and also the European good practices in the support for these industries into their policy making?
Probably we didn't do enough for sure, but it's impressive to see what give to the economy creative industries. And probably we give some support to the project connected to the creative industries. For example, the Ministry of Culture was one of the institutions which start again with the national participation in Venice Biennale for arts and for architecture. We make all the organization for the national participation for the architecture Biennale, and we are working together with the National Gallery for the Biennale of Arts. We're also giving some support to the projects connected to the cultural heritage, museums, and visual arts. We don't have enough budget, but it's not always budget. I hope that these sectors could receive more support, and probably we need to have in the ministry special department which will be responsible for the creative industries, and then they will receive more attention. Thank you.
What you're bringing to the table is extremely important. The necessity for a dedicated expertise to be established, and of course to address the issues of this very flexible and very dynamic field. What is interesting in the Bulgarian case, since I'm personally involved in a variety of aspects of our cultural policies and a beneficiary sometimes, it is that certain agencies or governmental bodies can show and to have the good practice of institutional flexibility. I will give as an example. I'll give you an example from the film industry, where, as any European country, Bulgaria administers a cash rebate mechanism for foreign productions collaborating with local service providers or co-producers, which restores up to 25% of the cash spent on the territory of Bulgaria. And this is also, Bulgarian companies are also eligible for that. So, for instance, Gundi, the project that we all admired in the beginning, although it was not directly funded by the state, it benefited from the cash rebate mechanism in the amount of 400,000 euros, which is already a significant amount of its budget. Therefore, we already have certain examples on a local or national level that actually the public bodies can support the creative industries, not only via direct funding, but also via other encouraging mechanisms, financial or structural or other. In that sense, when we speak about the creative industries and the cultural and creative industries, there is, although there is a certain consensus of what they are, more or less, there is also a lack of clear, or let's say, constant definition of these. It varies from context to context, very often in the details, but nevertheless, you know that the devil is in the details. And in that sense, is there a particular definition that the Ministry of Culture follows when it defines or deals with the creative industries, or at least a notion that you're following? Or are you still open to establish it in this core of expertise that you already mentioned is necessary?
I will say that we are open. And probably regarding the definition, Ms. Andreeva could say more.
Well, there is nothing more inspiring than a beginning, and nothing brings more opportunities than a beginning. In that sense, from the perspective of EIT, what is your experience with, I would say, the tuning of different European contexts when it comes to the culture and creative industries? Because, as we know, from one place to another, they vary, our understanding of it, and therefore the support and, yes, the support.
Well, as you've seen from my presentation, EIT Culture Creativity has 6 regional hubs. So those are so-called co-location centers responsible for multiple countries. Like in our case, it's Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine. So, and also there is a subdivision or let's say, construction under that, which are regional hubs, which are more oriented on a solo country. And the idea behind that is that we operate as the agents understanding the local context or regional context, if you know. So we contact people in Poland or Slovakia or in other countries to understand what are their needs, how we should or would shape the programs which are run from the central level of EIT culture creativity, and what is the feedback of those already published or executed programs in a different, let's say, regions, because it's understandable and it's clear that the difference between Nordic countries comparing to the countries in, I don't know, Western Balkans or in south of Europe, and also the understanding, the economical conditions, societal conditions are completely different. But we need to serve, first of all, in general, and then we should understand how this comes with the feedback from the regions, and then adjust and reapply the different specificities of those sectors. Because some are more matured, some are very specific. When it comes to gaming, for instance, you would go more north than south. When it comes to architecture, you might go more west than southeast, depending that certain sectors are emerging in certain countries. And also, there is this European Innovation Scoreboard, which we are obliged to bridge, and so-called RIS regions. So the regions which are less developed or emerging and moderate on a European Innovation Scoreboard have a specific up to 15% extra funding or extra funding attention on their activities to support and bridge this innovation gap. So there will be, and also from the EIT, there is a specific focus on those countries, including Bulgaria, and you have your EIT community officers here to support that as well.
There are very few things that people in this room love more than challenge, because we come from a sector that lives with the notion of challenge. What do you see from your perspective as the key challenge to our region when it comes to the development of the culture and creative industries?
Well, I can guess, but it's from what I've heard, it might be let's say, formal bureaucracy and access to funding. That's one thing, and we might have it very common in Slovakia. So the access to funding on a national or regional level, it's very difficult for arts or for those in culture creative industries. Then very common is the recognition. So the awareness in general public or in general policy making, let's say, territory, the recognition of art as an equal partner as a construction or, I don't know, chemistry or digital or whatever sector, it's really hard to prove. And because the problem is that the sector is very scattered. It's really fragmented. It's, as it has been said, it's small and medium companies and have different needs. Architects have different needs than, I don't know, theater companies, or maybe designers or fashion designers have different needs. So to really cover that, it's very hard. That's why it's really good to have a cluster or umbrella organizations who can really represent towards government, toward local government or EU organizations and speak one voice. Because if you speak 11, 12 voices, depending on how many sectors you recognize, then it's very problematic. Some sectors are smaller, some are more important, maybe gaming because of the economical performance, or architecture because it's connected to construction and it's very visible, very tangible, or audiovisual in your case, with the Gundi example, it really touches the emotions and it really has an attention in certain moments. So that makes it much easier then for those sectors to fight for their place.
I couldn't agree more, both on the challenges and the issues that we are facing. And of course, even though they very often sound as an issue of common sense,
Of course, maybe we should have less bureaucracy, more funding, and be united more. These are more and more Christmas wishes in most cases, rather than actual strategies. But we are trying to do our best, and CreaTech is a great example. And one of the great examples that are happening in the country, it is not the only one, which is also great, because we're not speaking about only singular representation, but still plurality is available. So, with Ms. Andreeva, since you have been one of the keenest observers of this sector for many years, and the person to address when it comes to the data, because you have actually provided so much of it in over the years, the numbers are, of course, very important, but they bring us to two questions. First of all, in this, let's say, issue of defining the creative industries, when we select the numbers to take into account, me not coming from an economic background or having a degree in finance, I'm trying to kind of reduce the definitions to the most basic things. I love this, Economy for Dummies books. I think they're great and very necessary for the culture and creative sector. So, how do you define what definitions do you use for the culture and creative industries, and in what way are these definitions, once again, in accordance with other institutions that you partner with, such as the National Statistics Institution, the Ministry of Culture, the National Tax Revenue Agency, etc., etc.?
So we started 15 years ago with the methodology based on the European continental model. Based on Germany, basically, Austria and Switzerland. We worked with Michael Zonderman, which is one of the best statisticians in the European Union and Eurostat expert as well. So we built the methodology based on 65 NACE codes, because we are not observing only the culture and creative industries, but also the submarkets. Connected activities, we are using many data unpublished from the structural business statistics as well, and we are using also the NUTS methodology on the regional level, export, import of cultural goods and services, domestic budget. So it's a complex model of culture and creative industries. In the past 5 years, we've been working with under the project of Cicerone, Horizon 2020 project of European Commission. So we worked with one of the best statisticians and a cultural economist as well, Professor Andy Pratt, who is expert of UNESCO, the Institute of Statistics, and one of the key person in Great Britain, according to the statistical issues of culture and creative sector. So we shaped the methodology we divided and put NACE codes like retail. But I could say and stress that when we put the retail, for instance, we have the whole internet trade, the whole economic activities. And it's not the precise data only for culture and creative industries. We have many definitions, starting from, for example, from UNESCO, through WIPO, through European Commission, but Bulgaria itself, as a small country like Slovakia, like Poland, the Central and Eastern European countries, we are based on the European continental model. Stick to the European Commission definitions and documents. So Bulgaria is in this way of defining. Just one sentence, if I could say something about the Department of Culture, Ministry of Culture, should be a department, or my proposal is to be an agency, intergovernmental, because this is the way of how we can have the better policy in Bulgaria on a horizontal level among the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Innovation and Growth in particular, Ministry of Regional Development, because I showed hyper concentration and it's still getting worse according to the decentralization and deconcentration in the other region in Bulgaria. So for me, this is the best model, how to build this intergovernmental agency for culture and creative industries, and to have a main priority in the future strategy, not for culture, but for the Bulgarian economy, called creative economy, because we have not only arts for the strategy for culture, but culture and creative industries. And it's important that we have so many politicians opening this third edition of CreaTech, and hopefully we will see soon this bureaucracy, as you said, to be done.
I couldn't be more hopeful in our current context that bureaucracy can be overcome for the better. And I also share your belief that institutions should serve a constructive development of society. Otherwise, they would turn useless. And in that regard, I particularly liked your accent on the hyper-centralization of culture and also to the spillover effects, because especially with the example from Varna and the Varna Summer Festival, it's a great example because the city of Varna is also known as the festival city, the festival hub of Bulgaria, with almost 100 festivals happening in the same city during the year. So if my calculations are right, this means one new festival beginning every 3 days, more or less. And even for me, as a party goer, this is too much. I mean, one needs to also sleep and be able to recover, because recovery makes the champion, as we know from sports. In that sense, and in this direction, what would the creation of an intergovernmental agency sounds like a very logical step. When analyzing data, you're showing a great development in the value and in the importance of the creative industries, but how do they develop in comparison to other economic sectors in the period that you have monitored?
The economic growth of culture and creative industries is faster than the rest of the economic activities in Bulgarian economy. And especially it was very interesting 2020 to 2020 because of the COVID crisis. We had enormous economic growth because of the digitalization of the certain industries. Not, for instance, the music concerts, music industry itself, the film industry. It was a tough period for us as well, but the culture and creative industries based on the digitalization and in digital services and goods, we had enormous growth. And I could say that we have 1 billion to 1.2 billion growth each year. And it's getting faster. Because after the COVID crisis, only the stable enterprises, they are in the field, let's say, and we could observe faster development, but only in Sofia, I could say. This is for me the biggest problem. That's why from yesterday I saw that Bulgaria was divided in 4 parts, and basically Sofia is out of the one of the statistical regions. So hopefully we will develop this regionalization of the culture and creative industries, because we have certain instruments within the Ministry of Innovation and Growth, but not so many users, or not so many enterprises from the culture and creative industries could benefit out of Sofia. So this is for me one of the priority in the sector. That's why we showed and we have this ecosystem of Varna, because for me it's important to show something that is happening out of Sofia.
You're completely right, and at least a good aspect is that there is a strong notion among regional authorities that they need to also self-organize and self-coordinate. A good example is the National Union of Municipalities that hold annual conferences in the different economic sectors. Culture is happening in about 2 weeks, and in the end of April, tourism.
And these two seem to be intertwined. For instance, we were addressed by the Ministry of Tourism today, and there was something that I was very impressed by, and it was that in the promo of Bulgaria that we all saw, Bulgaria was represented only as heritage. So there was only architectural heritage, or let's say historical heritage, nature, which is also a form of heritage, and almost nothing else. So I did miss in this promotion by the Ministry of Tourism the creative industries as an instrument of economic growth, because as we know, unless we work on a European level, regionalization is only good internally, but also Europe of the regions and programs such as Interreg prove that the European Union does have the mentality that regional cooperation on a variety of levels and formulas is essential for the development of the creative and cultural economies. In that sense, it's good to kind of think of, okay, what would be the next, I would say, exact practical steps from our conversation today, because this topic is endless, but so are the topics that are to follow in this conference today. So I will start with you, Mr. Klatky. Based on this conversation, what is the next practical step? What needs to happen tomorrow, the next month, in the frame of 2025? Well, it's been mentioned, I would suggest that at least 5 ministries would meet and arrange inter-sectorial or interministerial agency to support not only cultural creative industries, but also innovation within those sectors. And on the regional level, I see this in many countries, like not very much in Poland, but for instance in Hungary, like Budapest versus other cities, it's very, very similar situation. In Slovakia, it's absolutely the same. Bratislava made more GDP than the rest of Slovakia. So that's decentralization is a problem, but we should embrace that, not fight, and somehow find a way how other regions could either get their specialization, which is, you know, risk-free or whatever strategies. So what are they good at, and really support this in a prime with a connection with the rest of Europe. Maybe not directly to Sofia, but your region could find the other regions in Europe and build very strong ties and develop on a, let's say, European level.
Sounds like a great step. Ms. Andreeva, what is your next practical step?
I mentioned the intergovernmental agency and the new strategy for Bulgarian economy. I think this is something that should happen in the near future. And also about the regional development, I could suggest to the Ministry of Innovation and Growth and the Ministry of Culture to have a precise programs for the Burgas and Varna along the seaside of Bulgaria, because we are not using the connection between tourism and culture and creative industries very well in this region. So it should be one of the main priority of Bulgarian culture policy and the economic policy for this and the next year. We should start with this regional development somehow. And Burgas is also a candidate for the European Culture of European Capital of Culture. So it's important to have several points with strong economic growth and added value in the cultural creative industries.
Most definitely, Burgas is one of the candidates, as well as the city of Gabrovo, who is also a particularly interesting case for examination, but that I highly recommend for everyone to explore. Resources are available. And now, from the perspective of the Ministry of Culture, what is the next step that needs to happen for us to develop a healthy environment for the cultural and creative industries in 2025?
I could say from my position as a director of Cultural Heritage Museums and Visual Arts Directorate at the Ministry of Culture, I think that what we could do this year is to start to speak about this subject more with our museums, because we are connected with the around 180 museums in all country. And I think that we could encourage them to be more to give more understanding to creative industries and to make more connections with these subjects and the museums, which are a little bit not so flexible institutions from time to time. And I think that this cooperation could be more successful for both sectors. Thank you.
Yes, I have one more thing which is easy to do, and it's for the cities and region to join our cities and regions network. It's a specific tool we have under EIT Culture Creativity for those cities who, let's say, recognize culture and creative industries as a driver for their development. That's the place to go and find other similar cities. So I strongly recommend to go there.
So if we can sum up in a very Instagram-friendly way, we should speak more, collaborate, and go online. I think that this is the natural development of the culture and creative industries, and I'm sure that we will all follow these steps right away. Thank you for participating in this panel, and also thank you for taking the responsibility to stand behind everything that you said. It's public, so we will be following closely any future developments. Thank you, and thank you for CreaTech for hosting this discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next discussion will answer the question, how can cities become incubators for creativity and innovation? By the way, I was thinking of this topic because I'm not from Sofia. I'm from a very small town in Bulgaria. For the foreigners, I can explain it in this way. I'm from Petric, which is located near the Greek border. So we didn't have much opportunities, especially while I was a little kid. But I have always dreamed to be a journalist. And I remember when I told my parents I'm going to be a journalist, my father, who was a doctor, told me, "No way, you'll be unemployed. You'll be homeless. There's no money. Are you crazy? What kind of dream?" But I told him, no, I'll be in the creative industries one day. So more than 15 years later, I have a master's degree in producing and creative industries. I'm a business journalist. So I fulfilled my dream, but I was thinking, if my parents, my dad, didn't believe in me, I would have never ever succeeded. So one of the factors he said no was that in my hometown there were no opportunities. And I wish this will change in future, especially for these small towns which are full with young kids, teenagers, and people who dream to be something in the cultural and creative industries. So I will be really, and I am really interested in this discussion. Let me give the floor to Irina Ilieva, our moderator, who is going to represent the guests in the discussion. Irina, please come. About Irina, she is an accomplished leader with over a decade of experience in project management, strategic planning, and innovations. As Chief Operations Officer at Junior Achievement Bulgaria, Irina has driven entrepreneurship and education initiatives, collaborating with governmental, non-profit and corporate organizations.
Hope you can hear me. Yeah, good. This is working. Well, thank you for introducing this very important topic. We're taking on from the previous discussion on what is the role of regions and cities. And when we're talking about opportunities for young people, regions and cities have a great role in that. There was a little bit mentioning about the civic engagement, and I do hope that with our panelists today, we will have a really productive discussions, and I will manage as a moderator to get them to tell you some of the interesting things they've been doing. I'm very happy to be moderating exactly this panel because I know that the people who I'm going to welcome now on stage have really valuable things to share with you. And without further ado, I would like to invite here on stage Rian Luning. Rian has been leading the internalization programs of the Austrian creative industries at Advantage Austria since 2008. With a strong background in arts, media, and diplomacy, she also serves as Vice President of Creative Industries Austria. Rian, please welcome here on stage. Thank you. Please take a seat. Next off, I would like to invite here on stage Ines Reiner, with a background in communication design and TV production. Ines is also a social entrepreneur, co-founding Food Sharing at The Good Food. Since 2017, she has been part of the Creative Norway team and now serves as its project manager. Thank you, Ines. Next off on stage, we're inviting a representative of Bulgarian regions, and precisely Mr. Mihail Nenov, who is serving as Deputy Mayor for Education, Healthcare, Social Activities, and Youth Policies in Burgas municipality that was mentioned before. Mihail brings a strategic perspective on how cities can build thriving, inclusive communities for young people and creatives. And since we're in Sofia, of course, we need to have a representative of our local creative industry and infrastructure in our city. And here I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Viktor Grusev. As Head of Investment and Business Development at Sofia Investment Agency, Viktor connects global and local stakeholders, helping to position Sofia as a dynamic destination for creative business. Yeah. Good. Thank you all for joining me today. I would like to maybe give the floor to each one of you to share very briefly, how do you connect personally to the topic of how cities can serve as maybe real life laboratories or incubators that can really foster the potential of young people, and maybe not so young people as well, because we always say the young people are the future, but what happens to the not so young ones as well? And where is the place of cities to drive creativity and innovation? Ines, would you like to start?
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much for having me here. I brought a little presentation because I think pictures can tell a lot more than words. So yeah, shortly, I'm from Creative NRW from Germany, from the city Cologne, and we are an institution of the Ministry of Economy and supporting the creative industries in our region. In the next slide, you can see one best practice from the city of Dortmund, the development of economy. They owned a space where on the next slide, or can I maybe switch on my own? Okay. Yeah, so the creatives can make...
you see, we're testing our panelists.
a lot of exhibitions and events, and they have also, like on the next slide, you can see a problem with a lot of vacant space. So this department decides to start a project where creatives can make exhibitions. On the next 3 slides, you can see examples of this. Exhibitions and kind of, small shops like really nice to make those spaces more attractive. Then a huge project is from Hamburg in the north of Germany. It's a huge shopping center which was vacant over a lot of years, and the institution for the creatives, they put in there are 6 floors. You can see on the next picture that they invented gallery spaces, and on the next slide you can see the floor plan. So you have art in there, you have culture, you have some space for urban art and the rooftop. And this is a really nice example where you can, or how cities can use those vacant spaces. So Hamburg is like one of the best examples from Germany. They have 28,000 square meters less vacant because they put in 90 locations creative projects. This is like really wow. Yeah. This picture there shows a project from Cologne. This is an example for public and private cooperation. Because the city of Cologne helped this private company to find this place for a center for design and urban production. It's 20,000 square meters big, and a lot of companies settled there. It's a really nice place. Then the next one is a small pop-up project in a vacant car dealership, and they get in there and put it was a mushroom farm, for example. So a lot of startups get started there, but the problem was the city couldn't help to find a new place. So this is like not a good example, but on the next slide you can see an example for how it can work better. This is from the city of Regensburg, and they started a laboratory with creatives to cooperation, so from the administration and the culture and creative industries, they put them together and thinking about how can cities become great, thank you. Yeah, I'm surely at the end, but thanks so much. So I think this is really important. Yeah, this is one of the last projects I brought. It's a really, really old swimming pool in the center of Krefeld, and there is a group of creatives come, architects and performers, and reinvented the space for cultural things. And our work is to bring the Minister of Economy to those places to show this is important, that participants and also the participative processes are getting started to save those places. And and I think one really important role that cities and communities have is to invent like city managers, creative city managers, to get in touch with the creative industries and to start those projects. And one last really nice festival I would like to mention is the Creative Bureaucracy Festival from Charles Laundrie. I don't know if you know him. If not, check him out. He is for cities he helps cities and communities to get creative city concepts. And the festival is really nice because the creative industries work with the administration on challenges. And I think this is really important. Yeah, so thank you so much. But that was my short, or not so short introduction.
Thank you, Ines, and thank you. You know, before coming here today on this panel, I challenged our panelists to present what they do, like so you get a basic idea within 5 minutes, and they have been very compliant so far. And I invited Ines because I saw her slides, and the creative bureaucracy is the one that I see a lot of people in the audience connected with, and we always started nodding our heads because this is like an issue all of us face, not only in creative industries, but in general. And I think you mentioned quite a lot of important points that were touched upon in the previous panels as well. So here I have public-private partnership, placemaking, repurposing of places, which I myself have seen once I was working as a trainee in Berlin, and I was very impressed. And here in Central and Eastern Europe, we have so many spaces that are not used, that are abandoned, and we obviously need to think of ways to make them lively, like this place, our host in Toplocentrala. I think this is a great example, and it's not a coincidence that we're here every year. You were talking a lot about laboratories with creatives, and actually how creative mind can be put into creation of opportunities. And here I would like to welcome Rian to share with us, from the perspective of your experience in Advantage Austria, how do you connect the topics of creativity and economy, something that a lot of people try to silo as separate topics very often, and I think it might be really interesting for us to see your perspective and your experience on that.
Thank you very much. Does it work? Okay, yes, it works now. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really, really happy to be here and to give you a clearer idea of who I am and what kind of an organization I'm working for. I've also prepared a brief presentation. And first of all, I have taken a picture of me at the age of 7 because for me it is very special to speak at an event where it's all about creativity, technology, crossover, because I'm from the Netherlands originally. I'm now based in Vienna, but I grew up in the Netherlands, and some stereotypes are true. We are a seafarers nation, and my father used to be a technical engineer on board of container ships. And this way I spent a lot of time on ships, so between a lot of technology, steaming motors, a lot of noise, a lot of innovation. But at the same time, I had the chance to visit many different places, different cultures, see art and culture, creativity from different continents. And this is where my passion for the connection between creativity and innovation started. So it's really, really special to be here. So thank you again. And yeah, it's very close to my heart, this topic. And I think over the years, I've been working for Advantage Austria for 17 years now. And in the beginning, the topics I was working on were very analog. But now it gets more and more intertwined with technology innovation. You can't really separate it anymore. And it gets harder and harder to say what creative industries is and where the borders are. And I think this is not necessary to make this division. And maybe a bit about what I do in my daily life. So I work for Advantage Austria, which is the Austrian trade promotion organization. So our main aim is to support Austrian businesses that want to export and want to internationalize. So I'm not working for a city myself, but we collaborate a lot with cities. And we have a special situation in Austria that every company in the country has to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, meaning that we have a lot of companies and a big pool of knowledge and backgrounds and different sectors that we work together with and that are our clients. And we work on developing platforms, ideas where they can profit a lot. And working for Advantage Austria means that we try to support them when they go abroad, when they leave Austria. And for that, we have a very broad network of offices. We have 100 offices worldwide on all continents. We have a lot of offices in Europe, as you can see. We have an office here in Sofia. I'm really happy that my colleague Philippe is here as well, who is heading the office. Thank you so much for supporting us. And we are here at a very special moment, I would say, because on the 1st of April, we will have a new program for the next 2 years for the creative industries. And we will have a focus on Bulgaria for the very first time. So this is a great kickoff.
This is really exciting news.
And I'm also very much looking forward to it. And yeah, we also have a network outside of Europe, mainly in Asia, North America, but also more and more in Africa and in Latin America. And yeah, in my department, we do a lot to support the creative industries. We organize or participate in industry events. Just recently, we organized a big delegation to South by Southwest in Austin, which is also a crossover festival. It started off as a creative festival, but it's now covering all topics you can think of. We also organize events ourselves, and we do a lot of online knowledge transfer activities. We work together with our local offices a lot when it comes to specific requests from companies that are looking for production partners or clients or press coverage or anything they would need in this concrete example in Bulgaria. We have funding opportunities for companies that want to export. We also work together closely with national, international networks to open doors and to show the possibilities. And within Austria, we also work together with local partners, and cities are very important in this context. So we work together a lot with the city of Vienna, but also other cities in Austria. And yeah, we try to promote the motto that the creative industries are a positive change enabler. And I think we will talk more about that later on.
I am really taking up on this motto, the creative industries as a positive change enabler. I mean, I'm really following everything that you're saying, and it's not by chance that you're sharing the same panel, because each one of you brings the unique perspective on creative industries and how cities can drive them forward. And I really love the fact that you mentioned technology, because we're here for the CreaTech Forum, and bridging those connections between digital skills, between the social factor as well, because introducing all of you, I noticed that you have this thin line of social services and the social impact of cultural industries as well. It is important to note that we don't only create economic opportunities when we're supporting the creative industries, that you heard the statistics. In Bulgaria or in Sofia, where we are, it's 12% of the total contribution from creative industries in the country, but it is 3% of our value created from our GDP. So this is something that should not be like foregone with such a light hand. So here I would like to pass the baton to Burgas municipality, since they were mentioned in the previous panel as well. And since also Mihail Nenov, as a representative of the municipality, is really bridging this gap between education, healthcare, social activities, and youth policies, and bringing this towards the vision of Burgas becoming a youth capital of culture, of bringing the capital of culture, European capital of culture to the city, but also driving this change through social and educational innovation.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. I haven't got any slides. I have brought a video just to show that municipalities and the country can be advertised without that much heritage, as Stefan mentioned previously. Can we play that?
Look at this color, crazy pink lake and mud bath, Bulgaria.
you can just play it on the loop with no sound for the rainy day outside, to compensate with some atmosphere. But the thing is, I wanted to show you this video as a clear statement of the potential that Burgas has for the creative industries. There is plenty of room for the creative industries into every aspect of the city as you saw it. And potential it still is. And the administration of Melnikov has been working very arduously so that we could extend this potential and bring in new possibilities for the creative industries to thrive. That took 3 steps. I'm going to go briefly through them and also talked about the social impact this whole thing had. So basically, the structure of Burgas, as you can see, its economy is mainly tourism and hospitality. So initially, the room for creative industries was limited to graphic design studios, outdoor advertising, some like interior design, and didn't really put the creative industry in the center of it all. So it was like a service industry to the hospitality sector. So the municipality was the one that started changing it all by first becoming a client to the creative industry. We started off by introducing new technological solutions like 3D mapping into some of our tourist sites, like the bathhouse of Suleiman the Magnificent with 3D mapping, the museum at Saint Anastasia Island where you can see holograms. So the municipalities showed the business that there was room for something more than just graphic design, and some of them just went as far as good websites and QR code based menus. So, but that was the initial push to attract the creative industries, to show them that we notice them, that we give room for them to realize their ideas. But that's not really the ecosystem the industry needs. They don't really need municipalities as clients because they're bureaucratic. They go public procurement tenders and so on and so forth. They need to be the places where the creative industry happens. So the next step we took was through education, and that's where we come in as my duties as deputy mayor are for education, healthcare, social services, and youth policies. We set off a strategy to develop the capacity by introducing digital training to elementary school students, secondary school, universities. Back in 2016, we had only 6 IT and outsourcing companies, and now they're around 46 with their offices in Burgas or Burgas-based companies. And that brought the capacity for the creative industries to thrive. Of course, you don't only need the technology, you need the creativity. And the next step was to open up the branch of the National Academy of Arts in Burgas, so that we could boost creativity in all its forms, transform art into a professional endeavor. So finally, we had the ecosystem, but still there was no room for those young developers, designers to become noticed. So the next thing we started building was the infrastructure of events that aim at young people, where they can show their creativity, their engineering skills, their digital knowledge. And this is the series of festivals and educational events starting this year's calendar, starting literally in 12 days. That is the second weekend of April with the first Lego League Festival. Then we're moving on to the Telerik Academy Digital Skills Festival. Then 31st of May, we have two events. These are the Horizon Grand Prix hydrogen car models contest and Junior Achievements Rising Stars Forum for student companies. And this whole thing will be wrapped up and culminate at the end of June. And is this the time to announce it, Jenny? Well, you're all welcome to the first edition of the Black Sea Game Summit, happening at the end of June, 28th and 29th of June in the Congress Center of Burgas, where you can experience all these things you saw in the video. So basically, and I'll just cut it short, this is our strategy to create the necessary ecosystem for the creative industries to thrive.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation, for mentioning all the steps you took, because I think when we talk in concrete terms, people can really imagine how their role plays an important part of this strategy to actually materialize. And here I would like to give the word to Victor to share a little bit more on a topic that we didn't touch so far in this panel as much. And this is the investment, creating incentives for creative industries to thrive. I mean, we heard some provocative even statements here from stage that investment and funding towards creating these opportunities is also key. Could you share your perspective on that from the perspective of the Sofia Investment Agency as well?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for having me here. I wasn't prepared for any presentations or any videos, but my team here just pushed me over my phone and said everybody's having something, so we need also show something. So that's why we just prepared a short video. We have it actually already, but we weren't intending to play it in front of you. So let's first play the video about Sofia and what we do, and then I'm going to answer your question.
We have a great tech team here. Thank you. The power of creativity.
Yeah, the power of creativity, because we weren't intending to play that. I'm also what I was thinking, and I can take my eyes off René's socks. It says both minds, so we need to always be with both minds. Very nice socks, very creative. So congrats on that.
We've got to get some of those.
Yeah, in terms of investment, the serious part of the question, let's say, we as a part of the municipality of Sofia, we do encourage all kind of investments from the mostly from the private sector. But what we also do is to try to push our municipality and also the government, different institutions, to realize the importance of turning some old places like she presented, like they both presented from Germany and also from Austria, to a nice and creative places like this one, because this one was abandoned place for so many years. It was not functioning. I don't know whether you realized or not, it was like a heating central place where it used to be for a heating, but have never worked, as the director said. So for us, it's very important. We have facilitated such investments in different places in Sofia, and we have many. I personally have experienced a very nice place in Germany. When I was a student, my university was an old locomotive factory producing locomotives. It was an abandoned place, and they have transformed it into a university. It was a very nice place, so I have a very good experience from them as a Western countries. And that's what we do and try to transfer here in Sofia as well. We have a lot of, I would say, old places, abandoned places, which are in my perception, will be very nice to be transformed and be hubs for creative industries. And also this will support different investments also from funds and from EU funds, because the people are gathering there and sharing ideas, sharing creativity, and sharing all kind of plans for their future projects. And that's a place where the incubator, where people are getting better and better and more successful, let's say. And in terms of that, we have acknowledged that, me and my team, my supervisor, and we have pushed as far as we can in order to, because when it comes to a taxpayers' money, you need to spend the taxpayers' money. You need to be very careful about that, because at every single step there will be a criticism why you have spent this on that. There could have been spent on another stuff, and why exactly this one? Why we haven't allocated the budget for a different place? It's more important. Everything is important. We realize that on one hand, but on the other hand, also trying always to be more focused and more precise about the spendings regarding the creativity and these industries, which are bringing, as we saw in the previous slides about an hour ago, the effect of that for the past 15, I think 20 years, how the digits grown more than double, some of them. And that's why that's not because of nothing, because of somebody has done something, and somebody has invested time and efforts and a lot of defending budgets in order these budgets to be relocated there. We have a good and nice co-working, shared co-working spaces here in Sofia, which are, let's say, situated in old buildings where they will use the old architecture and also combining the new stuff. And it's very nice places. In terms of investments, what we believe mostly in our agency, my team, and as I said, my boss, is that the public-private partnership. So we know that the municipality per se cannot relocate an enormous amount of money in order to, we wish also all kind of, this mayor and the previous mayor especially, they wanted to do that, but the budget is something which is limited everywhere in the world. It's not an unlimited source. And that's why what we're trying to do, and I believe them as well, the colleague from Germany, from NRW, Ines, sorry, you showed something how the public-private partnership with some private companies transformed this. I remember the bricks and something like that. I think it's some shops, and I don't know. I haven't been there, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, I can.
So that's what we do. We're trying to explain to the companies, the middle ones, and even big ones, the massive ones, big companies in terms of the Bulgarian standards, how important it is to share with us some of their budgets in order to create a place modern, and this place to be afterwards creative, gathering people and collecting ideas, collecting creativity, and then moving forward in this, because. I personally believe without infrastructure, without places where creativity can be expressed, I think that's the first step which we need to take in order to to be more successful in this industry. Of course, the topic is very hard. It's also a lot of different aspects.
In a lot of nuances. I mean, this is a very exciting topic, and each one of you, as I mentioned before, has a very unique perspective. And thank you for mentioning the role of the private sector as well in the work of cities, because our panel is focusing on the role of cities. And when we're talking about cities, we're thinking about public institutions, public funding, but this is not it. Like, if we really want to create change and real life impact, I think each one of you focused on a different aspect of the public-private partnerships. So maybe I would like to challenge each one of you to give us a very concrete example that each of us can take today, maybe try to replicate in a way, maybe take as an action plan to attract a partner from private sector in his own city or town to create something small. Or something tangible. So I would like to challenge each one of you to share one concrete example of a public-private and partnership that you think illustrates what we're talking about right now.
Ladies first.
Okay, yeah, I can start with the example I showed. It's called Machwerkhaus in Cologne, and yeah, it was a long history to get this location because it's an old machine factory, and I was involved in this process. And it's yeah, a company who was searching for a place for this Center for Design and Urban Production. And the idea of the center is to give designers, to give craft a place where they can start from scratch, like starting, then you have the place for production, you have production halls, and you have showrooms. And this kind of combination, like production and also the sales, is like really unique, and I think it's really the future. So it took us 3 years to get this place, and we need to do a lot of work in the city, but the development of economy, they supported us like really good. So I think the most important thing is that you have persons in the cities that support, that understand the ideas and give support. Yeah, and this is how this example works. Yeah. So
well, I think everywhere you need people to actually drive things forward. It's not only the institution. People.
I also have another story, but I don't know if maybe I take it short. It's a friend of mine. She's a creative from Aachen, and she got the creative driver for the mayor of her city, and that. I think this is like, I love this example because the mayor of the capital, she know Patricia's her name, and she said, I want you to work for me. And Patricia told me, said, no, I don't want to work in administration. And then the mayor said, okay, I have a driver. I need a driver. And then she said, okay, then I will become your creative driver. And for 1.5 years, she worked as a creative driver for the mayor of the city. And they shared so much time together. And she like really helped her with decisions and so on. And I think this is like a really nice example that we need new kind of jobs or roles to get the creative
driver
administration.
Really,
yes.
really. Thank you for sharing this. Rian, what about you? Would you like to share some example from Austria? I mean, you work with all the cities in Austria since you mentioned the structure of Advantage Austria is quite unique in terms of all companies are members of your organization. So you have quite a lot of examples, but what is something that you personally find is a good example that people can take from?
Yes, so my personal favorite, you mentioned that I'm also in the board of an organization called Kreativwirtschaft Austria, or Creative Industries Austria. And this organization is a public-private partnership by itself. And in the current period, they have a focus on the triple transition, meaning, most of you might know about that, but meaning which role the creative industries could play within the transformation of the society, like the digital transformation, the ecological transformation, and the social transformation. And of course, to be able to work on solutions for that, it's very important to get inputs from businesses as well. and we also do that very strongly on a city level. So we have various projects in Vienna where we experiment, where we bring creative companies together with businesses from other sectors, not related to creative industries, and to see what kind of solutions for daily challenges they could come up with. So this is an example I really like. And the other thing that came to mind are the European cultural capitals. We just had the European cultural capital in Bad Aussee, and it's not a city but a region. And
Lovely region. I really like it there.
And there were a lot of new projects initiated there during the cultural capital, and I think it must be the same everywhere in Kosice, in all the cities that have been Plovdiv, the cities that have been cultural capitals already, that business, industry have
it has
contributed
a huge economic impact. That's true.
As well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for sharing this example. And we were mentioning the European Capital of Culture. I know Burgas has ambitions towards that. So,
yes, and hopefully that would spawn a lot of projects that embody this philosophy of the public-private partnership. But of course, as I said, that there is room everywhere. From graffiti artists like Nassimo in Burgas, who've started transforming school facades with beautiful graffiti and abandoned places, through such events that showcase the whole business that we're doing together with CreaTech Bulgaria. This is another public-private partnership that really serves to foster and accelerate the industry. What we're doing with Junior Achievement, the whole series of projects that aim at creative entrepreneurship, is another great example that will probably give great results. But one particular thing I would like to focus on is the new pediatric hospital, which some of you probably know has already been completed in terms of construction, and now we're starting to furnish and to furnish it. So this is the place where we have called for all possible creative ideas to artists, digital companies, to bring in all possible creative ways to transform the hospital into a place where children can really heal in a very positive atmosphere, with interactive floors where they could play, with all kinds of gamification of the process of providing medical care. That this also brings in the topic of social engagement of the creative industries. This is another great opportunity to, and there's a challenge to the industry, transform a hospital into the most pleasant place to stay and heal. There you go.
Move it from a traumatic place, usually for children especially, to a place of learning and healing. That's a great message. Thank you for sharing. And fun. Actually saying that, Steve Jobs, you know, we always quote him as somebody who is a disruptor and somebody who is very creative. And he says one thing about creativity is that it's just connecting things. So, Victor, what do you think? What is a good example from our so great city of Sofia about how public-private partnerships can really bring in new perspectives on the development of our city?
Very well stated. We believe in these things, just connecting things, and that reminds me I can give you a couple of examples. I would say more than, I don't know how many, but I'll give you some of the examples which refers to your phrase that connecting things. We had a bless you. We had a creative person, a very creative person who's producing presentations in a very creative way, business presentations and business-oriented presentations. And we've made with her a public-private partnership, our agency and her, in order she to be able to present something to our potential investors who are willing to come to Sofia, because we assist a lot of companies who are having interest into coming to Sofia. They're connecting with us and asking for some key data and a lot of details and the data and analysis and so on and so forth. The boring part of the story, but the interesting part was that we found a way to present a different stuff. Not all of them, of course, but different stuff in a creative way. And in that way, we've done with her a public-private partnership in order she to be presented to the potential investor, and also she could start with the potential investor in order him or her, the investor, to hire her later on, in order she to be able to do this what she was doing as a creativity. And our aim in our heads, let's say, that's what we are trying to do, is always to find a public-private partnership where the private company, either it's a small one, micro one, or a middle one, to provide a pro bono services free of charge at a certain level for a certain potential investor, where these services can be applied free of charge. And then if the services are good, if the presentation is good, the creativity is good, then it's absolutely possible they to do something on a larger scale. Exactly.
Oh,
what can I share more about the creativity? What we've done? Just a short example, very short example. We've initiated a project with the district mayors of Sofia, many of them, most of them, let's say, to turn the abandoned playgrounds from once upon a time, when there used to be a playgrounds, into the external museums for persons and for the creators, And we have moved this project very forward in order to, now we are synchronizing all the stuff in order to make these abandoned places places to gather people again, and to make them much more creative and interesting and innovative, and also connected with technology, and to be more, let's say, futuristic.
Well, thank you for this example. I would really like to just summarize now, because it's only as preventing you from enjoying our lunch break. So I would like to really just summarize one of the key messages that each one of you gave right now, which I think are very important for us to take from. And one of them is like transforming places through creativity and creating actual physical spaces that promote creativity, whether it's in private sector, public sector, whether it's in education, or in all of the spheres in our life, including social services and health. Transforming through creativity and bringing creativity into healing even. Repurposing places, when we're talking about the physical space of things. Placemaking itself, public-private partnerships, and always including in-kind contributions and investments, which I think we sometimes overlook. Bringing fun into public-private partnerships through creativity. And here we're talking today a lot about gaming and gaming industry, so maybe adding like a little bit of a nuance to what you all mentioned, like the gamifying of all of these experiences, even when we're talking about bringing business value to cities. Then the role of the creative bureaucracy, I love that example, and the creative driver. I hope all of you find in your workplaces a creative driver to take you around. I surely hope that there are more of these around to drive our creative spirit, and not to let us get drowned only in chasing KPIs. Not to forget impact, as you mentioned, yeah, numbers are boring, but this is what brings investors around, and this is what helps us prove, especially for US cities and representatives of cities, most of you, this is what brings the value and the purpose why we're investing, especially in creative industries, to create business value. And I mean, triple transition, I think it's important: digital, green, ecological, sustainable, and social. So I would like to finish our panel today and to thank each one of you for sharing these invaluable examples. I hope you were taking notes and you're going to copy some of these ideas, maybe replicate them in more places. With a quote of one of my most favorite scientists, Albert Einstein, who is famous for being very eccentric, and this is: creativity is intelligence having fun. So I wish all of you to have fun in an intelligent way here at CreaTech Summit.
So we will have fun, but first we will have lunch break. So see you here in 1 hour. And if you stay here till the end, we will have a special DJ party at the end of our event with specific team cocktails dedicated to the third edition of CreaTech Summit South-East Europe. So see you here in a while.
A bird with a word came to me, the sweetness of a honeycomb tree. And now our luck was taking over me. Couldn't fake it if I wanted to. I had to wake up just to make it through. I got my patience and I'm making do. I learned my lessons from the ancient rules. I choose to follow what the greatest do. A bird with a word came to me, the sweetness of a honeycomb tree. And now my look was taking over me. Couldn't fake it if I wanted to. I had to wake up just to make it through. I got my patience and I'm making do. I learned my lessons from the ancient rules. I choose to follow what the greatest do. I'm repping for the longest cycle. My uncles had to pay the cost. My sister used to sing the Whitney. My mama caught the gambling bug. We came up in a lonely castle. My papa was behind them bars. We never had to want for nothing. Said all we ever need is love. We see the same thing. We sing the same song. We feel the same grief. Bleed the same blood. You grew up in the home beside me. I always had a friend to call. How could I make it here without you? I pray I leave before you gone. A bird with a word came to me, the sweetness of a honeycomb tree. And now our look was taking over me. Couldn't fake it if I wanted to. I had to wake up just to make it through. I got my patience and I'm making do. I learned my lessons from the ancient rules. I choose to follow what the greatest do. A bird with a word came to me, the sweetness of a honeycomb tree. And now my look was taking over me. Couldn't fake it if I wanted to. I had to wake up just to make it through. I got my patience and I'm making do. I learned my lessons from the ancient rules. I choose to follow what the greatest do. almost home, almost home. I don't know what the lie is. Working my fingers to the bone. See, I do the best I can. Mama was a farmer. Papa was a gardener. Mommy bad enough, I let her fly it. Keep a pistol in her glove compartment. In a tinted Rolls Royce, spilling cushy crumb, sipping gin and OJ. Singing, pull up in the porch, looking more free than a new divorcee. We ain't gotta go overseas, I can walk you around through the LB. I can teach you how to fly it as long as I'm the first one to ride it. Baby, when we get to soaring, flying over California, cinematic movie score. Pack your bags and get on board. We can go to places abroad, think about it, get away with the dog. We ain't even gotta leave the resort. You can roll another blaze if you want. It's a movie, it's a pilot, got a private, help me fly it. It's a good strand, it's exotic, it's a hybrid, you should try it. It's a movie, it's a pilot, it's a private, you should fly it. Got the good strand, I supply it. It's exotic, it's a hybrid, it's a movie, it's a pilot, it's a private, you should fly it. Got a good strand, you should try it. It's exotic, it's a hybrid. Cause I got some good news. Can I run it by you?
Mommy pilot nice enough to fly you. Comfort level stellar, baby, how you? Got so lucky when I found you. How you rep me, girl, you make me cry, boo. When we fucking got me screaming loud, too. What it do? Laughing at me, girl, I will allow you. Baby girl, I'm sorry, learned it from my mommy after her, who else I'm gonna bow to together. Look, we lit up every time we get up. Drink it to the point a nigga spread up. Ride or die together like we on some gang shit. If we was blooded, or we crip up. Before you diss my queen, better shut your lip up. While I talk about you, let me sip up. Mommy pilot nice enough to fly you. Comfort level stellar, baby, how you?
It's a movie, it's a pilot, got a private, help me fly it. It's a good strand, it's exotic, it's a hybrid, you should try it. It's a movie, it's a pilot, it's a private, you should fly it. Got the good strand, I supply it. It's exotic, it's a hybrid, it's a movie, it's a pilot, it's a private, you should fly it. Got a good strand, you should try it. It's exotic, it's a hybrid. Girl, I got some good news. Can I run it by you? I'll be outside, underneath the balcony. Know you was mine when you threw down the key. Up all night, trying all kinds of things. Love of your life, you know that I'm trying to be. Daydreaming, when I met you, never met you. Kiss me, let me know that it's real. Daydreaming, when I met you, can't forget you. Kiss me. Body clad like it's 2003. Love of your life, you know that I gotta be. Daydreaming when I met you, never met you. Kiss me, let me know that it's me. Daydreaming when I met you, never get you. Kiss me, let me know that it's me. Daydreaming when I met you, never met you. Kiss me, let me know that it's real. Daydreaming when I met you, never get you. Kiss me, let me know that it's real. Do it used to take a long time to get ready? 'Cause you used to make too much out of that kind of stuff. When you turn your head around and it kills. 'Cause the dress looks nice on you still, and it always will. I wait a long time just to see. I'm happy to be catching up. No, we don't have to patch things up. Just turn the lights down. Thrill. 'Cause the dress looks nice on you still, and it always will. We should go out and dance like we used to dance. We should go out in old hands, lovers old hands, and I can't tell you who's gonna last. Maybe that's a question, the answer I don't have. Okay, I took a long time to get ready to. 'Cause I do remember it, and my head got heavy like it tends to do. And I know that it's part of the deal. But the dress looks nice on you still, and it always will. I hated myself for some time, for the things that I said, the things that I put in your head. And I tried and I tried, and I failed. But the dress looks nice on you still, and it always will. So we should go out and dance like we used to dance. We should go out in old hands, lovers old hands, and I can't tell you who's gonna last. Maybe that's a question, the answer I don't have. Maybe that's a question, the answer I don't have. We should go out and dance like we used to dance. We should go out in old hands, lovers old hands, and I can't tell you who's gonna last. Maybe that's the answer I don't have. Maybe that's the answer I don't have. We should go out. We should go out. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids, and I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a red room, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids, and I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. Ooh, I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. It feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelids. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I don't wanna be anywhere but here. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, it is right out when the sun sets in my bedroom. I got a bedroom, I got a bedroom.
How do you mend when your worlds apart? Ooh, carry on. Ooh, from the start. Somehow we fell in love, then fell right out of touch. And ooh, that was hard. But ooh, here we are. And it's easier to walk away than to look for what would make you stay. Remember when we first met? We were having so much fun. So now how could we both forget? Telling each other we're the one. We would make love at the drop of a hat. Remember that? Yeah. I remember you and me, closest any two can be. Now we're strangers in the night, awkward in the tight. Oh baby, do you wanna make it better? Do you survive on history alone. Yeah. Meet me at the hotel motel. Though we got a room at home, go to a place that we don't know so well. It'd be nice, add a little spice, try some new seduction. Show each other how, give each other new instructions on what makes us feel good now. I just wanna make you feel good now. Feel good, don't it? Come on. Yeah, make it better. Just wanna make it right. Come on. I meant when I said it. And it's easier to run away than to look for what would make you stay. Do you wanna make it better? Do you wanna stay together? If you do, then let's please make some new memories. Do you wanna make it better? Do you wanna stay together? If you do, then let's please make some new memories. If you do, then let's please make some new memories. I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, in your soft leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? It's your love. How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we live in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think that I care for you when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? Ooh, deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down. When they all choose to let us be. I really need to learn. 'Cause we live in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
You're only funky as your last cut, but ain't no use in packing what is wrapped up. They question why I'm prepping for disaster. I guess I'm still affected by the last one. No need to make excuses on behalf of. Sometimes I just do stupid shit for the reaction. To blame it all on foolishness that I would rather. But if we speaking truthfully, I'm just an asshole. God won't give me more than I can handle. Rich, but I can't afford to have a scandal. This isn't what we wanted, but I'm sick and it's senseless to try to front like I can't stand you. Found another one and that's cool, but I'm the only one who has you. If there's something that I can do, tell me what, I'll make it and come back through. Come back, it can't be too late. Come back home, you held me right where it's safe. Come back, one ever replace. Too late before you walk away. Hold on, just let go of who I used to be. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. Yeah. The bang I needed for the breakthrough. The nights I entertain women, what a waste. For the sake of getting laid, eyes wide awake, mind in the maze, trying to find a new escape route. You never ran out of patience, so I turned around, man enough to face it. Even though I changed, it's the same location. When you come home, I'll be waiting. Come back, it can't be too late. Come back home, you held me right where it's safe. Come back home, ever replace. Too late before you walk away. Hold on, just let go of who I used to be. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. Don't leave, baby, hold on. Just let go of who I used to be. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. Snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second takes. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. Far what I came, scars still remain. Now I wanna paint on a clean slate. I'll be okay, I'll be okay, I'll be okay. What you think I'm waiting for? Snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second take. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. You the one I'm waiting for. Snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second take. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. You the one I'm waiting for. You know what they say. They say you're gonna pay the way. And if this was meant to be such a lovely dream, why would you wanna wake me up? Ooh. You drove the knife through my pride.
You don't look good in that Honda. Bitch, you supposed to be with me. I put that on the Jesus piece. You said you needed peace, then spent the week in Greece. Phone off, you said you was asleep. I know you was getting your cheeks beat. Bitch, jet lag when you show up. Pulling in with a chauffeur. All I wanna do is spoil you. But you know that the money won't keep up. Too late for a prenup. Bouquets don't mean nothing. Double C's on the sneakers. But you know that the money won't keep up. No, no, no. The money won't keep up. No, no, no. The money won't. You put the pain in my eyes. There's no more tears to cry. I'm on track. I'll pack my bags, but if you don't mind, don't mind. Let's make love for the last time. Then goodbye. You should be here with me. I put that on the Jesus beat. You said you needed peace, then spent the week in Greece. Phone off, you said you was asleep. I know you was getting your cheeks beat. Bitch, jet lag when you show up. Pulling in with a chauffeur. All I wanna do is spoil you. But you know that the money won't keep up. Too late for a prenup. Bouquets don't mean nothing. Double C's on the sneakers. But you know that the money won't keep up. No, no, no. 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 The money
Say you're losing yourself to me. You used to love when I sweep you off your feet. Bitch, oh, dang. Bringing out the worst in me. 'Cause I know who wants to see. I can see why I drank so much. 'Cause I wasn't trying to think too much. Instead I think too much. I think I said too much. Bitch. She said, be honest with how you feel. I said, that's easier said than done. I said, don't worry about the future. She said, that's easier said than done. Well, it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy, no. She said, just show me this love is real. I said, that's easier said than done. I said, just trust the way you feel. She said, that's easier said than done. Well, it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy, no. True love is worth it in the end. Yes, it is. True love is worth it in the end. Yes, it is. True love is worth it in the end. True is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy. No, no, no. True love, it ain't easy. Why the hell would you run this game? Both my hands are tied, afraid of thinking I dug my own grave. Fuck around with this strange and elusive, too afraid to lose it. I don't mind this pain. Most niggas want you for your candy. They'll never know just how long it takes. I wave my own pride and put it all on the line. There I go, volunteer punishment, self-inflicted pain. Only use, way overused. Here I stand, hey, time and time. It must be what you put me through. It must be what you put me through. A little while longer, a bit more time. Why would you run these thoughts across my mind? Please believe me, as cool as I remain, there's a point in which I'll lose my self-restraint. Stay love, most niggas wouldn't let you lonely. Our fence is throwing it all away. I see to my own demise. How much longer will I let it ride? Let it go, volunteer punishment, self-inflicted pain. Stop, only use. Will I let it ride? Here I stand, time. It must be what you put me through. Say, time and time. It must be what you put me through. Hey, it must be. Yeah, hey, it must be what you put me through. It must be what you put me through. Sweet Emily, my bride to be, just how long will you stand next to me? For we both know it's more than a load for you to bear. It breaks my heart, but I'd understand if you'd leave me for another man with a little less on his mind, less on his plate, less in his brain. Please do not leave on me. I'm unstable. You're all you need. I've seen that you're able. Please do not leave on me. I'm unstable. You're all you need. I've seen that you're able. Sex in the air, deep in despair. Could you please act like you're unaware? But we both know I'm just a dog chasing his bone. Please understand, I'm just a man that's nearly figured out his master plan. Just stick around and you gon' see worth every pound.
always love me in spite of things you see. In spite of things you've heard me say, no matter how love seems. If I am the sky, the sky, the sky, the sea, staring back at me. I am the sky, the sky, the sky, the sea, staring back at me.
Terminals, so many terminals. Trying to make my way to luggage, but you see the others, they pushing and shoving it all in my area. In my area. You know I've been missing you, kissing you through the phone, but now I wanna just raise you and put you on pedestal. On pedestal. You know I've been playing for 17 hours and now I can see you, my girl. I feel like I'm a criminal. A free criminal. Cause it was bad what I did it, but we start fresh. You was mad, but I ran to you. Let's start fresh. Now I'm trying to be the man for you. Let's start fresh. Took a flight and a train for you. Let's start fresh. Flight 99. Animal was acting so animal. Back in the day, I was dogging you, I was mistreating you, I wasn't treating you like you was general. You was general. We was at war and at love and at war and at love and at war and at love, but I tell you, I give it up, give it up. And now I can see you, I hope you can see the way that I have changed when I embrace you, baby. Let's give it up, let's live it up. Cause it was bad what I did, but we start fresh. You was mad, but I ran to you. Let's start fresh. Now I'm trying to be the man for you. Let's start fresh. Took a flight and a train for you. Let's start fresh. Flight 99.
No, 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 no. No, no, that's not how it goes down.
Yeah, my sweet Chiquita be the fruit of my eye. Like Teddy Riley at the peak of the 90s. We at the beach, you put her feet in the tide.
Hello, hello. We are promising we're not gonna sing.
We can try.
Don't promise.
I will not.
So, I hope you had a refreshing lunch, and we will also try to not support you in the sleeping process after during the digestion. So we have a quite challenging task today, but once again, welcome back in Hall 1. Now we will start with very interesting panel discussion, which is around the EIT, the opportunities that EIT offers. We will present you also the EIT Community Hub in Bulgaria, so how you can get direct access to information and support that will guide you through the whole EIT family and community, and also a special focus, of course, on EIT culture and creativity. And we have Kathy here with us today to give you a bit of a feeling about some case studies, about some concrete and practical examples from that environment. My name is Mariana Hamanova. I'm Executive Director of CleanTech Bulgaria, and I am today on the stage with Irina Ilieva, who is also together with me ECO, or EIT Community Officer, translated into a more concrete language, and Kati, who is from the Co-location Center for Nordics from EIT Culture and Creativity, right?
Not only for Nordics, but Northern Europe, which is consisting 10 countries around the Baltic Sea and Northern Atlantic.
Perfect, perfect. So guys, we start, and of course we will also try to have some time for questions. Not that one. Okay, correct. So, a few words about EIT, and more concrete, what EIT means. EIT stands for European Institute for Innovation and Technology, and it's one of the few European entities. It's a body of the European Union, and it's one of the few European entities which is having a headquarter outside of Brussels. It is based in Hungary, in Budapest, and it is actually managing and coordinating the work of all knowledge and innovation communities, shortly KICS, that you probably heard about. Who has heard about EIT and the KICS in the whole, just to have orientation?
There are some hands.
There are some
this
people.
Is positive.
Good. Very briefly, from where EIT stands in the whole European framework. Probably you know the program for research and innovation called Horizon Europe, and EIT is part of this program. So as you see, it stands in Pillar 3, and it's an entity which is an autonomous entity which supports the education, business creation, and innovation throughout Europe. In the whole framework of Horizon Europe, you know that there is a variety of programs which support the research and development, but also innovation development in terms of pilot projects which are in concrete industries. There are clusters in Pillar 2, as you can see, which are more dedicated to certain societal and other challenges which are very important for the European economy and for the European citizens and research infrastructure. And there are special programs for exchange and also for capacity building of researchers. This is pretty much very shortly what Horizon Europe means. And in the core of EIT, it stands this triangle. It's called the knowledge triangle. And it is perceived as a, a unique ecosystem that supports the innovation development, the innovation ideas to find their proper application. In the three tips of the knowledge triangle, you will see that we have education, we have the business, and we have the research. So it is very important to understand that only research per itself, per se,
or only business per se or only education per se is not bringing the value that the three tips of the triangle put it together will bring for everyone in this so-called innovation ecosystem to support the activities and the way this innovation path is taking place. Here you can see the knowledge and innovation communities. They are currently 10. As you can see, in the beginning, in 2009-10, I think, started the first three kicks, which were Kick Inno Energy, Climate Kick, and Digital. And then slowly, through the years, there were one or two new kicks being established every 2-3 years, continuing with EAT Food, EAT Urban Mobility, EAT Manufacturing, EAT Raw Materials, and one of the newest kicks is EAT Culture and Creativity, established 2 years ago, I believe, yeah? And slowly we are now also, there is a new kick coming this year, is the application now open, EAT Water. So another, let's say, vertical that can help to innovators from all over Europe develop their ideas into workable solutions. In all kicks, one particular thing is the knowledge triangle, so it is common for all of them. And as you can imagine, these are not verticals. So it is very important to understand that any type of support that you may ask, it can work equally good if your idea is into energy efficiency, for example, field, then it can work perfectly in 2 or 3 kicks, and it's not a problem because all the kicks have their own programs which are opening in different windows so that you can take the information, see what are the eligible directions and areas and apply. So don't be scared if you have an idea which is from the food sector, but then you find the proper program in manufacturing. So it's absolutely okay. Then another thing which is important to mention is that all the kicks have their so-called co-location centers. There was a fancy new word from EIT about the co-location centers, but I forgot it. Regional hubs, sorry, yeah. There are always new definitions being implemented, and it's important to be precise. And all these regional hubs are all around Europe. So you can enter on each KICS web page, and then you will find the regional hubs. To the regional hubs, there are also local partners, which are similar to what we here, CleanTech Bulgaria and Junior Achievement Bulgaria, are currently managing for Bulgaria, EAT Community Hub. So you can, if you have any type of questions, everything what you may ask and would like to receive more information, you can contact us. And if in case we are not able to answer to your question, we will direct you to the right person from the EAT Community Network who will be able to do so. So here, the two of us also on the picture, but live it's better, I think. And you can find us in the social media, in LinkedIn, Facebook. There is a dedicated also page in the EAT RIS page. RIS is Regional Innovation Scheme, meaning the countries which are from Central and Eastern Europe plus Portugal, who are part of this initiative. And you can turn to us for any type of information needed. And here I pass the floor to Irina.
So thank you, Mariana. What we are aiming today is to clarify for all of you who are interested in the opportunities that the European Commission through the European Institute for Innovation and Technology is opening, for you to understand it more clearly, to see where your ideas fit, to see also how we can, as EIT community officers in Bulgaria, be really a facilitator of the right contacts for you to launch your business idea. So Mariana and I and our respective organizations that we represent, her with CleanTech Bulgaria and me, Junior Achievement Bulgaria, we have both worked with different EIT communities, EIT KICS on various projects in the past 10 12 years actually. And we have gained a lot of perspective on how we can empower startups, how we can empower small and medium enterprises, but also individuals to take use of the opportunities within the triangle that you mentioned. Because for young people, because I see there are quite a lot of young people in this audience as well, the different knowledge innovation communities of EIT also offer a lot of educational experiences. A lot of them are self-paced, a lot of them are completely online and can introduce you to the community all around Europe. So our role, like really ping us, find us on LinkedIn. We're responding within 1 or 2 days usually, because sometimes we do receive quite a lot of questions. We try to be useful. We have already been joking within ourselves that we have a PhD in EIT structure. We're getting there. So since there is no physical office of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the role of the EIT community is really to bring those opportunities as closer as possible to you, to all of you. So we're really glad to be co-organizing this event also, so that we can really talk about the opportunities that are related to culture and creativity, because as Mariana mentioned, a lot of times, and this is something that is a strategical effort now within the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, is to bridge these sectors. In these previous panels before lunch, we were talking about culture and creative technology and how this is actually crossing around different sectors and different spheres. And this is one of the efforts of EIT Culture and Creativity as well, but also of the other KICs trying to implement creative methods within non-standard settings like manufacturing, for example. How do you change? Okay. So this is what we do. Apart from being an info point, we can try to either connect you with the right person who can support your application in different EIT opportunities, or we ourselves can support you in preparing an application. We will present to you like a few very concrete open calls that some of your organizations or you personally as individuals can apply, but also what we're trying to do ourselves, but also through the organizations that we represent, is to really create a network in Bulgaria of people who are more aware of all of these European opportunities and supporting each other in bringing those opportunities to the next level, so that we reach an integration not only on partnership on, let's say, level of cities, but also level of small and medium enterprises, startups, and even opportunities for big industries to innovate and disrupt internally, solving their internal issues. And the EIT, being such a complicated structure, it actually offers different instruments for all of these. So it is important for us that we are here to translate it, to maybe ping some of you also sometimes when we see that there is something that you really shouldn't miss, because these opportunities within EIT also tie very well with other European programs that bring in a lot of potential for investment, that your capacity can actually bring capacity to Bulgaria. So this is basically so you understand a little bit more what we're trying to do with this role. Here we will present to you a few concrete opportunities that are open now, and there is still some time until the deadlines. For some of them, it's a little bit short, so take a good note, take a photo if you have to, or just follow the EIT Community Bulgaria on LinkedIn and Facebook, where we try to select the one activities that we think are most useful for this ecosystem. And I here will give the floor to Mariana to present two of the opportunities, and then we'll continue from there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irina. So the first thing that is currently open, it's a so-called cross-kick initiative. It is called EIT Jumpstarter, and it's dedicated to startups, early stage startups from different sectors, and also even to teams and individuals who are still not registered as a startup. So very early stage idea. So the application is quite simple. It takes not more than 30 minutes, up to an hour, if you have a prepared pitch presentation or some few slides already that you use for other purposes. You will really not be, you will not find any difficulties to fill in the application. You should just check which are the priority areas in this year's edition, because this is a yearly competition. And it is very, very interesting because the program offers a series of mentorship and training opportunities, as well as networking opportunities and financial prize for the winners. Usually the finals are in the autumn, and they're taking place during the big EAT conference. Last year it was in Budapest. This year I don't know where it will be, but it will be probably announced very soon. And there are separate rooms where the startups can first pitch their business ideas in front of investor jury and also experts, and then receive these awards there for each category, depending on manufacturing, food, raw materials, culture and creativity. They're divided by kicks. There are placed 1, 2, and 3. So there is quite a lot of opportunity to be among the finalists. And it's really great event for all of you who would like to network a little bit, to explore, and also to test your pitching skills. Don't be afraid, apply. It is really fast and very, very useful.
And maybe here to mention, like if you're wondering whether a Bulgarian startup is competitive enough, like when it comes to European scale competition, last year we had the winner in the urban mobility category. That was a startup that started off from actually JA Pre-Accelerator Beyond, and they won the Urban Mobility Prize. And I want to mention that it's a true example of international collaboration, because this is a startup that started off from Germany, from a founder from Latin America, who chose Bulgaria to be the location where she will launch her business, which is in the field of educating young people how to become better drivers, which is a big issue, as we know, in this country. So this is why I'm mentioning it, to encourage you, like really to challenge yourself, even if you participated already in similar programs. I think this is the best thing that you can take out of it. It's one, networking. Second of all, is really getting an international perspective on how competitive your idea is, because none of us is operating in an isolated world anymore. And third of all is also the small investment that would allow you to build your MVP if you're not there yet.
Perfect. A great example, really. The next one, sorry, yeah. It's about, it's a program of EAT manufacturing, if I'm not wrong. It's opportunity, I think it was the leaders, or this is the other one. This is manufacturing accelerate program, okay. There is outside in the area, in the networking area, you can find even more information from the colleagues. If you're interested more in this program, I will just mention very briefly that this is already for more developed startups, for scale-ups, and this program offers already a financial support, which can go up to 300,000 euros, I think. And it's a mix of, again, training, mentorship, plus financial support that you can receive. The deadline is 21st of April, so you have still some time for that, but you should be quite developed in your business already. So to have first customers, invoices, international network, and the idea is to help such startups to expand into our other markets. So this is actually the use of this program, which is very, very good. It's more about technology, manufacturing, processing, and all of that. So it's more about technological inventions, let's say, or innovations. But it's not limited to, that's why I'm not focusing, telling, okay, this is just for manufacturers, because in a lot of audiovisual creative sectors, you have a lot of tech and you have a lot of technology as well. So it's not limited to only manufacturing, car manufacturing or something which you initially will think, okay, I will not fit there. So go on the website, check the priority areas, and if you have any further questions, call us, write us, we will direct you and tell you if you are really into this program or not. And if not, don't get discouraged, because these programs are similar programs, are opening almost every month from different kicks. So just you have to be following the different offerings. And one of the programs that empower women innovators is called EAT Risk Leaders. It's a program that supports female entrepreneurship in a very nice way, because it's actually mentored by successful women in more tech domains. As a leading example, how usually perceived men occupations can be very easily and very successfully transferred to female startups and entrepreneurs. Because I don't know if you're aware, but in Europe, there is a statistics. For Bulgaria, this is a bit different, because here I believe that the women are quite well positioned in various political, technological, and other sectors. Managerial positions, yeah. But in many countries in Europe, this is not the case. And actually, the program is designed to support women also with some tips and tricks, which are dedicated also to the work-life balance, for example, for women who are having small children, but in the same time career, really some supporting advices which are helping not in the technological or other educational domain so much, but really to feel more comfortable in your shoes as a female entrepreneur.
And then we have two other open calls we're going to present to you. You see there is a little bit of tightness of deadlines. The last two calls we're presenting today are coming from EIT Culture and Creativity, and we have Kati here and Michal who are representing the KIC. So make sure to ask all questions you have to us, to them directly in the breaks until the end of today's event. So you can see this open call is for small and medium enterprises. So this is already established companies that are mid-sized. This is also for further levels of development. So if you're just at the idea stage, or you just finished like an educational program on how to start up your company, you're not there yet. There is a scale of technological readiness that actually evaluates what is your technological readiness level. And it's a European framework. It's very useful to check where you are at on the barometer. So these are the TRL 7 to 9. So this means like way more advanced companies in fashion, cultural heritage, architecture, gaming, and audiovisual. And I think here also in the other hall, we have excellent examples for companies that can make use of this program. Here, the funding is a little bit higher. It's up to 120,000 euro. And basically, this is for companies that are ready to really scale quickly, so within 6 months. So what they need is really this injection to allow them to launch. And then the second call, it's related to main innovation projects. It's also a 12-month program. It closes 11th April as well. Here you can receive a small investment as well. But there is a very important but here. Some of these fundings come with some rules that you need to meet, because the idea of EIT is not only to give out grants, so it's not free money like some people perceive grants in Bulgaria. This is something that is really supposed to challenge you. And I'm sorry I'm saying these things, but you know, we all live here, so we know how people see things. All of EIT programs actually have one thing in common, and this is that they're trying to think about sustainability, including financial sustainability. So here, the limitation in this open call is that you have to generate 10,000 euro at least within the 3 years after you completed the program. And I think this is an important goal you should set for yourself, no matter whether it's written in the opportunity or not, because if you're doing something that is not financially sustainable, it's going to disappear. And we know that a lot of people in the culture and creative sector are struggling with this. And I think this is our shared mission on this panel, to change that and to also change the narrative about the struggling artists who are dying out of hunger. So here, I'm sorry I'm exaggerating in this point, but I would like to really encourage you to follow our social media pages that Mariana mentioned, to really chase us around, share with us your ideas that you would like to materialize in Bulgaria, in Europe, outside of Europe maybe, and we will try to make sure to connect you with the right persons if we can, to make these ideas a little bit closer to realization. And here we're really happy to share the stage with Kati, because she's representing quite a diverse big region of North. It's not exactly only Nordic countries, it's the European North, like from the perspective of our European South. And she will share with us from her experience some really tangible examples of how culture and creative industries can drive change, and what they do and what they have experienced as a transformational change also in sales in North. Thank you, Kati.
Thank you, thank you. How much do I have time? We're already running over time, so.
Yeah, but we started a bit later.
Being a Nordic person, I'm very meticulous on timing.
10 minutes.
Okay, good. Lovely to see you all here. My name is Kati, as already mentioned. I'm coming from Helsinki, so greetings from Finland. I'm heading the EIT Culture and Creativity North Regional Hub. I'm Mihal's colleague. And first of all, a little bit about just very shortly about my background. I think it's important, as we all are people working in these industries, and everything is, agreed with people, and nothing happens without people. So we need backgrounds. I'm a cultural anthropologist by my education. I graduated 1996, so last millennium. I'm a dinosaur, a little bit like, and already in the creative industries, I had the wonderful opportunity of stepping in to my career and working life during the time when the internet development was really booming and the bubble was growing, and Finland has just survived its worst recession, which ended in the membership of EU, and also winning the ice hockey championship 1995, which was mentally a big turning point for Finland. Okay, I graduated same time, and I went to work in a games company. By the time when games, mobile games, digital games were not a major entertainment sector at all. And I remember we actually, at that time, we saw all the opportunities that now today are real. We are living that image that we already had almost 30 years ago, back in the day. There were no equipment, there were no broadband, there was nothing to work on, but we already instinctively could see where the digital development would take the direction to. Not everything happened as we imagined, but anyway, we could see some things already in advance. So my message to you, if you are the makers, if you are creative talents, stick to your instincts and appreciate your insight, because it may take you far. Okay, that enough about me. Also, we've heard a lot about EIT Culture and Creativity today already, so I'm not running through my dull presentation because almost everything, organization-wise is already said. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the European creative industry and cultural sector field. First of all, I want to remind that creative industries as a concept, as a topic, it's an administrative term. It's created by people who are administering industries, and there's nothing bad about it, but it's not created initially by people who are working in the creative industries. It's a very versatile field of different industries, different disciplines, different business logics, architecture differs greatly from game industry. Gallerist works in a totally different way than a TV producer. So we need to remind this also that we need expertise in all these industries if we want to support them. So this is my second message. For the supporters and developers in creative industries and cultural sectors here in Bulgaria, please get expertise in these industries in order to be able to support the makers in a practical way and to be efficient. We are working with 9 million talents, up to 9 million talents. It differs a bit from source to another how many people are working in creative industries, but it's a powerful force in Europe, especially taking into account the fact that Europe is a kind of a, how would I say, it's a wonderland of cultures and languages. It's so versatile, so rich with cultural heritage, different kinds of cultures. I mean, starting up from north to with the Sami reindeer herders, down south to legacy of antiques Greece and all the ethnic and traditional cultures of Mediterranean, for example, all the seafarers, as here was mentioned, the seafarers' legacy and all that. So we have such a versatility in culture in Europe, which is wonderful. Of course, I'm a cultural anthropologist, so I need to mention this, but I also want us to remember in Europe to appreciate this. And also, I'm a little bit ignorant with this region, with Bulgarian culture. I don't know the language. All I can say is merci, and it's not Bulgarian initially, so sorry for that. But I do know that you have a very rich cultural history, political history, influences from different parts of Europe and Middle East, and so on. So we need to appreciate this and also utilize this as a source of energy, insight, content. That's another message from me. But we are also powerful in economics. I mean, think about games and film, TV. There are areas that there's a lot of money involved. As we heard today before, that there was a substantial budget for the film production, Gundi, if I remember the name right. So, I mean, there's a lot of money in that. And this is also something that we should remember, us as makers, as creative people, that there is money involved, even if our work may be art-related, passion-related. We want to bring our insight, express our thoughts and insights. We want to reflect the world. But there's also the economical part, and it's a livelihood for us as well. And we need to also understand it seriously in the sense that there are tools to create sustainable businesses, sustainable livelihoods, give career opportunities for graduating talents and so on. So this is also really important to remember when we talk about creative industries. And also people from outside, from other economical fields, they need to understand this as well, because it's quite typical that the creative people and the creative sectors are always the underdogs of livelihood. They are not so credible as mining or forestry. In Finland, for example, forestry is smaller as an economical part in the state budget annually, GDP. Forestry is smaller than game industry, it's just only. So this is really important for us in creative sectors also to remember that we can have economical power as well. Also, one thing is really important, that our work in the creative industries is intertwined in all the aspects of life outside the creative industries. So culture, interpretation of the world by methods of art or creative thinking, design thinking. It's intertwined in different industries, different services, and so on. So as we could see from the promotional videos here from different cities, creativity and artistic insight is needed in order to tell stories that other people understand. So it's really, really important that our work. But because of these small industry areas that we have in creative industries, the field is quite siloed as well. And this has led to the fact that the support system, the funding system, the know-how support, and so on, is really scattered and very limited, and we are underserved. And actually, EIT Culture and Creativity has a tremendous opportunity now to start tackling this on a European level. Of course, we can't operate fully in every country, but we can standardize the level of European support for creative and cultural industries and sectors. And this, I am very humble in front of this task, because I'm very happy to be here, because I've seen this lack from the late 90s, that there's a lack of services and understanding for creative industries. And I'm very happy to be able to work in this field. I'm not going to through our services, but I remind you that we are working now in our strategy. We've harvested 5 focal areas: fashion, architecture, cultural heritage, audiovisual and media, as well as gaming. And these are the areas that we want to companies and talents to innovate in, create new business opportunities, find new ways of doing things, utilize smart technology or utilize technology smartly. We also want to enhance sustainable development, ecological sustainability, cultural sustainability, as well as social sustainability. We also want to enhance social coherence, inclusion in our societies here in Europe. Michal already told about these co-location centers. So we're spread all over in Europe, and we want to specialize in these co-location centers or regional hubs, as we want to call them, because it's a more approachable term than co-location center, which is really administrative sounding. So we want to specialize in our regions, and my region is there around the Baltic Sea. But we also do cooperate a lot, and for example, me and Michal were messaging daily, even at least weekly, all the time, sharing information, sharing contacts, trying to match people on European level so that we get the best out of everybody eventually. About the programs, I'm not going to go through with them, but remember the date, April 11th, which is now for the first round of our calls. That's the deadline. Yeah. Also, which you didn't mention, we have a call for universities to provide courses on entrepreneurship in creative industries. That's also on April 11th. So if there's somebody from any school, University of Applied Sciences here, please take a look at this call as well, because we might want to partner up with you in providing entrepreneurial know-how for the industries. There's going to be, Michal already mentioned, there's going to be programs in regional development as well. And the digital hub, if somebody didn't get the QR code and wanted to tap into our community, please, you can right away tap into our digital hub, which I think
just launched yesterday, no?
No, this was launched actually in our partner meeting October in last year. So it's been there. I think there are some 600 people now already listed, but we are growing it, and we're expecting to have the whole community of European creatives eventually on the platform. That's from my side. I don't know if I exceeded 10 minutes. Yes, I did. I'm sorry for that, for the organizers. But I'm really happy to be here. And to end this bubble, I would like to mention one thing. Yesterday, we went in town with Michal, and I've been meeting people. And which has struck me is that I've heard the word cozy many times during the last 2 days. I wasn't expecting this, but this relates to my thinking of cultural versatility in Europe and how we appreciate the local cultures. And I really love this word, cozy. It also relates to Nordic countries quite a lot. We have hygge there, for example. We have this Zen sauna experience and whatnot. And this coziness in Sofia, which I've also felt myself, is really true. So as one of elements in Bulgarian culture and creative industries, stick to that coziness, because it brings the personal feel to what is buzzing here. So thank you for that experience. And I wish everybody most success in your endeavors in the future. Thank you.
Well, kiitos, Kati.
Ole hyvä.
And thank you in Bulgarian is blagodaria. So since
Right,
we're
okay.
here about
Blagodaria.
cultural exchange, thank you for bringing in your valuable experience and like really unique perspective. Sometimes we get stuck in our own ideas about creativity and culture. And here we're really trying to give wings to your ideas. So we hope that together we will manage to do this in a globalized world where we should keep our identity, but also think about how it affects others. And I think this is the powerful message that creativity has, and the power of culture and creative industries to actually create a more united world, which now we see in the last few weeks we need more than ever.
Yeah. I had some examples also listed, but I'm afraid we don't have time for that.
I think we're over time, and
yeah.
I see the organizers are looking at us, but we will stay available also in the break.
Absolutely.
So if you have any questions on the open calls
And during the cocktail. So
yeah,
there is a lot of time still to discuss, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Merci. I don't remember the other one.
Actually, this is the moment, and it's my obligation to repeat again and again and to remind you that at the end of our event, we'll have a special cocktail and a DJ, a party with a DJ. So you will have time for networking, and if you have, of course, additional questions. So Mariana is going to stay here on the stage because she will be the moderator of the next discussion. The Southeast Europe Edge, or what makes the region unique for creative entrepreneurship. During the lunch break, we had a small talk with Genoveva, and the small talk was about our regions in Bulgaria, because as Irina said, we have and we know our problems in our country. And we also saw in Kati's presentation that Europe is some kind of fragmented, but this is the situation and the reality in Bulgaria. We are fragmented by regions. So it seems like we are capsulated here in Sofia, but there are many regions in Bulgaria. Actually, all of our regions have many talented people, and the point is how to make their ideas and how to bring their ideas and dreams to life. So we need more opportunities, we need more possibilities, and of course we need regional support. And for this support, we are going to talk about in the next discussion. And of course, how the region can position itself as a powerhouse in creative industries. So pay your attention on the discussion. Mariana is going to represent our next guests.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now it works. When I initially saw the agenda and I saw the panel about the clusters, and here Genoveva and John know very well why clusters are is something very special for me, and I immediately said, okay, this is it. It's a destiny. So I'm really grateful for being invited to moderate exactly this panel. And I would like now to invite on the stage Genoveva Hristova, which most of you know as president of the CreaTech cluster, but she has so many different hats. So Genoveva is one of the first people that I heard talking about clusters. It was back in, I don't know, I will not mention the years because it will just make a bad impression, but quite a lot of time ago. And what she is doing with everything she touches is amazing. So you can connect Genoveva's name to Bulgaria Wants You, to Eurovision, to cover of a Forbes magazine, to furniture cluster, and I can still continue mentioning things that Genoveva is doing with a lot of passion and with a lot of success. But this is Genoveva, and it's a pleasure to know her and to be able to work with her. So, and because it's a cluster panel, all of our guests today are representing their innovation community around creativity clusters. So I would like here to invite here now on the stage Georgiana Mihailovic from Romania, who is a general secretary of a Open Hub Creativity Cluster. Please welcome on stage. Then also to invite, please, Carlotta Campanini, who is a EU project manager at the Venetian cluster. And we have one gentleman as well, don't worry, we're not only women today here in that panel. Janos Keresnei, I'm really sorry if I'm pronouncing the surname wrongly, from the Hungarian Creative Industry Cluster. So, it's really challenging to bring industries together, and even more challenging when you have to bring creative industries together, because there are a lot of creativity around, but we need, in order to work efficiently, we need structure. And we need guidelines, and we need framework in which we are all moving around. And this is also the main topic of today's panel here. All the guests are having their lifelong experience in managing clusters, partnerships, and networks. And this brings a lot, and it's very, very helpful, because these people are struggling in their everyday life to structure processes and at the same time to be creative. Believe me, this is very, very challenging, and I will not keep it longer, and I will really would like to give now the word to each one of them, because I believe there are a lot of interesting stories that you will hear from them, from their expertise. And please think of questions as well to be asked after that, and also in the networking time, because it's everything about exchange and networking. And the first next to me, it's Genoveva. We will start with her intervention, and also as a host and co-organizer of today's event, I believe we have a very interesting presentation now to hear. Applause once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. You know me very well. I cannot stay still, so I will stand up. Yeah, I can. Okay, I'll stand up. I can't stay still, because otherwise you can't keep me still. I've been like this 20 years, and so there are two people here in the room who knows this very well, Anelia and John. So they know this very well. So welcome everybody. I'm very happy that we still have people here in this room, because in the other hall, the industry with the gamers, VR, XR, so many people are there, but I'm sure we can give you some good insights, and I'm happy that the policymakers, the people from the public also agencies, we have Burgas people here. Thank you very much. You see, the deputy mayor is staying all day here. Big applause. It's not so often to see this. So that's a Burgas with a very strong, position about the industry and the importance of the industry. Because where is my, here, pointer, I need it. I'm going to talk about the power of the sea of the Southeast European region. Because I love this region. I was born here. I was born in Varna on the Black Sea coast. And I love being here. Yeah, I think, and even John couldn't take me out of here, right? I'm still here, even though I'm traveling a lot. I love my region. Okay, Varna, Burgas. Where can I point? No, obratno, okay. And like this, okay. Interesting. So that's me who can't move it. Okay. Now I'm on. Thanks, Kawian. Do you remember this image? Who remembers this image? This was the very first edition of CreaTech, where we do this with these comics, a very strange figures, images of our creative industries back in 2023. Because we believe that, as I said, the creative industry is the industry which are disruptive the economy, disruptive the region, and strives the innovation going forward. So it inspires, creates, and make it happen. A lot of things. And now technology is everywhere in our lives. And when creativity meets technology, we really think that anything could happen. So this was the beginning back in 23. This was the first outcome, many more. And by the end of the day, you see another picture. And this picture, at 5 o'clock, we are having a picture, I would like to say to everybody. So 5 o'clock outside, we will make a picture much bigger than this, but outside because we cannot fit here. What we also done in the region, it was last year, where is, so we have here Mariana, and where is Irina? I think she left because I can see her in the picture. So we signed a memorandum about cooperation for culture and creative industries in the Southeast Europe. It was very important, so most of the Southeast European countries, because this was really the beginning of our cooperation. And I'm so happy that Georgiana is here. So that's Marius here, from Galatz, because that's the power of being together. So they met our partners from Norwegian VR cluster, VRIN, and after they met them and we are partnering, now they are partnering Norwegian on the Norwegian program because we met here and we started collaborate. So that's the beauty of sharing and being together. We also have our first winners in the Creative Business Cup. So it's the Bulgarian Roses. So the Bulgarian Roses startup who was very creative and represented Bulgaria in the Creative Cup. What else? And now we are doing this event for the third time because our main mission and the main goal is to rebrand Bulgaria and to rebrand the region. If you were listening very carefully to Kati, and I was listening attentively, what she was saying is that she was a little bit, I can't say not comfortable, but you didn't know much about our region, right? So you were some skeptical or whatever. And at the end of the speech, she said that she felt very cozy, but she would never experience that without coming and being here. So still the image of the region and Bulgaria, part of the region, is not what we would like to be, but we are responsible to change it. We can't just wait somebody with a miracle stick to wave it and say, okay, now Bulgaria is like Switzerland in the Balkans. I've been listening to this for more than, I think, 25 years. And said together with my colleagues, okay, let's do something about it because we can't just expect miracles. So we are the one responsible to change it. And today we are launching a very interesting competition about how to create the new image of Bulgaria. You'll hear more about it in the afternoon because we're launching it. As I said, we are the creatives, we have to do it. And I'm sure the policymakers will support us. As you see, they were here in the morning. I'm sure if not, we will make them support us, right? So, back to our region. So look at the region. Individually, we are very weak. We are like 5 million people, 7 million. I think Bulgaria, we are 7 million people, right? Even less than 7 million people. But look together. Together, we're 70.5 million. Much bigger than the United Kingdom, right? So I think only Germany is more than us, just about. So we are a very strong country if we unite together. And if we add to the Southeast Europe, the Central Europe, then we are 200 million people. Let's talk about this then. So this region is very powerful, but we need to be united and to collaborate more. Otherwise, we are, it's just all these political games about fighting, about our individualism, etc., which I think it should be in the past. Of course, everybody is distinguished and there is a cultural heritage. But if we unite on our values, unite how to be more welcoming into the region and to use the potential and the talent in the region, we will be a really, really strong region. And I think this, could bring such a bright future to all the young people living in the region. So the creative and cultural industries in the region, I'm very much supporting the development and investment, and I'm working very strongly in that. And I think we already said a lot about the job creation, economic growth, We had 14%. I mean, I'm going to repeat it again because this is very important message. 14% increase, which is a lot. You know, one of the fastest developing industries among the rest, 14% comparing 23 compared to 2020, 22nd. Year 22nd, we have a youth retention and talent empowerment. There are about 120,000 people working in Bulgaria in this industry, comparing to 60,000 programmers in the ICT. Twice more. Cultural identity, global recognition. I already spoke about this. So I really believe that, you know, what we are doing is, and we're on the right way. As I said, if we share and if we are united, to welcome all the creatives and to unleash our potential, because I'm believing that the sky is not the limit and we can do it together. Thank you very much for being here. Remember, 5 o'clock picture, and then more is happening afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For this, it's really, I was impressed about the number, by the way, about the 70 million citizens, but this is how we should perceive each other. Otherwise, we are lost. And it's a great pleasure now and honor to give the floor to our Romanian neighbors, because, you know, we are considered Bulgaria and Romania. We run as a group together in many contexts. Sometimes not in the best statistics. Sometimes we are last in the statistics. Sometimes the examples are not the best in Europe that are mentioned, again, talking about image of the country. And I believe this, it only depends on us to change it and to being perceived together as a stronger partner, as a stronger network that can work together and really achieve more. So it's a pleasure to have you here with us together, Georgiana. So the floor is yours. And because I have to jump in one online seminar to moderate one discussion for disruptive technologies in manufacturing, I will leave you to Genoveva. And if you're not finished when I will be back, I will rejoin you. Sorry for this, but it's a last moment call from colleagues from Spain that need me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I think that the entire CreaTech team deserves another round of applause for this such a great event. I know it's a lot of effort to organize such a big event, and thank you again for this. I am Georgiana Mihailovic from Open Hub Creative Cluster Romania. Like already said, yes, we are neighbors and we are sharing already resources, common resources like Black Sea. Why not share also the creativity? Because we are having so much in common, and actually we are sharing also the same challenges. And yes, we strongly believe that only together we can be more powerful. And today my mission is to present you actually a case study that is working and that it's putting together a lot of entities so that we can build together a more creative and resilient Europe. It's called Friends CCI Eurocluster, a project that I'm really happy to be part of. And as you can see here, this project started somewhere around 2022 at the end. And together with our partners like Venetian Cluster, and we have Carlota here next to us to tell us more about it, like Friends Cluster, also IDEA, Italcam, and also Open Hub. We did this Eurocluster so that we can help SMEs to be more resilient, to support them also financially, actually, so that they can do a lot of cross-sectorial projects and bring innovation, of course, to their products, and not only, but also technologies and processes. Like I said, we are implementing this project since September 2022. The first part was to collaborate all the regions you have seen, and not only.
And in 2023, we had a lot of activity to build a collaborative platform, an European collaborative platform for the CCI sector, but also to empower SMEs throughout funding. And now we are on the last part of the project where we communicate and also we disseminate the results of the projects we supported, including financially. So just to imagine, we had two calls. They were all dedicated to SMEs from the CCI sector, but not only. Of course, like I said before, we supported the cross-sectoral collaboration and, of course, the consortium. We wanted to see as many as possible countries and SMEs from countries to collaborate one to each other. Doesn't matter if they are all CCI or from other sectors, because we strongly believe that creativity is the most successful common point in every industry. Doesn't matter if you are building ships or if you are doing something else. Only with creativity you can surpass the challenges and become better, actually. And this is something that we all need to adapt and to face everything that the world is planning for us for the future. We had 22 consortium projects that we supported, but a lot of application in both coasts. And of course, you can see also the budget. I'm sorry to say we already spent it, but we are hoping to have future budgets which we can apply for other SMEs, no matter if from Romania or from Bulgaria. By the way, there's been more than 16 countries that collaborated in this project. And I'm not counting also the providers that are already listed in our European CCI network platform, which I'm asking you kindly to join us if you want, of course, to be together and to do things together. And there you will also find a very special questionnaire we are handling, actually, just because we want to know everybody's challenges from the CCI sector and try to push further to the policymakers the ideas that we want to say it together, of course. Here you have not only my contacts, it's also the partners' contacts from the Friends CCI project, just because we are all keen and open to help everybody that wants to join our network. And because the Friends CCI project is ending very soon, we don't want to stop here. We want to continue. And for that, I will leave Carlota to tell you our plans, and hopefully you will enjoy and come together with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Applause. She definitely deserves it. And I love the Friends CCI because really the culture and creativity makes a lot of friends, and I'm sure you'll find so many friends together. I invite the people over there, please go to the, come here, because yeah, now you can just enter. And the others, before we continue, don't worry. And I'm sure that Carlota, now our next speaker, will present something, because you will see that the Bulgarian flag is missing, but not for much longer. Yeah, let's tease the audience now. So I'm so happy that you came from Venice, so the Venetian cluster, creative cluster, because you know we all learn from you, from the past and from all the ceramics and all the lovely, you know, architecture and the cultural heritage you are having and all the festivals. So we are so excited to hear more about you. So the floor is yours, Carlota.
Is it working? Is it? Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation, Genoveva. It was really wonderful to receive it, and it's wonderful to be here with you, everybody. Thanks. Now? Yes. I'm sorry, it was green, but it wasn't working. So thank you again for the invitation. My name is Carlotta Campanini. I'm from Venetian Cluster. We are based in Venice, in Italy. And so it was very beautiful for me to hear before some presentation talking about the architecture biennale that we have. And I really look forward to see your effort in the biennale as well. So I will go visit and check it out. So thank you again. The Venetian cluster, we are a cluster that grouped together around 800 enterprises, and we also have universities of our regions, the 4 universities in Venice, that we group together. So basically, you already know what a cluster is, but we are a business support organization. We try to develop the territory that we are in by bringing innovation and bring fundings. So basically, my daily work is I write European projects, I write projects for clients, and we try to apply for funding together, and we try to develop our innovative ideas. At the moment, we have around 25 projects that are active with Venetian Cluster, and we really hope to continue like that and to have partnership with you all as well if you're interested. So why I'm here today, you have understand what cluster is, and you have seen, as Georgiana presented, the Eurocluster experience that is instead an idea of the European Commission that is funding a group of clusters that group together to have more impact. What I'm presenting right now is the next level. So we have decided to group together 2 Euroclusters that were existing, the only 2 about CCI, so creative and cultural industries. And these 2 projects, the France CCI that Georgiana just presented and the CreaThrive project, decided to sign together an agreement and became the meta cluster that is called Creativity Europe. In short, we call it CREU. You have seen here, so the news is from May. We met in Brussels, and you see maybe some familiar faces. What happened is these are the countries that we are already covering. We are 9 countries. We have some cluster in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, Romania, Lithuania. Then we have Belgium and Hungary and Greece. We are looking forward to welcome our creative cluster, CreaTech cluster from Bulgaria. So that's the reason why we are here, to welcome them, open our hands to them. So the news is there are not 11 spots, but just 10. So for the clusters of creative cultural industries that are interested, we only have 10 spots available. And yes, so we are really happy to get in touch with you if you're interested to join the initiative. So we have already 3 years of research about challenges of the CCI. So this is the starting point where we would like to make our impact. So we would like to start from the needs and then develop something together. So, this is the long presentation, okay? Because I also sent a short one, but I will go directly to the point. So we have already said why it's important to go together, so I will not repeat this. But the point is, if we want to have a great impact and if we want to really make a change, we have to do it together. And it's important for us to create a conversation between creative cluster in Europe, because we want to be a point of interest also for have a conversation with the Commission that is more grounded. So our objectives, every time I try to present them, some people said to me that they look like abstract or maybe not more concrete. So I would like to translate them to you in a more concrete way. So basically, the network, why the network is important. We want to group together not only CCI cluster, but all the stakeholders that navigate around the CCI, because it's important to have a conversation at policy level, but also very near the SMEs, the small and medium enterprises that we are funding with these projects. So this is why we want to make stronger the network. And we would like to become a hub for innovative ideas. So you have understood that we are writing project, we are applying together, we want to make impact. So the idea to have this meta cluster is to have presenting project together to have a major impact. So you have seen the France CCI, we have given to SMEs around 1 million. We would like to do the same and continue, also thanks to the European Commission that is funding our initiative. So this hub for ideas, for innovative ideas, would be a way to group together and support your projects. So you could, look at us to search for our calls, to understand how to, to grow your businesses and your ideas. Then going on, of course, we would like to deliver data about CCI that are relevant. So based to our studies, our questionnaire, our surveys, our researches, the idea is to give the European Commission support in implementing their policies and their strategies as well. And then most of all, there's also the knowledge sharing that we would like to have between cluster of CCI, because every cluster of CCI has their skills, their focus. It is important to collaborate, to have, to create together services that we can give to other CCI cluster. So this is basically our view, and yeah, this is the longer sorry. Back. Yes, this was the launch that we have done in Brussels with the European Commission that was speaker along us. It was a very beautiful moment. They were really happy about our initiative, and this was the moment where publicly we present to the world what was the idea. This is the roadmap. So the presentation was in December. The next step right now, we are gathering the 10 places that we are still for the other countries, and Bulgaria is joining today our network. And then the next steps are going to be very concrete meetings for us to work together and prepare our shared joint activities. We are going to have a summit where we would like to invite the creative cluster and the SMEs that are part of their network. And finally, in 2026, we would like to open the conversation with creative cluster outside Europe. For instance, we already started, also thanks to Open Hub, with Singapore, and of course with the initiative that the cluster ECCP is allowing us to meet. And yeah, this is basically what we are doing. Since we don't have yet a website, we're just very new. You can contact me directly if you're interested to have more information. And thanks again for this spot for the presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Carlotta. So I think I want to repeat what you just said. And you quoted this African proverb.
Yes.
If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And that's why we're joining the Meta Cluster. And I'm so proud to be the 10th country to join. So officially we're joining today, which is a big moment for Bulgaria because we are joining the culture and creativity community in Europe. There is only one Meta Cluster. There is no places for other. And I'm happy that we are joining the family, and we are going, Michal, to move from the 9th position to top 3 very soon. So watch out. Applause, guys. Right? Okay. You see. So, last but not least, we have a gentleman in the panel. So diversity here in the creative industry is the other way around. Anyway, Janusz, I met in Page, right? Which means pet in Bulgarian, 5. And this gentleman said that he feels much more Southeast Europe than Central, that he belongs to Southeast Europe. And I really would like to give you the floor to tell us more about what you're doing. Come on, Janusz, you go.
Thank you very much. Our cluster was established in 2007 by companies, and actually we never been supported by government. So that's a bottom-up cluster indeed. and that means we are living for 17 years or 18 years this year, 18 years. That means we really answer some needs, and our company supports the cluster, and then we work together for that long. What I took here is two ideas. One is about creative industry. Sorry for this boring figure, but creative industry is not just itself. Almost every industry has a part of creative industry, as you see. The machinery, the health industry, the commerce, the energy, all of them using the creative industry. That's why it is very hard to define the creative industry and identify the creative industry needs. Usually, many things are paid by companies, but we have to follow the money. When we talk about creative industry, we have many problems. So I made a short and very shallow analysis about this question. And then what about the region, the Southeast region creative industry situation? And I found that we have very strong traditions in craft. And still we have, in this region, we still have many occupation, for example, blacksmithing, which still exists, but the other part of Europe is completely disappeared. Even in Ireland and Italy, it had a very strong and long tradition. It's almost disappeared, and also in Hungary. So actually, you are not be able to official master of that profession because the education has disappeared. So we have traditions in craft. We have less industrialization, like other part of the Europe. I put it to the strengths because I believe that helps the creative industry and the tourism. The cultural diversity is not a question of free art education. It's very rare. But the post-communist countries, and we have many post-communist countries in this region, the free art education is a value, is a huge value. What, comparing to other parts of Europe or the world, it's an advantage. And also the clusterization. We have very strong clusterization nowadays. But the network is very low between the clusters. We have very small companies, it's a problem. And that's where I am lack of financial resources. So, post-communist countries, we do capitalism without capital. It's a very smart thing. We are really good in that. We don't have capital, loans, whatever. Do we? We are master of it. And underestimation of the economic power by politicians. The politics locally, they say, oh no, we like culture very much. It is really nice. For creative industry and culture is not the same. And secondly, confuse it with community culture. The community culture, I mean, actually in Hungary we have a beautiful word that, but I'm afraid you won't understand közművelődés. But the community culture where the amateurs are, where the children groups are, where the cultural houses and such places are. And the politicians throw all the money into that huge bucket and they say, we spent on the culture, what is your problem? Actually, we have some. So that's confusing. And mixing it with community culture, it's a big mistake, and I think we should change it. So we should separate it. And investment funding for profitable projects, which is the high level of art, the high level of creativity, the creation, and that money should go back to the community culture, because I will show you my model. I draw a model about that, but that's one. Second, the collaborative network based on sectors value chain, leveraging e-commerce platform for craft, and education for craft, because the craft people need business education a lot. and measure and monitor the effect of cultural tourism. The problem is many countries, at least in Hungary, I can say, because I know that it is not connected. There is no measurement. There is no exact measurement about the economic effect of cultural events and effect on tourism. We know some way that €1 spent for culture takes back 3 or 4 euros for the economy. But it's just an estimation, it is not really said. So that's the problem. So it's time, and I agree with 100% with Kati, because she said it's an industry, but the people don't think about that as an industry. We should think about as an industry and separate the professional activities from amateur activities and pleasure activities and communal activities. I think that would be an important thing. And this is my beautiful picture, where if we have an investment, real investment, soft loan, investment for returning and growing, and such kind of investment should go to profitable productions, then more tax incomes could come, for example, for a local government or regional government or a national government. And from that incomes, they put some money back to the investment funds, and other money goes to the community cultural program from new emerging talents coming to the professional. That could be just a simple circular model. It's very simple. But the measurement and the planning of that is still a challenge and still a task. That was my idea.
Thank you very much. I love this. We're working. We are doing capitalism without capital. And in the first round, in the morning, we were talking about the investments. And I'm so happy about the examples our guests were giving for public-private partnership. Now we are driving the public-private partnership with Burgas and the big Black Sea game event we are doing at the end of June, which is going to be the first one of such kind in Bulgaria. So we are very, very happy, and we are trying to also to gather all the regions. Or as Andrei said about Gundi, I think he repeated 3 times any, without any state money, any. So, when we are together, we are not alone, you're not alone. So you'll be heard, because when we're giving the examples, all the data, now we are like 7% of the GDP of Bulgaria. Do you know how much is that? We are like the 4th sector in Sofia, and just about the 8th sector in the Bulgarian economy. That's a lot. So then the politicians need to pay attention and to start supporting. And that's why the Deputy Minister of Economy, I'm repeating for those who have not been here, he said that from the state budget they are giving 70 million more to the culture and creative industry. That's the power of being together and shouting loud. So I think the money will come, we just need to be persistent. So one last word, because I know that the other panelists are coming. I can see some of familiar faces. Well, our panel is called The Sea Edge. I love it. I told Danny, this panel, the title, well done, girl, you did it. So that's Danny who is the main person who did the event, right? So big applause. So big applause to Danny. I think she's not sleeping. I hope now I won't see her next week, probably. So the edge of Southeast Europe. The edge. I love this title. One word. What is the edge of Southeast Europe in one word? Who is starting for one word? How do you describe it? Who is gonna be first? Go for it. One word. What's the edge of our region?
I would say. Do you hear me? Yes, this time. So one word, I would say potential.
Great. Absolutely. Janos?
Collaboration.
Georgiana?
I will say courageous, because we are.
Courage.
Yes. Courage. We need courage to do more than what we did in the past. We need to do more.
Fantastic. So potential, collaboration, courage, and I would say passion. So this is the forward. So let's stick to this and let's go for it. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to moderate the panel without Mariana. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. And by the way, these four words describe our next discussion because, as Genoveva said, there is no diversity on the stage. It's Women Power today. So the next panel will be about women entrepreneurs in the creative industries. So it's time to talk more about women power. And yes, as I said, the words as courage, potential, passion, and what was the last one? I cannot remember. Yeah, collaboration. It's great start of our next discussion. So I will give the floor to Hristo Pev. By the way, he's going to make the diversity on the stage and the women discussion. So this panel will be hosted by DEA Accelerator. DEA Accelerator, this is the Bulgaria's first startup accelerator designed specifically to support female-founded businesses. And about Hristo Pev, he's co-founder of DEA Accelerator and CEO of Space 3, an investment and venture studio. Hristo previously led Motion Software to a successful strategic acquisition in 2022 and has extensive experience developing startups in the fintech, blockchain, HR tech, and AI sectors. And once again, please to remind you, at the end of this event, we'll have a special cocktail and DJ party. So please stay till the end.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for being here and being interested in the female entrepreneurship in Bulgaria. I was one of the partners of the Accelerate program where 14 startups have been learning and competing in developing their ventures. And last year on the 7th of December, on this stage, they have presented their stories and their pitches to pretty much the whole Bulgarian VC and angels ecosystem. And we had 3 amazing winners that got funding commitments, actually 4. And now I want to invite Ioana Marinova, who is the founder of one of our best startups in the Accelerate, to share her story.
Hi everyone, and thank you for being here still after beginning today at 10 o'clock. My name is Ioana Marinova, as mentioned. I'm a DEA alumni from the Women Entrepreneurship and founder of Artime, for which I'm going to tell you a little bit more now. But first, the presentation is going to be about bridging the gap between art and business, because this is something that I'm into for the last few years actively, and before that a little bit on the side, but I think it's something very important that should exist and should be talked more. So, okay. So yeah, a journey from passion to pragmatism is something that we're gonna talk about, starting with the challenge, the fact to recognize that there is a wall between art and business. And sometimes when you go talking to artists or art venues and you mention business, it's something a little bit like a dirty word, that's something you're trying to scheme them or make money out of them. And going to businesses and talking about arts, they're a little bit skeptical, like, oh, okay, yeah, art, cool for the stall, but how we can earn from it. Moving forward to the problem, which is acknowledging that actually there is a harm that this gap causes both sectors. Businesses lose integrity and artists lose finances. And obviously, we are going to pass through the solution, which is something that we researched, we are trying to do right now, and probably there are different options, but I'm just going to go through what we're thinking now. It's to commit to tearing down this wall together. As Genoveva mentioned before, it's important to work together in order to make the progress. But first, how I came to be here on this stage. I have been in part of the art sector for 20 years now, starting as a professional dancer with modern dances, sport dances, Latino American dances, and all of this. Then I started working as an organizer for the biggest international ballet competition, one of the oldest in the world, international ballet competition in Varna, which unfortunately is not happening anymore due to financing, and it's not part of the Bulgarian Varna summer anymore. Afterwards, I moved to Switzerland to study business and hospitality, which brought me to work as a concierge on the World. And the World is a private mega super yacht for very, very rich people. And from then, I learned that business is also about integrity. And even though they're the richest people in the world, they still care about different things and they invest in art because it's important for their soul. And wherever the yacht went, we always visited some kind of an art event. So I visit different international art events. And then I came back to Bulgaria where I studied drama in the New Bulgarian University. And then it came the pivot with art time. And here are a few pictures from all of the adventures of dancing in different places and the world and the international ballet competition, which I already told you doesn't exist, acting, cheerleading, and everything that you can do around the art world. So after I came back to Bulgaria and graduated with drama degree from the New Bulgarian University, I finally came up with an idea that connects both of my passion, which is art and business, and we came up with Art Time, which the idea of Art Time is to rewrite the rules for the connections between art and business. We started with the idea to create a common platform for information for art events, because now when you decide to visit an art event, it takes at least 2 hours to choose. You have to visit different websites for ticketing, for information, and you still don't know if you want to go and what is it, and you're still missing out on some cool events. Fast forward, we then made it a little bit more like a business. We created subscription-based access, which until a few months ago was just for businesses, and now we are starting to integrate individual cards as well, with which we promote to visit our events more often. We created easy in one-stop platform, which has a mobile version, like not like the other ticketing platforms. And the idea is to create an initiative to make business care a little bit more about art, and also artists care a little bit more about business. In addition to all the business that we are creating with this, we also get financing from European Fund. So we already started building trust from the financial world to this kind of a business. We also create events where art and business meet, and they talk a little bit more how they can work together, break stigmas. And also, like right now on 3rd of April, we'll have one of these events in Yalta Art Room. If you are here to check it out, we're going to talk about how an artist can build their plan, their strategy a little bit more like a business and find financing a little bit more easier, help with budget, with marketing, etc. In our opinion, Art Time is a triple win. It's a lifeline for artists and art venues, is integrity and CSR for businesses, and of course, the audience benefits the most because it has the easier access and it has the initiative. And we hope that Art Time for Bulgaria will be the proof that business and art can thrive together, and that business is not some dirty word, is actually the missing piece for art to thrive. Currently, we've been on the market for 7 months. We already have 30 venues across Sofia, and soon we are starting in a few different cities from next season, which starting September, we're going to be in Burgas, Varna, and Plovdiv. We already have 100 cards sold to companies and 50 to individuals, and we are currently having 700 more cards in the pipeline, hoping to close the deal. But let's get back to the topic. Why art and businesses clash? Few of the stigmas, starting with the first one, that art isn't profitable. The reality is actually that we create 3% of the global GDP. And today you saw many examples of how actually art helps industry or the country or a company to be profitable. Moving forward is the businesses only care about profit. Yes, of course, they have to care about the money because otherwise, I mean, as we said, we are making capitalism without the capital, but still businesses are trying to get the capital. But the reality is that more than 80% of millennials and Gen Z care about the integrity of the company and they care about what causes they support. And the last one I'm going to mention is that artists don't understand budgets. Halfway through, I would say, because yes, artists don't know so much about finances, but one of the reasons is because nobody taught them. In school, they don't explain to them. In universities, they don't explain to them how you have to deal with money, how Excel works, and why do you need to have this to show to people. And the reality is that most of the artists quit due to financial stress, but not because they don't exactly get it how money works. It's because they don't have enough money to make it work. So the naked truth is that art cannot survive purely on passion. It has to have some grounds to develop. Art itself should not be a business, but the institution where it happens should be. So we should have structured revenue models, let's say subscriptions and dynamic pricing and merchandise. We should have more corporate relationship partnerships. And as we're talking now today about public-private partnerships, which are bringing in more money, this is also important to build. And of course, the patronage laws that we have in Bulgaria is a little bit outdated. We should create a little bit of better a framework of companies and the public being able to finance art. And the Balkan reality, art at the crossroads. Because patronage law, yes, let's look at the countries that are around us. Bulgaria still has an outdated patronage law, which does not create a good enough initiative for companies or individuals because they just have between 5 and 10% out of their taxable income. And state fund, as far as I knew, was shrinking. Now Genoveva in the previous panel said that we are getting more, so I'm just gonna let this be. I hope to see more money into that. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of youth disengagement. And in my opinion, this happens because artists don't exist in the social media. Even though we are not, like me as an actress, I don't, let's say he's an actress. Yes, social media is not the best place to promote sometimes because you think that there's just stupid things made for laughs, made for I don't know what. But the truth is that most of the young people spend their time there. They get their information from there. So if you actually want people to get to know where you are dancing or where you're acting, you have to show them. They cannot just come at your spot, especially in Sofia, because we have such a big supply of theaters, art venues, concert halls, and everything. You cannot even grasp the whole concept at once. We don't even have a common platform where you can see all of this information. And let's look at the other countries around. We have Romania, Serbia here as an examples, but the other countries as well. Of course, the only one that I found kind of as a good initiative was Romania, which they have around 20% taken out of the taxable income. And this happened in 2005. Since then, this tax break increased the donations by 200% since 2015, which come up around to 10 million private donations, which is a huge amount. In Bulgaria, there are 6 to 7 million in the last 15 years. And yes, of course, they have problems there as well. Of course, art sector doesn't develop as good as, let's say, in France, but they're still trying, and they're creating more and more public-private partnerships. Like in Serbia, for example, the Exit Festival, one of the biggest musical festivals, or BITEV, the biggest theater on the biggest theatric festival on the Balkans. They have generated $50 million last few years from tourism boost via partnerships, which happens from the companies. They're profiting together, they're creating contracts, and they're making it happen through tourism. Something that also is not mentioned here, but South Korea also does. It exports art and gets money from that. And I think it's more important to build the infrastructure here. They're trying to get companies to get more into that because the whole community, actually the whole country wins from helping art. And let's get to your role in the revolution. In my opinion, we can all contribute. Let's say, starting from the individuals, everyone around here. Of course, as a business, I have to say that you can buy our card and you can follow us at the end. Of course, you can attend and share, because full art venues show that there is a reason for art to exist, and that's important, to fill out the halls, to write comments, to share in the social media and show that we need art, not just do it for yourself. Businesses, of course, support venues, advocate for patronage law, help yourself build integrity, and help art build a future. And artists, of course, at the bottom, because at the bottom of the pyramid, because if we don't have artists, we're not going to have art. So artists should partner with platforms to build a little bit a startup-like base and try to care a little bit more about business in order for us to work together. We cannot, as artists, expect that the audience will just walk in and come for us because, I don't know, God told them. So at the end, I just want to say, imagine a world where we have a little bit, let's say, art ups, not in the bad way, but to have art venues run like a funded, agile, data-savvy startups. They'll be investor ready. They'll have their Excel spreadsheets with the financing and everything that can help an investor really pay attention to your business and find it serious. And we'll have better cultural return of investment. Businesses will boost about cultural returns. We'll have better employees because they'll be engaged with causes, and of course, increase their CSR. And hopefully the world will align. Businesses and cultural sector will unlock the mutual gains, which probably we don't know either what they could be, but of course we can wait and we can try and see, in my opinion, together. So of course, there are a lot more of information and talk. We can do a lot about this, and I would love to meet and talk and find a better way to help businesses and art work together. So please talk to me. Here on the left, you can see you can scan it, and please follow us on Instagram. We are called arttime.bg. In the link, in the bio, you can also see a sign-up link for our event happening on 3rd of April. We're going to help mostly artists and directors of art and managers of art venues how to build their art a little bit more like a startup and find their way through investments. And on the right is my LinkedIn profile. You can scan it and connect with me and talk, or you can find me later. I would love to have a chat with all of you and discuss better ways to make this happen. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for this amazing presentation, Ioana. Now it's time for our panel, which will discuss the challenges and opportunities that female entrepreneurs face in Bulgaria and the region. Here we have Eva Tsolova. She's the founder of Jamba Austria, and she's been a impact and social entrepreneur for many years, maybe 10 years already. And we also have Zhenya. She's the founder of Manfidant. It's an amazing AI startup that helps mothers to deal with postpartum depression and feel happy with their kids. And I will let you learn more about them in this panel. So maybe we can start with quick introductions by sharing one of your most memorable experiences as entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs in Bulgaria. Eva, maybe you can be the first.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eva Tsolova. It's a real pleasure to be here today and share the stage with these amazing women. I have the chance to know them through an accelerator program that was organized last year. And it's a pleasure also to see the development of their ideas over the last 6 months. A little bit about myself, and as Christo said, about one of the most memorable moments personally as an entrepreneur, I would say that for me, one of the most important things was always to support people to further develop themselves, with my efforts and energy to enable them to thrive and also be able to find a better way for their professional and personal development. So through our work in the organizations that we have developed some years ago, already 8 years ago, first here in Bulgaria and 5 years afterwards in Austria, Jamba. I wouldn't say it's only one memorable experience, but always when we are able to support a person with disability to first gain specific knowledge and skills, and then with this knowledge and skills to be able to find a job, to go out of their home, to find new friends, colleagues, to be able to develop him or herself professionally and to become independent. That's the main driver for me personally, and brings me tremendous joy and happiness.
Great. Yeah, that's truly an inspiring drive that you have. And Jenny, what inspired you to take the entrepreneurship journey?
I'm Zhenya, founder of Momfident, as Christo presented me. Actually, for me, entrepreneurship journey has been quite transformative, and the most memorable moment is how going through my personal journey and through my personal pains and problems, I started creating a product that would potentially help other people. So it all started when I became a mom. And at that time, I was also running my first startup and facing all the challenges and difficulties of managing all roles and feeling overwhelmed, feeling guilt, etc. And feeling some signs of depression as well. So that was the point when I understood that this is a big problem, and my entrepreneurship spirit kind of plugged in, and I started speaking to a lot of other moms to understand that I'm not alone. And from that point, through doing the deep interviews and connecting to specialists, then the magic happened, because once you start doing the first steps, you start finding a lot of partners, a lot of organizations on the way that support you. And that's how, for example, without even knowing, we teamed up with researchers from two big international institutes like the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, Hamburg University of Social Sciences. Then we were supported by Austrian supercomputing so that we can fine-tune a model with all the research existing on postpartum self-care, mental health, to fine-tune a model. So from a personal challenge, it became like a very large-scale, big project with a big goal.
Ioana, since you already shared to us your story,
I'm not. Yeah, thank you. I'm not gonna talk. They already know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna share how I came to do that, or what do I say?
of course. I would say that you can be the first to answer my second main question.
All right.
So yeah, as you can imagine, organizing a early stage accelerator for female-led startups in Bulgaria has been an exciting process. And over this process, we've met numerous women at high-profile roles in corporates and organizations who actually expressed the opinion that women don't have issues in Bulgaria when they try to make business, and that's more like a marketing PR stunt topic rather than an actual issue. What's your opinion on this statement?
So I'll start a little bit with my experience. For me, the bigger challenge was that I'm trying to have a business in the art sector, trying to explain, as I did in the previous presentation, that art could be profitable and there should exist something in that. So far, I've only, let's say, once have been targeted, let's say, to be a woman that I probably don't understand how Excel works, but I think it's just from the person as it comes. So in my opinion, it's not such a big problem in the post-communist countries, because during communist times, women used to work as equal as men. But I do believe that there is some challenges in this area, and for it to exist, there should be a problem. I'm just worried that sometimes we tend to, as people, not just in the Balkans, we tend to blow things out of proportions. And let's say we try to work with the with the LGBTQ society, and then somehow we have 93 genders, and we're very stressed about how to call a person. And I understand that in the base could be a problem, but I think it should be approached with balance, because it could have a reactive I don't know how to say, it could backfire and actually make it worse in some positions. So in my opinion, we just have to find the balance and create more opportunities for women to be brave enough. This is one thing I've noticed, that sometimes when I talk with other women, and the most common compliment I get is, oh my God, how you're not stressed. I am stressed. And how you're not worried. I am worried, but in my opinion, the cool thing about entrepreneurship is that you get to try to change something that really bothers you, because it always starts with a problem that you have. So you can start to try to find a way, as you started, and see that there are other people who have the same problem, and use entrepreneurship to actually help that. And women in this part can help a lot with empathy, with care about the team. And I think it should be just balanced out, because both genders, or the 93 genders, bring in a lot that could work together. We just have to find a balance into helping that out, in my opinion.
That's been very compelling explanation. Thank you. Zhenya, have you faced any unique challenges that wouldn't happen to you if you were not woman in your entrepreneurship journey?
I would firstly start with the fact that I'm really happy to see, even in Bulgaria, a lot of initiatives supporting women entrepreneurs. Like, for example, the Female Entrepreneurship Bulgaria, they accelerate that we all have done already. I've personally done 2 more programs dedicated to supporting women or teams having women. So this is a very positive sign. I would I would actually highlight the challenge being that there are not enough female investors, and pitching a very female problem, like in my case, like maternal mental health, is very hard in front of male investors. So the challenge here is obviously, we cannot expect that they will understand deeply the problem, but more the market opportunity, the potential. So I wish that there are more female investors as well. And I think that this can bring a difference.
Yo, what's your opinion on the topic?
Interesting. I would say that I really hope one day that it will be possible that no woman would feel like limited due to her gender in any aspect. But still, like I constantly speak with a lot of women from the startup sector and from different fields, and unfortunately, not only here in Bulgaria, but also in different countries, I hear about different comments, about different labels that we get just because we're female. And yeah, I think that this is a quote actually by a woman that I really admire. She used to say, talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. And my personal opinion is that more funding for women-led companies should be available. More women should be on like the decision-making positions in VCs or in banks. especially because what Zhenya said, there should be more mentorship available for women, and like from more experienced women to less experienced women, because that's really, really important. Still, a lot of industries are very much dominated by men, and that's why it's harder for women to get access to this decision-making level. So yeah, I don't talk about getting some gifts just because we are women. I truly believe that it's important to work hard to realize your dreams and your ideas, but also it's a good thing to just open the door and give opportunities for the people who strive for these opportunities and who want to achieve something, and especially to women. Yeah, and I personally also received in the beginning of the Jamba journey, I vividly remember one conversation. It was still just a concept, and we wanted to hear the feedback from some people from the ministry here. And these people were actually two women. So we had this conversation. We presented what we want to do. And after this short presentation, the feedback that we received was like, okay, unfortunately, we don't think that this idea has the potential. And we think that it's better for you to find something appropriate for women. So what does this mean? And if you are not motivated to really follow your dreams, and if you're not determined to do what you want to achieve, by comments like this, many people would give up. I'm very grateful that we didn't, but yeah, I think encouraging somebody to do something nice and impactful is always a good thing.
Okay. Yeah, and another one that could be a little bit more provocative question. But when we had our demo day at Dare Accelerate, some people came and asked me, how come a man is one of the chief organizers of a female-led accelerator, and why that? And actually I also asked myself why Bulgarian women are not more active on actually building that ecosystem and support that you obviously need and can benefit of.
I mentioned it in my previous answers as well. One of my suggestions is that it's probably because of to be brave to take these risks, because as we don't have many examples of women that really that succeeded and that they're pushed in your face, let's say, because most of the examples we have are males. Maybe that takes out a little bit of your courage to push that, and especially in some parts where it becomes very hard, women somehow try to self-doubt, and the society and everything is really not helping with some of old stigmas going on around. I don't want to mention some of them, but I think it's what Eva said. It's important to give the opportunity and to give this the benefit of the doubt that maybe this woman knows what she wants to do and can do it, and she's brave enough to support it. And because yes, historically male used to do more business and are doing more business, but I think if they're actually supportive of women for reals, they have to help it, as it happened with Dea, and just give them opportunity to prove that women are could be as brave and as thoughtful and can create business plans and businesses that can be profitable. It doesn't have to be just social causes, and it's just one of the reasons, in my opinion, is really the leap of faith in women, that you can actually do it, and they will probably stop you on the way, but who cares? You can just go through and try to make it happen. If you really believe it's gonna work, you did your market research, you did your tables, you did your pitch, and it makes sense, why not in the logical way?
I really like that quote. They can stop you on the way, but who cares? And that's exactly how successful entrepreneurs think, because always something tries to stop you, but if you're persistent and if you keep going, ultimately you succeed. And what advice would you give to young female entrepreneurs considering to start their own business in Bulgaria and the region? How, if you have to start from scratch tomorrow and you already bring all the lessons that you've learned, how would you tackle that? Maybe Zhenya.
I would say that they just need to start, to try it out. And as I have a favorite saying, for me, entrepreneurship is like a play. It's like solving a very complex puzzle and finding piece by piece. So this really helps develop a lot of skills. But the most precious thing is all the people you find along the way, all the networking that help you to achieve this goal. So whatever the outcome is, the learning and the whole experience is definitely worth it. And for the ones who doubt or face fear or whatever, I have this favorite saying that has helped me along the way. Just thinking, firstly imagining what's the worst thing that can happen. And when you think, what's really the worst thing can happen, you know, it's not really the end of everything. And then once you realize that you don't actually lose so much, but actually on the contrary, you learn. And once you go through this learning, actually next time you can do it better. And then switching to the opposite is like, what's the best thing that can happen? And then starting to dream about it. And then when the magic happens and you start doing little by little small steps and you find the right people and supporters along the way. What has helped me personally to really go through this is on my way I have had multiple mentors, advisors, and this is really, really precious.
And do you think you can meet really world-class mentors here?
Sure. Yes. Of course.
Oh, that's great. Eva, what's for you?
I couldn't agree more with Jenya and what she said. And yeah, from my personal experience, I would say that it's really, really important to be bold, to not be afraid from the failure. Actually, many more projects have failed because people were striving for perfectionism, not from the actual failure. So yeah, just be bold and do it. And you learn along the way. Learning by doing is like a quote that I also follow. And yeah, the support network is very, very, very important, not only on professional level, but also on personal level, to rely on other people. Just because doing everything by yourself, yeah, it's not possible. And the impact that you can achieve is not as high as you can really realize at the end of the day. Yeah, be bold, surround yourself with like-minded people who look in the same direction as you, who share the same values, and also reach out to people who can help you, like investors, like startup founders, different networks and organizations that can be your valuable partners. And yeah, challenges, they are just lessons for us. Don't accept them as something like the worst thing ever. Afterwards, we can just become stronger and not repeat them, hopefully, when we face something similar in the future. And yeah, adapt and be resilient as well, because along the way, many, many things that happen, we don't expect them, but it's just important to be flexible. But yeah, my most important advice for women founders is don't be afraid. You can do it, really. And yeah, what you can achieve can be really highly profitable with amazing impact. Just follow your dreams. and also support other women. I'm sorry.
No worries. Of course, yes. I want to share two practical ideas. I totally agree. That's why I'm just gonna go. I wanted to say something similar to yours. So just two things that help me. First of all, use LinkedIn as much as you can and text everyone that you find useful. Just text them and ask them for a short meeting, for anything. It would probably work out. For me, it has worked most of the times. I found few of my mentors through that, companies and everything. So really just search and ask. Don't be afraid. If they say no, okay, no, bye. Then move to the next one. There are several people in this industry. And the second thing, it's a little bit more probably weird. I don't know if people done this, but I did my schedule with ChatGPT, but let me tell you, so I wrote in ChatGPT all of the things I have to do and the travels and everything, and I made it and I asked it to sync it with my cycle as a woman. And when I have low energy levels, I have low tasks, and I'm, let's say, in a city, like I have more meetings with friends because, you know, this is like from hormones. I don't have to explain to the female side for sure, to the male side from, I guess you learned already about this. And I know that because of this that happens inside your body, even though the logical part of your brain understand that this is not the end of the world, we are not dying, still your body feels like you're gonna just die and everybody hates you and you cannot do anything. So this is the weeks that ChatGPT is scheduled for me, just low task, like low energy tasks, administrative tasks, more time with my friends and loved ones, closed ones, and everything. And this really helped me stabilize as a sole founder. I have a lot of things to do and I have to be present almost all of the time. And when this week comes, I'm a little bit more stressed. I rely on my team more, but in this way, somehow it's not so stressful. And I know it sounds a little bit too weird, but really try it to schedule it with your cycle and the food and everything, the vitamins, and it gets better because you don't feel like the world is ending and in this week that your startup is going to fail, because for the other 3 weeks I feel like I'm gonna crush it, and then this week I feel like I did not do anything for the last 3 years. So ChatGPT and DeepSeek, now I've tried, helped me a lot with that. So this is my practical advice on how to get your job done as a woman, but the rest is just go through it. And it's like my father says, it's like riding a bicycle. You just have to ride it every single day, and you should not stop turning the pedals, because otherwise you fall and you stop. You just have to be consistent. It doesn't matter if you're going to show up for 2 hours or 10 hours, just show up today as well. That's it.
This is for sure super valuable advice, and I'm happy that you talk about it so openly. And by the way, on top of being female entrepreneurs, Eva and Jenna, they're also mothers. So if they share how they manage their time and to work and be mothers at the same time, that would be great.
Just something else practical before answering this question. Something very important during my personal journey as an entrepreneur and founder, it was very hard for me to start asking for money, especially when we co-founded this social enterprise. Because when you try to sell the service to companies that they have to hire people with disabilities and give them a job, for them, in their mind, it's like, okay, we are already doing enough charity to hire that person, so we don't have to pay you anything for the service. But what they get is actually somebody who is very well trained, who is really loyal, motivated to do great job and to help the company. And in order to realize this, you have to invest a lot of energy, time, and efforts, and that comes from our side. So yeah, this costs money. It's not possible all the people to be volunteers from the team all the time, because they also have families and kids to feed and so on. So yeah, for me personally, it was very hard to break and start asking for like money for this service. And at the end of the day, it's a very high quality service. And the people who start working in these companies, they remain there. There is no staff turnover almost. So yeah, if you're a woman, if you have your own company, really be bold during negotiations and don't be afraid to ask for money. And regarding your question for the many hats that we wear as women, I would say that balance is a very nice word, but it's tricky to achieve it. And a lot of the time it's about adaptation, because some days I'm much more dedicated to my family, to my little daughter. She's 1 year and 5 months old, and she's amazing and I love her very much. But I also have this inner driver to continue my professional development and continue working on my project. So some days I'm more focused on my job. And for this, again, you definitely need a lot of support from your family, from your colleagues, and stuff like that. But it's important to let go the guilt, because you cannot always be perfect at everything, and what you do is really enough. So yeah, that's something very, very important to keep in mind. And also, like the label that men, for example, who are working all the time and they are driven, visionaries, and all these wonderful words. Yes, they are. But what we get as women is, what about your family? I believe that we can combine both things in a great way. Just we also have to change the societal mindset and not ask which of these two things are you, but show that it's possible to be both of them together, and many more. Thank you.
Very nicely said. I agree with everything you said. And I will add, apart from ask for money, I would say ask for help. This is my greatest lesson that I learned, because before I became a mom and I was having a full-time job, running a startup, I thought that I have energy and power to do it all, and that having a baby, I can do it all again. But then the reality hit and I realized that I'm a human being. I have limited resources. I have limited energy. So that was the moment when I decided that to do great things, you need a support network, you need people. And that was the moment when the idea about Monfident was born. And I knew from day one that to realize it, I need a strong team and I need a lot of people. So apart from asking for help professionally and like working in a team, I would say also asking for help on a personal level, like asking help from friends, family, etc. And actually, this is a great topic at Monfident, because whether you're an entrepreneur or just a professional, when you have a family, this, as you said, balance, which I also don't believe it exists anymore, hits. And then the feeling of guilt comes, like constantly prioritizing yourself, your needs, your professional needs over your family and vice versa. So basically, it's all about, realizing that if you don't take care of yourself and if you don't fill your cup, you can't take care of your family. So if your professional journey, if your entrepreneurship journey is giving you the energy, then you'll be a better wife, a better mom, you'll be better for the society overall.
Okay. And one last question to wrap that up, which resonates a lot with me, and I want to see what other people think about it. You know the Silicon Valley mantra, which is fail quick, break things fast, and don't care that much about what people think. Do you think in our reality that's possible, and do you really take big risks without thinking so much what will be the consequences, and if you're going to be judged for that, if that will reduce your opportunities to do things in future? How do you feel about this topic? Like, we've touched it a little bit, but I want to go a little bit deeper and just to realize to what extent our culture is giving the opportunity to entrepreneurs to take risks.
Um, well, I'm thinking that judging people doesn't matter what are you going to do. People anyway will judge. So it's just better to do what you feel is right. Because I know that since the dawn of time, I don't know if it's just in the Balkans. I've heard it mainly in the Balkans, but it could be in the other countries. But what would people say? And I don't know. People anyway will say something. So just try to do it. For me, though, the fail fast hasn't worked so good yet because I feel that I have to exhaust many ways to do that and then to say, okay, it's not working. For me, it took time, let's say, for my big failure, the first big failure. I took, let's say, 2-3 years to push it, to exhaust all the options in order to be sure that it failed, really not because or not because it's not I'm not capable, but because, let's say, the market, the industry, the timing, because it's complicated to make something. It doesn't come just out of you. Of course, you can take care of the things that depend on you, but sometimes I don't want to say it's not meant to be, because yes, sometimes it just doesn't feel right when you do it and you have to quit then. But if it feels right, you just cannot find the right way to do it. I think it's important to try to a little bit different point of view and to see around you, to ask other people what is their point of view, but not take it in at 100%. Just ask and try to find an objective way to look at it in a little bit of different direction, because if it feels right inside of you, maybe try a little different way to do it. At some point you have to also put a deadline, because you cannot exhaust it for all your life. But I cannot say that I am I'm not working with the mantra of fail fast. But in my opinion is that you have to try for sure. Even if it fails, you have to try, maybe in a different ways. And for the judging, people judge anyway. It doesn't matter how you're dressed, and there's always going to be at least one person that finds it inappropriate and you're saying and everything. So just do whatever it feels right. Just try not to offend anyone much.
To the first point that you made, I think entrepreneurship is all about taking risks, and I know that our society is a bit of more risk averse, but it's really about making this risk and just trying. I think saying failure is a big, broad definition. Because yes, you can fail it fast, but if you feel it as a mission and if you know the problem is there, then you try one thing, you try another. So you don't obviously give up on the whole idea. You continue to evolve, to try different things until you find the right solution. And as about judging and criticism, as much as it can be harmful, as much it can be helpful actually, because if you just stay trapped in your idea and think your solution is the best, then most likely you're on the wrong way. And this is a very common problem with entrepreneurs, because we fall in love with our product and solution and not with the problem. And sometimes this judgment and criticism actually is the reality, and it hurts. So for us, it can be criticism, but actually, in fact, this can be a very very fruitful feedback that we need to take into account, to adjust, and to try again.
In terms of taking risks, I would say that part of your nature as an entrepreneur is to take risks. You cannot do it otherwise. But at least for me personally, I can say that maybe in the beginning of my journey as a founder, I was taking risks much more recklessly than now. And maybe this comes with age, because now I have learned some lessons. I saw how I reacted in some situations and what were the results. So yeah, still, I take risks, definitely. But yeah, maybe I'm not doing that so fast. In terms of failure and challenges, definitely it's part of the journey. And as I already mentioned, we all learn from them, and they're inevitable. And thanks to them, like if the first startup project, for example, is not successful, maybe that would help us to build, I don't know, the next unicorn during the second time when we try to do it. So yeah, I think it's also very, very important to learn from them. And in terms of criticism, yeah, you really have to hear all the possible feedbacks and points of view if you want to develop a service or a product that is really great. Because otherwise, if your mom or dad or grandmother tells you, oh, that's fantastic, yes, they're most probably going to be the only people who are going to use it, and that's it. So yeah, you definitely have to hear other people's opinion. And last thing about, I think what you said, the quote was about breaking things and don't thinking about what people are going to say after breaking things. I would say it's important to do and act with good intentions, because yeah, we at the end of the day, we are all good people, and we have to treat other people in a respectful way and a good way. So yeah, throughout your journey as a founder, that's a very important thing as well.
So from what I see, the biggest risk for you is simply not to try and not to follow your passion, which is amazing. And I'm super happy that we actually live in a society that allows that and allows people to chase their dreams. And that's how I want to conclude this panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Coincidence or not, I remember your messages. Don't be afraid and follow your dreams. And each morning when I wake up, I see my two paintings on the wall. And the first one is don't be afraid, and the second one is follow your dreams. Really, I don't know if it was coincidence, but when I'm afraid or to risk or to do something, I just wake up in the morning, I see the messages, and I'm okay, I'm into it. So we will continue with the next panel, Creative Tech, the Art of Innovation. And it will bring together leading names from the gaming sector, digital art, and technology companies. So first I'm going to give the floor to Milena Stojcheva, co-founder of The Edge and board member of Junior Achievement Bulgaria, because she's going to point to give us the key points to this topic, the challenges, the main challenges in the creative industries about this team and how they can transform into opportunities. So, Milena, I'm giving you the floor. Заповядай, тук има и микрофони. Да. Мисля, че този беше най-силен. Дали е включен? Айде. Да.
Hello, everyone. It's actually great to be here again. Last year, I remember I was here at this event, and it was very inspiring to see people from the different walks of life, different sectors, coming and talking and bringing their energy together. I just wanted to maybe pass on a few messages. I think the creative sector and creative industries is a sector that has a huge potential for Europe and for the economy. It is something that we have been, in a way, overlooking and underestimating. But from what we have seen, its importance and contribution is really growing. And I think one of the most unexplored areas for this is that there are opportunities for people in the sector, artists, social workers, all kinds of professions, you know, gamers or entertainment industry people, everybody. Look, oh, I see somebody I didn't recognize initially. Okay, who could be big who could make a big contribution both to society and to the economy, but also who could find a good way to express what they carry as a spiritual and human wealth in themselves, as artistic power of expression, but at the same time use this, channel this, so that they can support also economic development and activity in their countries or in their regions. And this is why one of the main messages I would pass to everyone is we have a panel now talking about startups and company or scale-ups, companies that were created by artists or by people who are passionate about gaming, entertainment. We're talking that they have dared to explore and to see their passion and their abilities, their talent, as a space through which they can make a difference. The other day, we had an event at Forbes CSG Summit, and I was sharing the stage with great entrepreneurs, but as well as artists. MP Studio that created some of the most beautiful visual and audio presentations worldwide. And I think they are a great example of what artistic and ability and capability and what creative industry can do in order to support the transformation and change in a society. This is something that we are not really taking somewhat seriously, but to me, the biggest role and power of this industry and this sector is to support us in this transition to a better society, to a more harmonic one, to a more sustainable economy, to actually an environment that is more balanced and that helps both the individuals and the members of the society, the citizens, to have a better life. So I think being an entrepreneur and exploring that career in the arts and creative industry is something that could carry a great potential, could bring economic value, but most of all could bring also incredible social and personal value to people who do that. And I would encourage all of those who feel their calling to be in that sector to really consider such a career and trajectory in their life as something very viable and possible. So I feel that we need to support people who choose such a path. And I'm here through all of the networks and resources that we have to continue this journey and to continue this support for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milena. Thank you so much. So let's move to the panel discussion. And I'm going to invite the moderator, Elena Nikolova. She is a startup ecosystem builder, currently community manager of Bulgarian Angels Club, program architect of Beyond Pre-Accelerator, ex-co-founder of Xcreel, passionate about female entrepreneurship and impact investing. And also she is co-founder of FEB, a community of 500 plus female founders in Bulgaria. Oh, I see she was in Forbes 30 under 30. So I'm giving you the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who on Friday afternoon is here. And I'm very happy that we are discussing a topic that is very dear to me, entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship, startups, innovation. So we'll have 45 minutes talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity. I would love to hear your feedback, comments, and questions. So I would be happy to have some time at the end. So please, if you have any questions on top of your mind, write them down, and I hope that we will manage to answer them in the end. So, technology alone is not enough. It's technology married with liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields us the results that make our hearts sing. That is the quote for Steve Jobs. And just like any marriage, I guess, it takes constant debugging, creative compromise, and the occasional crash, usually right before the deadline. But hey, that's where the magic happens, right? All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel on Creative Tech, the Art of Innovation. It's a real pleasure to have you all here as we explore the dynamic intersection of creativity, technology, and entrepreneurship. That's exactly what CreaTech is all about, a sector that's not only redefining how we play, experience, and connect, but also one that's becoming a key driver for cultural and economic innovation across Europe and beyond. We are joined by three incredible minds who each bring a unique perspective to this evolving field, and I'm happy to present our panelists in the forthcoming panel. I would start with Christian Yorchev, a solo founder building Flight Plan, a game that merges technical precision with entrepreneurial spirit. He's navigating the thrilling chaos of being a first-time founder with a coder's mindset and a gamer's vision. Please give a round of applause to Chris. You can sit wherever you like. Monika Josifova, who wears many hats, project manager, product owner, and a startup founder herself. Her work at ZenArt VR brings immersive tech to global audiences, while her advocacy pushes for more connected, sustainable innovation. Monika, please take your seat at the stage. And last but not least, Vasil Gospodinov, a producer at Imperia Online, part of the Steelfront Group, where he's been on both the business and creative sides of gaming, from forging partnerships to leading the development of new titles. Please give your round of applause for Vasil. Okay, so together we will explore creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And I would like to start and kick off this conversation with a fast intro. So let's make it really a fast and short intro and take the ex-Twitter, ex-approach. So I would like to ask you to introduce yourself in less than 140 characters. I know now it's more, but yeah, please, can you summarize your background, your expertise, and your journey so far in 2 to 3 sentences? Maybe we can start with Monika.
Yeah, of course. Hello, everybody. I am ZenArt's product owner and project manager. I've been working there for about 4 years now. I have my own startup that focuses on mixing gaming and mental health. But here today, I will be talking about ZenArt and our special niche of virtual tourism.
Great. Thank you very much. Chris?
I think...
Is it... Yeah.
All right. I think Elena introduced me way better than I ever could. But yeah, I'm developing my own game. I want to present the world of aviation in a way that many people, I feel like, have not seen, and I feel they'll really like to. I'd really like them to see what sort of goes on behind the scenes of people traveling. Yeah, that's it.
That was really short. Thank you very much. Vasil?
Yep. Hi. Hello to everyone. I'm Vasil. I'm one of the product managers at Imperia Online, which is one of the biggest game production studios in Southeastern Europe. For me, I've been part of Imperia for about 5.5 years. I've helped grow the company in a fair few ways through business development, sales, M&A, and now product. So I guess that's a short one, yeah?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree. So as you can see, we have 3 different types of entrepreneurs here on the stage. And I'm really happy that we managed to make that panel. I would like to start with the broader view and broader perspective on the future of CreaTech industry. Maybe I'll give the floor to Vasil first to share his experience, what you have seen in the past 5 years, and where do you see the trends coming? What do you expect from the gaming industry, creativity and technology in the next 5 years? What are the trends that will shape that industry?
Thanks. Yeah, so creativity and technology, coming to this one, the more technology evolves, the more creativity benefits from it. And they've gone hand in hand for a while now, actually. And it's good to see that more and more technologies are being developed. Like, for example, AI has come onto the scene for the last 2, maybe 3 years, roughly. And this has had a massive massive push towards creative technologies and creativity in general to kind of continue to push forward. And simple examples actually of those this kind of positive correlation between creativity and technology would be artists. So artists currently, they have, I'm talking about game design artists, game artists, right? So currently they have at disposal so much technology, so many softwares, computers, whatever, and they can do stuff fairly quickly with so many trickeries. Then if you look 20 years ago, they wouldn't have it. So they have a much broader creative freedom than they have had before. And AI has literally just come onto the scene, and it's been going strong for the last 3 years, which is something that probably the other emerging technologies didn't achieve so far. They've had more of a hype up and then hype down. So I guess in the next 5 years, we'll probably be looking at AI kind of dominating this sphere. And it's also actually going to help other technologies get to the level which they should be at eventually, I guess.
Would you like to share a little bit more about how Imperia Online uses emerging technologies in your business, into your everyday business, and what kind of startups, because you are involved in the mergers and acquisitions, are you looking for as a business?
So, yeah, so Imperia, actually Imperia is part of Stillfront Group. Stillfront Group is actually one of the biggest groups in the world for independent game studios. Currently there are about 16 studios under Stillfront, and I can tell you that each and everyone tries to utilize as best as possible the latest technologies available. And actually coming back again to AI, every single one of those studios is using AI in one or another way. So whether that's for art, whether it's for music, whether it's for videos, voiceovers, marketing, game design, brainstorming, you can pretty much name it all. And that's something that's kind of helping not only Stillfront, but also the smaller studios underneath, like Imperia and Pytro and Good Game Studios and whatever else there is at Stillfront at the moment. But it helps them be super creative, super competitive, and have that edge over other over their competitors in the market. So yeah.
What do you think is the state of the gaming industry in Bulgaria right now? Where do you see the challenges and opportunities?
I would probably say there aren't enough studios. Yeah. It's let's be fair, it's not an easy gaming it sounds easy because it's gaming, right? But it isn't. You have to have a very the market currently is super saturated, and you have to have a really nice vision of what you want to achieve. You have to be very focused on what your goal is and make sure that you have your product very well sorted. What platform are you going to use? How are you going to distribute that? What is the audience? What is the life cycle of that product? And there are a fair few studios in Bulgaria, but there just aren't enough. And I feel that some of the smaller studios, because they aren't able to get that financial backing, they sometimes have like a blurred focus. And instead of focusing on the actual product, they have to go and do external work. And this kind of blurs their focus. And when you have focused, or when you're kind of split between 2-3 different things that you're doing, your primary goal is kind of going to the back. And the more things you work on at the same time, the more your main goal is going to take a longer period to achieve. And sometimes taking longer isn't the best way. Yeah, better be fast. You better be first on the spot than not first at all. Not there at all, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't plan it to become a fireside chat, but I just wanted you to give some context. Monica, would you like to say a little bit more about what ZenArt is doing? Actually, you're using emerging technologies and you have some quite interesting projects. Maybe you can explain more what you're doing, how you're using technologies in ZenArt, and where do you see the future of those technologies in the CreaTech industry and gaming or in general?
So at ZenArt, we work with governments and museums. We travel around the world using drones, and we scan some of the most interesting possible locations that governments are going to allow for us to do so with. We have some of the new wonders of the world and some of the one left ancient wonder of the world that we've scanned and made available and accessible in virtual reality. Our company is currently working on creating a 5D chair, which not only moves and shifts and allows you to sit in it and wear glasses, but VR glasses, but it also sprays scents that allow you to feel even more immersed. That is our current focus. We've been B2B, B2G for a really long time, and we're currently looking into moving into B2C, which I think is probably one of the most difficult things to do when your market is relatively niche.
Do you have a dream project that you would like to do apart from the 7 wonders of the world or the new wonders of the world?
Oh God, a dream project. So we're currently working on recreating some of the most sensational lives of successful composers. One of them is currently Mozart that we're working on. And we're probably going to see and look into one of the big Universal Studios projects, but I'm not allowed to reveal anything else.
Okay, stay tuned for more. Thank you. Okay, I would like to put ourselves in the shoes of an entrepreneur, early stage entrepreneur, a gamer who would like to become an entrepreneur, and give the floor now to Chris to share his own experience in your entrepreneurial journey. Can you please, Chris, tell us a little bit more about your background, how you decided to go into the world of startups and become entrepreneur yourself, and as a gamer, as a person coming from the creative industry, so to say, what are your challenges in becoming an entrepreneur?
Thank you for giving me the floor. I come from a sort of very technical background. I've been programming since I was 12. I was just fascinated by what you can make this screen do. You can, make it move shapes, and then when I press the button, it does that, and then, oh, I can turn that into a game. And people have, and I played them, and I thought I should make one myself. So, I started learning how to do that. I've been coding, as I said, for a very long time. And yeah, my sort of passion is to make that machine, that code, the piece of metal come alive and to feel more friendly, more inviting. Yeah, and if from a more entrepreneurial standpoint, there have been a lot of challenges, not only technical ones, but I feel like more on the sort of business development side. I feel like there's quite a lot of stigma is a bit of a strong word, but I couldn't think of a weaker one to describe it among investors. That gaming is, oh no, that's very risky. You really shouldn't go into that because you have a way higher chance of failure, which is true, but also there is definitely some way to win there because there are companies that do that and they do it again and again. So I feel like we should be trying more there. There is way too much creativity that gets unnoticed, especially if you look in the sort of indie game scene. There's lots of, I would say, hidden gems, lots of games that are really well thought out, really well designed. They're fun to play. They have beautiful visuals, and yet due to one reason or another, they don't see the greater light of day.
Can you say a little bit more about the game that you're developing right now and that you would like to turn into business?
Yes, I will. My idea is to put the players into the shoes of a fellow-minded entrepreneur starting their own aviation business. In terms of they start an airport, and in the beginning they have just a small airfield with like just a few small planes coming in every day, but soon enough they'll start to expand that. They'll earn money from handling all the flights. They will be able to grow that into something bigger and bigger until 10, 20, 30 hours in, you have on your screen what could be the next Heathrow or Amsterdam Schiphol or LAX or name any other big airport in the world. I really wanted to share that sort of experience because as a hobby, I fly, I have a private pilot's license, and I feel like there's a lot of sort of interesting logistics that could be turned into game mechanics, and I feel like people should experience them.
What would you say to someone who is developing a game and want to turn it into a business? What is the first step that these people should do?
I feel like you should first validate whether your game idea is fun, whether it will be fun for other people. Because when we come up with ideas, it always sounds fun in your head. That's why you came up with the idea in the first place. But that may not be the case for everyone. And I suggest you try to cobble together something as quick as possible. Use whatever tools you have available. Use your skills. Obviously, I'm a programmer, so I had to use a lot of external tools for the art and the music for my initial prototypes. But use whatever you can to build something quick and show it to people. Whether that be your friends, whether that be, say, a Discord group you hang out in. Show it to people and gauge their reactions. See whether they like to play it, and then iterate from there. Because usually your first prototype isn't going to be that great, but seeing other people use it will give you insights into what works and what doesn't, and what needs to be changed. And then you try again and again and again and again until eventually you succeed.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because I also work with a lot of startups, and I see that no matter what you're building, the main concepts are the same, which is that you start with validating your idea with real customers and getting feedback. And I feel sometimes this is very overlooked. People focus and fall in love with their product and their solution, and they kind of don't get enough real feedback from customers. So, Chris, you're here on this stage because you are an alumni of our pre-accelerator. Beyond pre-accelerator, we just had our demo day yesterday, and we were very happy to work with you. You were one of our first CreaTech startups, so to say. What did you learn during these 3 months that you experienced with Beyond Pre-Accelerator? And the broader question here is, what support do you think you need as a creative entrepreneur from the ecosystem? What would you say to other aspiring entrepreneurs? And also just a question for Monica and Vasil after that.
I feel like the biggest lesson I got from Beyond was be bold, get your idea out there. I feel like before that I was kind of shy. I was like, oh no, I don't want to show it off because what if the person on the other side thinks it's bad, and they're gonna think I'm a horrible game designer. They're not gonna want to talk with me ever again. No, that's not the case. They'll want to help you out. Just go out and share your idea, and people will help you out in whatever ways they can.
Thank you. Someone else wants to add something on that regard in terms of support from the startup ecosystem or programs that creative and tech entrepreneurs can use to develop their ideas? Do you have any experience in any accelerators or other programs that you have taken part of?
Unfortunately, we're a little bit big for accelerators, but there are plenty of European fundings that startups can use, and they're definitely worth the look. So, whatever you're venturing at, go onto the European website, have a look at how you can get funding for for a specific topic. Definitely, yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Let's imagine that we have a startup and it's kind of validated, the idea is validated. What would be the next steps? Monica, probably you can share a little bit more about, because ZenArt is not a startup, it's more of a scale up. So what are the next steps in your opinion in scaling a creative tech business, and what kind of monetization strategies would you use and balance the user experience with making money at the end of the day? Because I know with gaming industry also, as an example, it's very challenging to find working revenue models. So how was in your startup, in the startup that you represent?
Yes. So ZenArt is no longer a startup which can be considered a startup. It's 7 years old. We started with some funding and angel investors, and we started working B2G at first, because B2C
That's business to government, just to
yes,
explain.
business to government, because B2C didn't work for us. You need a loyal base of customers for that to work, and first it took a little bit of time to actually properly develop it, and now we're looking to move into that. I would say the most important thing for this scale up to actually properly work from B2G to B2C would be finding a good biz dev or somebody who understands marketing, somebody who understands networking, has contacts in government, with journalists, somebody who can actually help you build up a even larger following and develop from there.
So can you say a little bit more about how you're working with governments and other businesses? Do they pay one-time fee for installation or some kind of subscription? If you can give a little bit more details on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So our business is very much modernization of museums, making the actual tours of Machu Picchu, of the pyramids of Giza, of Tutankhamun's tomb, of Petra more readily available for young students, giving them a historical, fun experience that makes them more engaged with the education around the history of those locations. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Chris, I know that you have this very, I wouldn't say complicated, but great analysis on pricing and your revenue model in the game that you would like to develop. Would you like to say a little bit more on how do you plan to make money and give some, how to say, know-how or expertise in pricing a game and scaling and having really good, interesting revenue for the game?
Right. I feel like you should sort of, the way I approach it for my game is look at the market segment you're targeting. You're obviously making a game, but like what is the game for? My game is primarily targeting PCs, so the obvious place to go was Steam. And so there are many websites and aggregators that will just interact with the Steam API and give you all the sales and revenue data you need. I used VG Insights because a mentor of mine suggested it, but I know there's a few other alternatives. Whichever one you choose, you just go there, you apply the filters to find the games you feel like your idea is most similar to, and then you analyze all of it. You look through what are their revenues, what is their pricing, do they sell any extra DLCs, do they sell yeah, basically you look through all of that and you ask yourself, will I be able to offer something at that level so that someone is going to be willing to pay that? And obviously, once you release and see the actual sales numbers, and you can obviously adjust and figure it out.
Thank you. Vasil, you have worked with a couple of startups, so to say. What would you say are the revenue models that are working, or you see some challenges in developing sustainable revenue models for the gaming company specifically?
Yeah, it's roughly the same as what I said a little bit earlier. There are a lot of indie studios that kind of lose focus over the years because they're doing something else. They're not focusing on the product, and sometimes they are they have an idea which may be very good, but unfortunately, when it's super niche, it's harder to monetize. And again, it leads back to what is your product. You have to have a very good market research, analyze what's working, what isn't, something actually Chris mentioned earlier, and really understand what the audience is looking for, how to sell your product the best. So for us at Imperia, we have our games on mobile, so we have a very broad audience that we can share our games with. Our games are free to play, so everyone can come in, play, and it really, if they want to pay, that's fine. If we get those players to pay, this means that we're doing our job well in terms of converting them. And the monetization that we use in our games after free to play, it has in-app purchases, or it can have in-game advertisements. Usually, the best way to approach the actual monetization is at the very, very beginning when you're making the game, so that you know that you're not going to convert 100% of the players that's going to come into your game to pay, but you can make sure that those that don't convert will be able to watch some advertisement and it will bring you additional revenue. So that's super important to have and think about at the very, very beginning of your project. Yeah.
I agree. Thank you. I'm thinking in general in terms of challenges that creative tech startups face. What do you think are the biggest challenges for scaling? And I would like here maybe also add the concept of community building and how important it is in the creative tech startups and game development. And what would you say are the biggest challenges in scaling up a creative tech startup? It's the short question.
I would say, from what I've seen, finding people who agree with your vision and keeping them. Because after a moment, you teach them everything that they need to know, and somebody's just going to try to snatch them away. And you just need to find a way to keep them.
Do you have some strategies in your company of how to keep the talent? And
probably offering them higher pay. which I would say is the typical way to go about it. But offering them a way to actually develop and new projects to work upon, which they would actually be interested in.
Have you been building community in Zen art?
Yes, we do a lot of team building, not to the extent where Imperia has done, but we have mostly just around Bulgaria, playing board games, spending time together, building a little bit of a family rather than just a business.
Thank you. Chris?
Obviously, community, as you mentioned, community building is, I feel like it's very important because it makes your players engage not only with the game itself, but with your studio, and they want to see you, if done properly, they will want to see you put out more stuff. They will be very supportive of you. You're going to have a very, very loyal customer base, which many businesses outside of Creative Tech would kill for, but they won't be able to have that. I feel like in Creative Tech we have that privilege, that especially in gaming, gamers are really engaged, at least compared to the sort of your average consumer. You're not loyal to a brand of toothpaste, I guess, but you wouldn't be. But people are loyal to, this game is really good, and they go and discuss with other people, and they're like entire forums and subreddits and discords and all you can think about, and that's free PR for you that many other businesses wouldn't be able to have.
Yeah, I feel like gamers are like mafia. I don't know. I think you need to really use that to your advantage. Vasil, what are your 5 cents on that topic?
So, with regards to challenges, Monica mentioned talent. Yeah, that's super important. Sometimes it's very hard to get, maybe because you're in a very small region, remote region. I'm not going to go over this. I'll go over some of the other things. You're always going to have competition, and it's going to be stiff competition. And that's going to be not just for market, but it's also going to be for funding, especially if you're rather small. And again, if you don't have the funding, you're going with the blurred vision, which I mentioned earlier. Not going to go over it again. The other thing that I was thinking about is marketing and user acquisition. At the moment, since there are so many games out there, talking about specifically about the gaming world, there are so many games. There are massive studios with massive budgets that spend tens of thousands of dollars a day on marketing. It's super hard to kind of get breathing space and get quality traffic at the moment for, on the cheap, because when you're spending so much money, when your competitors are spending so much money, they kind of inflate the price and they kind of take the market share forcefully. So that's definitely one challenge. And with regards to community, the community is kind of, when you have a product and when you have an established community, that community is the first one to see your product when you release it. So it's super important to listen to them, ask them questions, and see, because they're the ones that are going to tell you what your pain points are. Because you may not understand until you have the product out there, and they'll tell you, okay, this isn't working. The good thing about this is that they will also tell you how to fix it. Now, this isn't always the case, and I'm not saying you should always listen to your community, because communities can become a little bit toxic if you allow that to happen. But you should definitely listen to them and look at the data that you're gathering at the same time, because data never lies. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have some questions from the audience? We'll have 5 more minutes, but if there are some questions, I would like to take them. Don't be shy. Some game developers here or aspiring entrepreneurs? Everyone is so shy. Galina. She's a business angel. More questions? Any questions? Okay, think about the questions. We touched a little bit yeah, okay, great. Do you need a microphone or I can repeat the question? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not staged. He really has a question.
Do you think that games are endangered by in-game ads like we see on YouTube, on all social media and on television? Like, because recently Steam banned a few games because they had in-game ads, and that's been a thing. And I think in the near future, whether we want it or not, this is going to be a real trouble. Do you think the same? Do you not? Like an expert in this area?
Who wants to answer that question? Very specific question.
I guess I can take that one. No, I don't think so. I don't think we should be worried. Maybe for Steam, it's a different community compared to mobiles. But in the long term, I don't see how somebody can forcefully take revenue off you. And it's going to be a real massacre if somebody decides that advertisements are not good, because you have plenty of players that are free to play. They don't like paying for stuff, and the only way for them to compete is either through hard grind or via watching advertisements. So you're kind of crippling both the companies and the studios as well as the players. So that will be a pretty sure a revolt if that happens.
Thank you for the answer. Any okay. Yes, the first question is always the hardest. Maybe, yeah, thank you. Maybe he should turn it on.
Should be on.
I have question to Monica. Do you think to scale your startup? And if you want, how you do it?
To scale?
Yeah.
Maybe you can say a little bit more about your go-to-market strategy and how your business what is your business development strategy?
Are we talking about Zen here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that for right now, we're trying to develop. We currently have a software product on Steam, which allows people free access to a few of our VR products. We need that specific Steam software to reach a lot more people who are interested in VR. We need VR to become, how do I put it, more interesting for people to understand what you actually can gain from owning a headset. These experiences that you don't need to travel for, that are much cheaper for you to actually experience, whether it's going to Machu Picchu, going to Petra in Jordan. These are experiences that if we scale up, if we find a proper biz dev, if we find somebody who can actually market our product, cares for our product, knows the individuals who would be interested, and knows the journalists who would be able to reach out to the streamers and those who would be able to support us in that, that would be the way we would scale it up, I think.
We touched upon a little bit about fundraising and funding for gaming startups and CreaTech startups. Can you share a little bit more about finding your first investors? You mentioned angels. I don't know whether you have a VC. Then Chris maybe can share what are your plans in terms of fundraising.
From what I know, Zenart is funded by Morningside Hill.
Mm-hmm.
They are our investors. We also have an angel investor, and we have received some funding from Horizon programs, which is what has supported us so far. But we need to start having a paying audience for our own in order to be able to make this a sustainable business.
Great. It's very hard to fundraise for such a startup, so congrats on that.
As for myself, currently, I'm not really looking for funds. I'm in a good financial situation, both personally, and I have a lot of friends and family really supporting my project at the moment. Obviously, as we start to scale up, we start to get more players and need to put even more resources into the game. I'm gonna need funding, but I feel like that's an issue for when it arrives. I'll think about that a bit more.
The good thing is that there are a lot of different roads to success. So thank you for sharing yours. Vasil, do you want to share something on the topic of fundraising? I know you're
Yeah, there isn't too much that we can talk about at the moment.
At what stage, for example, were the startups that you acquired or you have worked with on behalf of Imperial Online?
So we were actually acquiring game assets when we were doing this about 2, maybe 3 years ago. We had a very specific vision. We wanted to, because making a brand new product from scratch it's very tiring, and it takes a lot of resources. And again, when you're making something new, your usual focus kind of shifts. So we decided that we should have a look outside and perhaps acquire a game title for ourselves, that we can continue to do the live operations in-house. And that's what we actually did with a game called Crush Them All. It's an idle RPG game that we basically looked at it. We decided it's something that we can work on. It's quite similar to our products, but it's not in the same kind of genre bracket. It's very similar, but not as in like our core games like Imperia Online or like Siege or War Commander. There are more strategy games. This is it's an idle RPG, and when we were looking at these games, we had to picture ourselves that we have to do the live operations of this title for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. And after about probably 7, 8 months of work on the deal, we acquired the title, and it's about 3 years into this title, and we're working super strong on it, and it's super great. So it is a very tricky situation to be in when you're getting something that you haven't written. But once you get under the skin of it, you're in control, just like as it was yours originally. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Maybe last question. Being in Bulgaria, working on the European market, and of course we compare ourselves with the global market, not only the US, but I suppose you're more familiar with me, Rising Asia, etc. Where do you see the advantages of building a creative tech business, startup, scale up, or being a company like Imperial Online? The advantages of building a business here, and where do you see the challenges? How do you compare our country on the European market? And I suppose being here, being part of this CreaTech Summit, I see ourselves stronger if we work regionally. So do you have any, personal experience or experience you can share of working together with some partners from other countries in the region?
I would say we're fortunate that in Bulgaria there's a lot of organizations that are currently helpful and working towards the development of a very large amount of students and people who are just about to enter our industry. We have Arc Academy, which has done an amazing job so far with teaching new talents how to enter the gaming industry, how to enter the creative tech industry as a whole. So having from that pool of young, intelligent, lovely individuals who are willing to work is a great thing.
I think they're part of the program and partners of the event. Yeah. Chris?
Honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to compare, the the situation here in Bulgaria, or even the Balkan region in general, with the rest of the world. While I have lived and studied abroad, I haven't really looked at it from a sort of business perspective, so I don't think I will be able to comment much on it, sadly.
Sounds fair, Peter. What's you?
Yeah, so Europe's competing with three other regions. So that's North America, that's MENA, and Southeast Asia, or Asia, actually. As if you look through credentials, like points where Europe ranks against the other regions, Europe's cheaper than America, and it's the quality of life is definitely higher. That's my personal opinion, of course. While if you compare Europe to the MENA region, there's a lot of funding, maybe more as in actual numbers, but is it? I don't think it's so. You don't get funding for so many niche things. It's there. It's more like a large sector. Quality of lifestyle, I still don't believe it's better than Europe. I think the best quality of lifestyle is in Europe. And in here we have lots of different cultures. We've got a very large talent pool. So compared to those two regions, I think we're definitely better. With regards to Asia, they are a cheaper destination. I can't say about quality, to be completely honest. They have some really quality products, and these are really big games. But unfortunately, the culture they still adopt is a little bit iffy. They still have the 996 culture, which is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And, this is a very long period of hours. So I think the best all-rounder from all of these is essentially Europe.
Thank you. Very interesting perspective. Do we have a last question from the audience? Please. Oh, okay. Thank you. You can shout. Shout. Yes. Okay.
How's your background as narrative designer helped you in your other projects? Because what you mentioned seems to be a bit removed from your initial position in the company.
You heard the question, right?
Heard a question.
Full disclosure, she is also a founder and building her own game company. It's another story.
I think that was actually what the question was about, right?
How are you using your narrative designer?
Yeah.
How did that help you, or how did that shape your vision when you entered other aspects of this?
Yeah. So the job of a narrative designer is
What is this?
So your job as a narrative designer is to step into the shoes of the person who is going to be using your product. You need to understand the psychology behind what they do. You need to understand why they feel, how they feel when they experience your product, and then be able to navigate that in order to make them feel how you want them to feel. So it's very much a psychological job, if you will, that involves writing, a lot of discussion between different members of the team, whether it's lighting, whether it's art, whether it's camera angles, whether it's VFX, and kind of bringing all of that together because, as I said, I'm a project manager and that kind of helps me a lot with that. It's making it all come together in a way that makes your player, your user, feel what you want them to feel. So it actually works really well in both VR and gaming.
I think every startup needs a narrative engineer. I didn't know you can call it like that, but yeah, it's absolutely necessary for everyone to have one. Okay, great. Well, we don't have any more time, but I would like to thank our esteemed panelists, Chris, Monica, Vasil, for sharing your expertise, your know-how. I hope that we have inspired someone in the audience to start their business or to get a new perspective on some challenges. And I would encourage everyone to start and explore the opportunities of being an entrepreneur in the CreaTech sector. Maybe my last call for you is to be bold, be curious, and a little bit obsessed, continue creating. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. I think we are not tiring yet, right? So, family photo, everybody, I would really invite you to go to make a bigger picture than the one from last year, right? So outside, just outside, I think in the open air, we are doing a family photo. So everybody's invited and back into the hall at 5:30. 5:30, back to the hall. Half an hour. We are rearranging the hall for something very interesting, which is a Austrian Kaiserschmarrn with cocktails, free cocktails, because we have 3 years CreaTech, 3 cocktails, right? And a DJ party. So this is a proper ending, okay? So in half family photo, then half an hour back into the room. Thank you very much.
reaction to blame it all on foolishness that I would rather. But if we speaking truthfully, I'm just an asshole. God won't give me more than I can handle. Rich, but I can't afford to have a scandal. This isn't what we wanted, but I'm sick and it's senseless to try to front like I can't stand you. Found another one and that's cool, but I'm the only one who has you. If there's something that I can do, tell me what, I'll make it and come back through. Come back, it can't be too late. Come back home, you held me right where it's safe. Come back, no one could ever replace. I'm too late before you walk away. Hold on, just let go of who I used to be. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. Yeah. The bang I needed for the breakthrough. The nights I entertain women, what a waste. For the sake of getting laid, eyes wide awake. Mind in the maze, trying to find a new escape route. You never ran out of patience, so I turned around, man, enough to face it. Even though I changed, it's the same location. When you come home, I'll be waiting. Come back, it can't be too late. Come back home, you held me right where it's safe. Come back home, ever replace. I'm too late before you walk away. Take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. Don't leave, baby, hold on. Just let go of who I used to be. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. You've heard it before, so this time I let the action speak. Right now, I need you to take a chance on me. It snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second takes. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. Cause what I came, scars still remain. Now I wanna paint on a clean slate. I'll be okay, I'll be okay, I'll be okay. Which thing I'm waiting for? Snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second take. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. You're the one I'm waiting for. Snows on the plane, make a clean slate. Everybody make mistakes, second take. That's what I'm waiting for. Time brings change, but you're still the same person that I met on the first day. You're the one I'm waiting for. You know what they say. They say you're gonna pay the way. And if this was meant to be such a lovely dream, why would you wanna wake me up? Ooh. You drove the night through my pride. There's no more words to say but goodbye. How you gonna compare me to this guy? He don't love you the way I. You don't look good in that Honda. Bitch, you supposed to be with me. I put that on the Jesus piece. You said you needed peace, then spent the week in Greece. Phone off, you said you was asleep. I know you was getting your cheeks beat. Bitch, jet lag when you show up. Pulling in with a chauffeur. All I wanna do is spoil you. But you know that the money won't keep up. Too late for a prenup. Bouquets don't mean nothing. Double C's on the sneakers. But you know that the money won't keep up. No, no, no. The money won't keep up. No, no, no. The money won't. You put the pain in my eyes. There's no more tears to cry. I'm on dry. I'll pack my bags, but if you don't mind, don't mind. Let's make love for the last time. Then goodbye. You should be here with me. I put that on the Jesus feet. You said you needed peace, then spent the week in Greece. Phone off, you said you was asleep. I know you was getting your cheeks beat. Bitch, jet lag when you show up. Pulling in with a chauffeur. All I wanna do is spoil you. But you know that the money won't keep up. Too late for a prenup. Bouquets don't mean nothing. Double C's on the sneakers. But you know that the money won't keep up. No, no, no. 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 The money say you're losing yourself to me. You used to love when I sweep you off your feet. Bitch, oh, dang. Bringing out the worst in me. 'Cause I know who wants to see. I can see why I drank so much. 'Cause I wasn't trying to think too much. Instead I think too much. I think I understand too much. Bitch. She said be honest with how you feel. I said that's easier said than done. I said don't worry about the future. She said that's easier said than done. Well it is. 'Cause true love it ain't easy, no. She said just show me this love is real. I said that's easier said than done. I said just trust the way you feel. She said that's easier said than done. Well it is. 'Cause true love it ain't easy, no. True love is worth it in the end. Yes it is. True love is worth it in the end. Yes it is. True love is worth it in the end. True love it is. 'Cause true love, it ain't easy. No, no, no. True love, it ain't easy. Why the hell would you run this game? Both my hands are tied, afraid of thinking I dug my own grave. Fuck around with this strange and elusive, too afraid to lose it. I don't mind this pain. Most niggas want you for your candy. They'll never know just how long it takes. I wave my own pride and put it all on the line. There I go, volunteer punishment, self-inflicted pain, overused, way overused. Here I stand, hey, time and time. It must be what you put me through. It must be what you put me through. A little while longer, a bit more time. Why would you run these thoughts across my mind? Please believe me, as cool as I remain, there's a point in which I'll lose my self-restraint. Stay love, most niggas wouldn't let you lonely. Our best is throwing it all away. I see to my own demise. How much longer will I let it ride? Let go, volunteer punishment, self-inflicted pain, suck, overused. Will I let it ride? Here I stand, time. It must be what you put me through. Say, time and time. It must be what you put me through. Hey, it must be. Hey, it must be what you put me through. It must be what you put me through. Sweet Emily, my bride to be, just how long will you stand next to me? For we both know it's more than a load for you to bear. It breaks my heart, but I'd understand if you'd leave me for another man with a little less on his mind, less on his plate, less in his brain. Please do not leave on me. I'm unstable. You're all you need. I've seen that you're able. Please do not leave on me. I'm unstable. You're all you need. I've seen that you're able. Sex in the air, deep in despair. Could you please act like you're unaware? But we both know I'm just a dog chasing his bone. Please understand, I'm just a man that's nearly figured out his master plan. Just stick around and you gon' see worth every pound. me. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be. I wish that we could stand united instead of crumbling. I know that you're gonna always love me in spite of things you've seen, in spite of things you've heard me say, no matter how obscene. If I am the sky, the sky, the sky, the sea, stare back at me.
Terminals, so many terminals. Trying to make my way to luggage, but you see the others, they pushing and shoving it all in my area. In my area. You know I've been missing you, kissing you through the phone, but now I wanna just raise you and put you on pedestal. On pedestal. You know I've been playing for 17 hours and now I can see you, my girl. I feel like I'm a criminal. A free criminal. Cause it was bad what I did is, but we start fresh. You was mad, but I ran to you. Let's start fresh. Now I'm trying to be the man for you. Let's start fresh. Took a flight and a train for you. Let's start fresh. Flight 99. Animal was acting so animal. Back in the day, I was dogging you, I was mistreating you, I wasn't treating you like you was general. You was general. We was at war and at love and at war and at love and at war and at love, but I tell you, I give it up, give it up. And now I can see you, I hope you can see the way that I have changed when I embrace you, baby, let's give it up, let's live it up. Cause it was bad what I did, but we start fresh. You was mad, but I ran to you, let's start fresh. Now I'm trying to be the man for you, let's start fresh. Took a flight and a train for you, let's start fresh. Flight 99.
I think it's value. What do you value? And not every sibling can be friends. You have to differentiate. Sometimes that is enough. Like, I love you, I want you, everything goes down. And that's the essence of family. Not everyone has family, has relationship. So I think if you merge the two, then that's where people get confused. I think you have to make conscious decisions. And I think also about stages of life as well. When people are building, sometimes they don't have time. Like, so like what you said, you only need people when, you know, it's something to do what you're already doing. So it's easier to meet them because you're building. Let's build our lives and stay as close as possible, but we don't have the time to spend every day together. So my thing is, when we get to that stage where we can, and that's why I'm always an advocate for joint ventures. I'm always like, oh, what can we do? That's just my perspective. I totally agree with a lot of things you say. Family and friends. It's interesting. This links into mental health. For family not to be friends, it's a psychological thing because you grow up in the same household, and this is where conscious decisions come in. You grow up in the same household, depending, so depending on characteristics, you may become detached and you don't get on. Or because friends don't necessarily have to have the same interests, right? Especially when I start talking about goals and goal oriented. So it means you can make a conscious decision to do something together in order to solidify a relationship. So you go around somebody's house to play a poker game, solidifying that circle, right? But you're obviously different. You obviously have different interests, right? It doesn't mean you should spend time together because you're different, right? And it's not valuing what's at home. You're not being conscious of the way you are. Then you start spinning out and start going to make your friends your family. Again, this is because of the instability at home. Because of broken pieces. So I think everybody's in the room, probably. And you see the room totally different, right? So we managed with our magicians. Thank you very much for the technical support of Toplocentrala. Guys over there, here, my team, amazing, amazing magicians. And we promised you from the beginning to have some fun, right? So it is really a CreaTech Summit and a conference in a creative way. We promised you not to be
bored, to be excited till the very end. And I think you're gonna say it. I think we succeeded. So we have a very exciting ending. We kept this to the end, which is one of our celebrities is here, straight from Hollywood. Yeah. So you'll see him. Where no pressure. To Zhivka, the moderator, right? So she's gonna get all the hard questions to him. And then we're having other surprises. You see some of your pictures now on the wall from the event, not just the politicians. This is the first part. There are pictures of everyone, including, hall number 2 and everything. So, and then we're gonna end with a special message, because I promised that gentleman over there, I promised Anne, right? A special message about Burgas. You heard a lot about Burgas. My mother will kill me. I'm from Varna, and I'm just speaking about Burgas. But what can I do? Absolutely. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Have fun. And I will also promise that Bulgaria is joining the European Meta Cluster. It's a big momentum. So I would like to invite on the stage Carlota and Georgiana. Where are you guys? So we're going to sign this famous moment. We're going to now, record it. So the girls are with me. Also, okay, we can open. Maybe I'm in the middle. I don't know where it's going to be. I'm here, okay? We're going to sign, then shake hands. And then this is the history, right? We'll be the 10th country in the consortium. So big applause to all my colleagues about this.
Well, of course. Thank you very much. We are really happy to welcome CreaTech Bulgaria in the CREU Meta Cluster, Creativity Europe. So we thank you all for being present here in this very important moment. So the 10th spot in the partnership has been taken. So thank you so much. And we really hope to show you very soon some results of this partnership. So thank you so much. Okay.
So where should I sign?
At the end of the document.
Okay, so yeah. Can you hold it for me, please? Yes.
Да. Макар, че имаш и на масата. Добре. Не. No need to present you. No need. Mm-hmm. So we went this event with Julian Kostov, one of the most successful and famous Bulgarian actors abroad. Hi again.
Hi, everybody. Please take this first table as well. It's a very good one.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Don't be shy. Yeah.
Yeah. My day ones. There we go. Let me open it up a little bit. Everybody get a good wine and some alcohol and let's get going.
And be ready for the party. And just to mention that I was chasing Julian maybe for almost 2 weeks, and then I decided to send him a message in Instagram. But I noticed that you have more than 120,000 followers, and I was thinking, oh my God, no way to see my message. No way.
I normally see them, but not this time.
Yeah. Finally, we're here. We catch up.
Yeah.
And So next time maybe it's better, and it will be better to have a representative from Burgas because yeah, of our connection today. Julian is also from Varna, but next time he will be with Maria Bakalova.
Strong, strong seacoast connection.
For instance, yeah, to have two representatives from Varna and Burgas. But yes, I want to start first with your bio.
Yeah.
So you were born in Varna, and how did you get to London? Tell me more about your childhood. Yeah.
I don't know. I think the trip from Varna to LA, where Hollywood happens first in the imagination, and I think if I have to summarize it, I think my superpower is naivete. So the fact that I'm naive enough to believe that this could happen was very fundamental in my success, I think, so far.
Mm-hmm. So what was your biggest dream while you were a little kid? To be an actor, or?
Well, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a different thing every week, and now in hindsight, I feel like it makes sense that I was an actor. I became an actor, so or a director. I was like directing my little figurines and like fighting with them and like making these stories. So I think that was it.
So do you want to be a villain now and to put some order in the home?
Wait. Very good. If we're quiet for long enough, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we should quit. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for all this joy.
That was really a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can just chill for a while.
We can keep chatting.
I
like
think it's
this.
a good time.
No worries.
Film when the venom the words a minute, man, when I heard about it,
You can sing
federation murder
something.
and again, nobody will live it and again when the fucking bodies in the lake obliterating everything instead of run again. I'm in the fucking bodies. All right. Is this a party or what? Come on. Let's make a participation thing. And when I go, ayo, you go, woo, ayo, ayo. I don't know. You know this song?
Of course.
All right, cool.
Well, I know you have no patience, but please pay attention on Julian.
If you guys come closer, it'll be easier. Just move in closer if you can, and then we'll make a party out of it.
Maybe actually it's a good idea if we can make a discussion with our public. So if someone of you
Let's do a
has
Q&A type thing. If you
want. Julian, please join us, participate in this discussion. No worries.
Okay. Yeah?
Yes, please. So this is the way everybody can participate.
How's the wine? Are you enjoying the wine? Okay, great.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for being here. I have actually two questions. One is, what was your biggest challenge as a Bulgarian actor working on amazing projects? And then the other one is, how do you support young actors in their careers? I know you have a mission of supporting young Bulgarian actors be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the most important, the biggest challenge if you're a Bulgarian actor or a foreign actor in the UK or US is probably the language barrier, right, and the accent barrier. And not a lot of people can speak in an American accent just like that. So actually learning the American accent was my first was my first idea that's how I'm going to open more opportunities. I think with everything you just got to be like, how can I create a niche for myself, or how can I, in my case, you got to understand still the marketing of the actor, the business of the actor, and how I can match all the ways I look like. So like if I think I look Spanish or Italian, maybe I should learn a Spanish accent and learn to speak like this. If I want to be cast like that man, like Antonio Banderas in Puss in Boots, for example. And so that's how I started to learn all the accents that I look like to open up more opportunities for myself. And I think that's a smart way to start. And then that's what I teach and when I mentor young actors and who come to me with questions. And it's really not that difficult. It's not that. I try to demystify the process and make it acceptable and accessible to as many people as possible, because I think it's in an age of in a digital age that we live, we have to be a part of the market that we're in, you know, of the world market. There's no reason why a Bulgarian actress or actor wouldn't be a part of that. It's just like literally 17 clicks away, and you pay $150, and then you're there. But it's generally not. It's widely unknown here, but it's, you know, I'm trying to teach people about Spotlight, the central database where they have to be a part of, and all that stuff. And that's why I want to help people, because I think една птичка пролет не прави, so there's got to be more of us to kind of help each other, and we can see that through Maria Bakalova's success. And I don't know if you guys know about the animation series Creature Commandos. Anybody know it? Yes? All right. So, you know the DC universe, right? Superman, Batman, all that stuff? Yeah? Okay. So, Creature Commandos, so James Gunn is the new head of the DC universe, and he started with making the Superman movie, but before that, he started with Creature Commandos, which is an animated series, kind of like Suicide Squad. And because he worked with Maria on Guardians of the Galaxy, where she played the dog Cosmo, which is basically the Laika dog from real life events. And so because he loved working with her, he wrote the entire plot of Creature Commandos to happen in a country called Pokolistan, which is actually canon from the DC universe from the 70s, but it's supposed to be Czechoslovakia. But now it was Bulgaria, because he wanted to cast Maria as the princess of that country, and that made everybody in this country speak Bulgarian. So even like David Harbour and many other actors in the series, they actually have to speak Bulgarian in it sometimes. Какво имаш за мен, старице, казва той. So we kind of, like, our whole mission to export Bulgarian culture, language, and history happened as well through our own acting projects, not only through the stuff that we write and produce and direct, but also like through acting. And so it's the first time Bulgarian language is in an animation series of that scope, and it became the #1 animation on Max for 2024 worldwide. So shout out James Gunn.
So I have a question. What is to be an actor from Southeast Europe abroad?
You say it like it's great to be from Southeast Europe. No, I know what you mean. It's like we have our own. I think the Western world has like ideas about who we are, but I think we also have ideas about who we think people think we are. So that was one of the things that happened to me throughout my kind of life in the UK, was to figure out about, to learn about the disconnect and why it's happening between me being very prideful about coming from Bulgaria, people from the media painting Bulgarians as a certain type of, criminals, or, we're here to take your job and take benefits from the government, versus me trying to break out as an actor and not having opportunities because all of the roles that are written for people like us are like drug dealer #1 who's going to stab you and take your money. And, if you're a girl, you get to play the prostitutes with 2 lines. So trying to find like a juicy part that's going to paint you in a 3D way is really hard. But I forgot the question.
What is to be an actor from Southeast Europe?
So it has its own, but I had this epiphany one day that I should be proud that I'm a Bulgarian because I am me, not because of X achieving Z 50, 200 years ago or whatever. It's great to have that, sense of where you're from, but you are your own person and your own success. And I was like, okay, I need to, I'm very proud that I'm Bulgarian, and I'm gonna, kind of present. That also comes with like responsibility, that you don't want to be difficult even when, people are unfair to you, but you're just trying to portray a Bulgarian person as a good person. So sometimes you have this kind of disconnect where you should probably, stand up for yourself more, but actually you're not because you don't want to be perceived a certain way. So there are these kinds of challenges, but I think at the end of the day, when it comes to acting, it's all down to your talent and also being right for the part. So it's a lot of luck, but luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So it's kind of once you're chosen, I've always felt like I'm like a part of the like an equal part of the whole thing. I don't think of myself as a Southeastern European actor who's gonna do a thing, but I'm not gonna be in the way. But I think these three things are always like important. You have to have the talent, the professionalism, and to acknowledge that some of it is luck, and you have to be grateful for that.
Is this the way? Is this the way you define success?
I think success for me would be three parts: doing something that you love while paying your bills, while loving yourself and having others love you, and being healthy, and also other people being healthy. So that work-life balance is really important to me, and I don't do anything at any cost, basically.
Can you share one of your most difficult moments in this way to success?
I think surviving in London from 21 to 29 was probably financially surviving in London as a broke actor. Eating rice and ketchup, and that was cool. It was a cool time. And being minus 5,000 pounds in debt every month, trying to pay off my credit card with the money that comes in and all that stuff. But I had the time of my life.
So, at this moment, what was your biggest motivation? First, yeah, you can drink some water.
Have you guys seen that commercial, that press conference where Cristiano Ronaldo is given Coca-Cola and he's like, agua? So I needed some agua. But I think what kept me going was, to be fair, I don't feel more successful now than I do at 22, trying to do my first kind of productions or like student short films and stuff like that. I think, and I realized that the reason for this is that I actually just want to live this life, and the heights that I go to are sort of irrelevant to the thing that I'm actually doing. So if I was doing a play here for 50 people, or I'm on Times Square for Call of Duty, it's not the same. Well, it's the same, but in terms of satisfaction level, it's pretty much the same.
You're an actor. You found, of course, with Maria Bakalova, a producing company, Five Oceans. You're a manager of talents. So, which is your favorite role?
I'll tell you what my most not favorite role is managing talent. Managing other people's talent. I think that's tough. Obviously, I want to be a diva first and foremost, and I want people to be paying attention to me because it's very important. I wouldn't say it out loud, of course, but it's really important to me. And but yeah, I think creatively being able to be a clown and fail, and that's the thing that's important. I like to experiment with new media, like within my kind of sphere of work. To direct has been something that I really want to do in the future more and more. I directed my first short film, Red Market, and now it's going to be on HBO and Max 6 months from now. So I think directing is fun. Producing, not so fun. Acting, fun. Managing people, no, not fun. But, in terms of how it all started with Maria and like other clients that I had in the beginning, I did it for Bulgaria. I did it for you.
Actually, you found one of our biggest talented actresses.
Yeah, true.
Maria Bakalova. About Maria Bakalova,
Yeah.
how did you find her, and how did you become such a good friend?
There was this platform, this social media called Facebook, and I posted on Facebook that I'm looking for actresses for a movie that I got hired by the casting director to do a sweep for Bulgarian talent. And so in 3 days, I found 85 actresses who submitted a tape. They signed NDAs. I had to explain what an NDA is, tell them that we're not selling them for organs and all that stuff, as you do. And so, yeah, I managed to do that, and then they liked Maria. So, long story short, that was how it happened.
I'm telling you, he's unapproachable on Instagram. So if you want to participate in something, almost no way.
Try to approach me.
No way to approach him. Okay, can you tell us more about your last projects? I mean, only a few days ago, this month, it was released Triumph. Yeah, the movie Triumph.
Всеки ден е триумф. Is anybody Bulgarian here? Yeah? Go to the cinema. Триумф в кината от сега. Заповядайте. Ето има един човек, който не му е харесал. Искам още такива, които да отидете да не им хареса. Ако може. So Triumph is in cinemas. It's about Tsarichina. I don't know if you know about it. Check it out. It's a fun movie, funny movie. But it makes you, it asks more questions than it gives answers. So it's that kind of movie. We have the Mothers, the TV series that came out on Nova TV. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but I'm very proud of that one too, because it's about youth violence and the broken bonds in families, and it's a big issue here.
You mean the Mothers series?
Yeah. Mike.
Да.
And of course, The White Lotus. Have you? It's a small series on HBO, on Max. I don't know if you...
What is to participate in one of the biggest and most famous HBO projects?
To be honest, it's both surreal and also kind of normal. Because yeah, I'm. For me, I have to sometimes pinch myself and be like, I'm Yuli from Varna, and I'm here in Thailand with fucking Oscar winners, and they're my buddies, and we're drinking gin, and we're being bitten by mosquitoes together, and it's great.
How do you see yourself in 10 years from now?
Hopefully with the same set of hair, and not many more wrinkles, but I feel like I hope that I will have done some meaningful things, and I would have made some people happier, and made some people laugh, and made some people feel and think, and honestly, if I'm good and healthy, I'm happy.
Where do you spend most of your time, in Bulgaria or abroad?
It's hard to tell these days. Some months I don't want to see a plane anymore. Sometimes I'm firmly in Sofia in my apartment, and I never leave it. Just I go to the mall in my flip-flops and come back. So, Paradise Mall, let's go. This is not an endorsed commercial.
About your, it's obviously not a commercial. About your future projects, can you tell us something about what's upcoming?
I think we'll have a movie, Fight or Flight. Do you guys remember Josh Hartnett from the 90s? Yeah.
Of course.
He's still in the 2020s. He lives. I'll try. I was trying to buy that movie that I did with him. Pearl Harbor, yes. He's my man crush from my childhood, from my teens. So I got to make a movie with him, and it's with the John Wick producers. It's an action movie, so if you like that kind of stuff, it's going to be out somewhere at some point. It's in cinemas in the US, if anybody's there, on May 9th. And, I got another crazy movie that I did with, Frodo from... Frodo! So I worked with Elijah Wood, Kevin Bacon, Peter Dinklage, Jacob Tremblay. We did a crazy movie called The Toxic Avenger. I'm blonde for the movie. I rap and sing in the movie. I get killed with a mop, and like my brain is all over the floor. So if that's your jam, That's going to be out. It's called The Toxic Avenger. It's rated 18 plus for nudity and grossness and bad language. So it's going to be dope. It's my kind of cup of coffee.
Do you like playing the role of the villain, of the bad guy?
Yeah, yeah. The bad guy
Is
is
this your
cool.
favorite role?
Yeah. I think bad guys are very, very fun to play because I can't be a bad guy in my own life, so I'm trying to.
But you're such a good guy.
Yeah, so I get to live out my dark fantasies through world domination generally. So.
Well, which is the favorite movie of Julian Kostov?
The Lion King.
Really? Come on, come on.
Star Wars. Very well. It's a saga, so if it has to
Okay.
be one movie.
I see that there are questions from our public. Yeah, please, if you have questions. This lady, she wanted to ask something. I think. Okay.
With a green backpack.
No, the other one. The other one. Okay.
Come up to on stage with us.
You said, hello. So Julian, you said it. Mostly you're playing the clown role, yeah?
Yeah. In real life, you mean, right?
Yeah, but you know, what does it mean to play the clown role?
The what?
The clown role.
What does it mean to play the clown role?
Yeah,
in real life, you mean?
How
right?
do you feel like this?
I think. Thank you. That's a good question. Insightful question. Yeah. I like it because I don't know about you, but I don't have to be center of attention. That's my best friend there, so he can say if I'm lying or not. But I don't need to be the center of attention. But when I feel like people need it, I become the clown voluntarily and the shoot. And that's, I think, comes from childhood and being bullied by kids in school. I had to develop self-irony and I have to make fun of myself before other kids do. So that's how this became like the thing. And I think that's how you become an actor generally a lot of the times is like through some trauma in childhood. Mine is not huge, but I think when it comes to bullying or trauma, I think there's no comparative degree. It's always absolute. So you kind of have to admit to yourself that you've been hurt in some way and then find an outlet, in my case through acting and performing, to deal with that trauma in my 20s, for sure.
Okay, one more serious question.
More serious than childhood trauma?
Maybe about CreaTech Summit. You work abroad, so if you can compare the creative industries abroad and here in Bulgaria, what would you say? How do you see Bulgarian creative industries in future?
I think in Bulgaria we're probably some of the most creative people in the world, and I think that comes from the fact that we have no funding generally. So we have to find ways to be very creative. And now that we're part of Europe and there's more opportunities and funding, I think we can showcase the limitations sometimes of budget give you like creative ideas so outside the box that make you stand out. So now with the combination of that, I think we have a unique voice that deserves to be through these new storytelling mediums. Video games offer a real opportunity, I think, for us to excel and dominate the world stage.
Another question from the that was the lady actually.
I'm taking you on everything I do from now on. You have to be front row.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you have own projects, and what support or help you need for that? Community or something?
I have my
your own projects.
And
what
if
help
I have my
or
own
support
project,
you need?
Okay. So if for example, I've written a bunch of scripts and stuff. Okay. Well, this is to anybody who has money in the room, really. They're way in the back, people with money, they're not listening, but I think we need some kind of support, governmental support for the sponsorship law. I don't know how to. Do you know what I mean? The
Which one?
за меценанство. Patronage, yeah. So there needs to be, first of all, like shit, I've just forgotten to speak English. Legislation that makes it easier for people to invest in art and make it, it's like a tax rebate or some kind of tax incentive for people. The UK made it 100% now if you invest in movies. So we need that kind of sponsorship to make actually good projects similar to the scope of Gundi, for example, and that was all made with private funding. So basically, yeah, we need funding, and we need like government structures that work so that it's not like a one-off, basically. What else do we need? We need the support. We need to be together in our approaching, like, so I think why for example we need a good lobby basically abroad and here to help us with these things. That's what we need. Yeah. And just to be able to speak to people from cross-disciplinary industries and like simple stuff like this is very crucial to have.
My last question for you is, who is the actor you want to play with in a movie?
I'm writing a movie right now, actually, that's called Robert De Niro as My Dad. And it's about a boy from Varna who looks like Robert De Niro. And everybody's like, you look like Robert De Niro's son. And he goes, oh, really? But he actually doesn't know his dad. And his mom tells him she actually slept with Robert De Niro. And she had an outlaw baby with, well, not an outlaw baby, but what do you call it? He's not a cowboy. Out of wedlock. And so he was like, Robert De Niro abandoned me. I'm going to go to London and become an extra in a movie, and I'm going to confront Robert De Niro and tell him he's my dad, and he's going to hear what I have to say.
You look like him, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you. Never heard that. So yeah, that's my next idea. But I don't know why I answered this. What did you ask me?
Who is the actor you want to play
so Robert
with?
De Niro, yeah. And that's why that's how I'm going to end up being in a movie with Robert De Niro. Because people are always like, you look like Robert De Niro. You should be in a movie with him. I'm like, if only it worked like that. It doesn't.
So we will see you maybe in a movie with Robert De Niro.
Yeah, because I have to write it and then fund it. And hopefully he'll like it. I think I'm going to write a good part for him.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
all. My day ones. Thank you.
Big applause for Julian Kostov, please.
Thank you for making all this noise. So this is I'm going to do a rap song for you. There you go.
Guys,
Let's see.
this is your moment now for autographs. He's very famous, so this will cost a lot, the autographs, right? The signature, so don't lose him. And by the way, Yuli, by the way, thank you very much that finally, guys, woohoo! I can't sing, but I will try my best. Woohoo! I was also teacher like in the university for 5 years. I know how to get attention. So finally, because of him, from Varna, there are people from Varna, we are now trying to make up for, because Burgas was all the time, this day, Burgas, where is the deputy mayor? Okay. So we're trying to make up with our last, presenter. So a very, very short video, we are going to end today's amazing event. I was crying at least 3 times today. At least, I don't know, I think many people. Gigi cried, you cried for the Gundi, right? Many people also cried for the Gundi. So let's play the video and then I think I'm gonna end it, because this video is again about where is our next meeting, which is on the 27th, 28th of June. And we brought you here, especially a gentleman who is the CEO of Knowledge Foundation, All the gamers and immersive people, they need now to listen very attentively because there are special prizes and we are organizing a hackathon. So we need all the talent to come to Burgas and to show the power of the Southeast European talent. So let's play Aaron now. It's Aaron directly from Oxford, I think. Okay, 2 more minutes, guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Walsh. I'm director of the Knowledge Foundation and Immersive Education Initiative. I'd like to thank CreaTech team for inviting me to contribute today. However, I'm unable to participate in person. I am, however, very happy to share with you our work and to announce a new hackathon that I think many of you will be interested in. The Knowledge Foundation is a Swiss nonprofit organization that utilizes advanced and emerging technology in service of education. Most notably, we use immersive reality, augmented reality, game-based learning technologies, AI, and knowledge token, which is blockchain-based incentive and reward system that facilitates learning at all levels. Knowledge Foundation is chartered to bring these technologies to the people that need them the most. And we do this through hackathon. We bring young creatives and young technologists together to explore the potential of these bodies of technologies for education. In the past 3 years alone, we have run our hackathons through a rich network of international partners and hosts, such as the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, which is based out of the UN headquarters in Vienna, Austria, Definity Foundation, which is based out of Switzerland, Microsoft, a government entity from Qatar, Oxford University, which is actually behind me. We've had 2 of our hackathons there so far, Stellenbosch and Pretoria Universities in South Africa, and more. To this end, we are very happy to announce today that we have partnered with CreaTech Bulgaria to organize our next year's hackathon, which will take place during the CreaTech Black Seas Game Summit in Burgas this June. Competitors at this hackathon will be challenged to design and develop immersive game-based experiences that deliver engaging educational content on the topic of cyber safety and cybercrime prevention. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime's global program of cybercrime, which helps member states of the United Nations to develop agency and skills in tackling cybercrime, will fly the winners of this hackathon to relevant international events on cybercrime policy, where the hackathon winners will have the opportunity to present their work to practitioners from around the world. We have several other prizes as well, so I encourage you to sign up and take a look at the opportunities that we have set up for you at this hackathon. We're grateful for you. We're grateful for you to participate. We would love if you'd come and join us. We're also very happy and thankful to our collaborators who made this possible. Although I don't have the opportunity to meet you in person today, I hope that many of you come to the hackathon so I can meet you in person in June. Thank you once again to our partners at CreaTech for the invitation and for our ongoing collaboration. And in the meantime, I wish you all very fruitful discussions at the CreaTech Summit this year.
Woohoo! So this is our partners for the Burgas event. So we meet again in Burgas end of June, where I promise you a lot of fun, sand, beach, no, okay? A lot of beautiful things in Burgas and a lot of, creative talent. So the finding for today for me, and that's how I want to end officially, it's not the ending, we are going to give the floor to the DJ, one of the youngest DJs in Bulgaria, a great guy, because this is how we need to finish the thing, right? Woo! With a DJ party, like Ibiza or, wherever. So we'll try to, rock and roll here at the building, to rock on the building. But my findings for today, I would never forget Rian shoes. Rian shoes they are written there, both minds, right? Rian shoes, now like a merch, we can really merchandise these shoes. Both minds, because we all are both minds, right? What I also won't forget today was this African proverb that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you collaborate, you go together. This I will never forget. Also, and I also remember the ending of my panel, which was the Southeast European region. The main edge of this region is collaboration, courage, potential, and passion. So I'm leaving you with this. Thank you very, very much. For all people, I want to invite you on stage now. Denica, Hele, come here. Danny, all people who made this happen. Gary, okay, Bistra, Boyan, la. Danny, okay, come on guys. Absolutely. Gary, Bistra, Yanica, okay. They're gone. Kawayan, the guy with all the videos, okay? Okay, Kawayan. Okay, big applause to the team. And we'll be back next year, same time, same place. Stay tuned. Let's the party started.